We're live. Welcome everyone to the Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy 8. I am one of your two hosts, Nathan Snyder, joined by my very handsome, very experienced wild in the cattle connoisseur, Christian Kepfer. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. We're in beautiful, sunny Columbus, Ohio. We're looking out the window. Not a cloud in sight. Sun shining.
It was snowing. It is no longer snowing.
Yep.
Welcome to Ohio. So, what are you looking forward to seeing today?
I think there are some great players in the room. I'm really looking forward to some high-level Magic. It's always impressive to me, especially in formats I'm less, experienced in, like Legacy. I've dipped my toes in, but it's great seeing the really experienced players play because it's like they're playing in an entire different game for me. So hopefully some of you get the same experience. Hopefully you understand what's happening, but can appreciate some of the very high-level players we have at this tournament today.
Right. I think Legacy really lends itself to experience mattering more than the deck that you are playing, at least most of the time. Right now, Blue-Red Delver is likely the best deck. We'll probably see a good amount of Blue-Red Delver,
Yep.
but it's not unbeatable. And a lot of people just don't like playing it. Maybe a quarter of the room will be playing Blue-Red Delver because it's a full proxy event.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, so the Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy tournaments are all full proxy. Proxies get approved by the judge, and Clayton Householder, I believe, is our head judge today. Excellent guy, excellent
Sure
judge.
is.
Should be good. Doing the Lord's work, and so people can play whatever they want, and that either leads to people playing cards that they can't afford, or a lot of the people own all of the cards that they would play normally. A lot of these people are enfranchised Legacy players already. But a good amount of them are people who don't own cards in the format because Legacy cards can be kind of expensive.
Yep.
They'll play some sweet stuff, or people who already own all their cards will just play some deck that they think is sweet and not be trying to win the tournament particularly. I would probably not be playing Delver. I would be playing Hollow Ones and Vengevines.
Absolutely.
Like I do.
Some lizards.
8 lizards. Gotta love it. So it is currently 1:03 p.m. We should be starting round 1 within the next couple minutes.
Right. So what did we see take down the last Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy?
Right, so we saw Roger Sykes playing technically red-green Painter Servant.
Yep.
Right, so red-green Painter. It was mostly a traditional Painter list with, Painter Servant and Grindstone combo, and then all of the associated cards. He was playing, because it was after the release of Kamigawa.
Okay.
So he's playing the Synthesizer.
Okay.
The experimental synthesizer.
Got it.
And when you have experimental synthesizer and goblin welder effects, you just get to see so many cards.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
that's super good in your combo deck, but it's also good for like the mid-range plan that the deck can facilitate.
Yeah. So
And he was playing green for Once Upon a Time.
I
for
remember that.
consistency.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people didn't play that before, and now it's like kind of stock. It was very cool to see.
Oh yeah.
Played against Gabe Abadi in the finals. One of the two twins that we have.
Yep.
I believe he's playing the same deck, Green White Depths today. That should be exciting to see. It was like a 2.5 hour match. It was super tense.
I remember.
It was super tense every turn. It was really, really good. I hope we have some more matches like that today.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. So Roger was able to overcome the round 1 Naya landfall and take down the rest of the tournament after he earned it.
Yeah.
He earned it after round 1.
Commentator couldn't stay off camera, could you? I think
Nope.
he, not to bring up any bad memories, but he Magus the Moon to you, I believe. And
I didn't have any red spells.
no red spells, no basic lands. Just an absolute tragedy.
Yeah. Well, sometimes the hero has to lose. It keeps the story interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's so if anyone is currently in chat, I know that it's very early into the stream and we haven't started round 1. What decks would people like to see? Because we can try to engineer a sweet feature match for you.
Yes. So there are a few of you in here, I see. I'm not going to name any names, but I see you. We do have access to the list of chatters. So if you feel like your privacy is being invaded, I'm sorry.
We can look at the deck list.
We can't look at the deck list. Just as an example.
We can't stream the deck list, of course, because it's not an open deck list tournament, and information and all that.
So we've got mono blue mid range. I'm guessing that might be some kind of post pile.
It's probably 8 casts.
Okay.
There's some Death Taxes, some Delver, some lands. I know there's a decent amount of people playing lands decks, either traditional red-green lands, Eight-Mulch, which is more of like it plays like a combo deck, but all it does is put a bunch of tokens into play, so it's like a weird lands aggro deck. It's very cool. And then green-white depths or traditional depths. We have a lot of crop rotation gamers.
Yep. Oh yeah. Very popular around this area.
There's 2 or 3 12-post players. Ooh, there's an ad nauseam 10-post player.
Okay.
Love that.
Very interesting.
People have been playing more Ant recently, which is pretty cool to see.
We do have some control gamers, the miracle players.
Well, there's actually not as much Delver as I thought there would be.
Yeah. Of course, Reanimator.
Naya Debs, Pog,
12 posts.
couple 12 posts, Fan Control.
High Tide.
Ooh, High Tide.
Yes. Oh,
Wait.
2. There's 2 of them.
Click on the deck. Is it actually High Tide?
I hope so. Let's take a look. That is
It's actually High Tide? Oh, I'm down.
That is definitely High Tide.
So the reason I asked if it's actually High Tide is because we're using MTG Melee to run the tournament and do deck lists and such. And sometimes the deck name does not match up with the deck list. Sometimes it's the player's fault because they'll just pick whatever, but a lot of times it's not their fault. It's just the way that there's not always an option to pick whatever your deck is unless it's very established.
This chatter would like to see Eight-Mulch. Which chatter wants to see Pog.
Pog. All right, we're doing the announcements. They're about to push pairings. We can probably get some Eight-Mulch on.
We'll have to see what they put it under.
We can get Joe Dyer on
Oh, yeah.
on camera.
Yeah, that's not it.
Joe is playing Eight-Mulch.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe's on the mulch deck.
I know I saw at least 2 people playing that version of lands. We have 64 players to get today, I believe.
That's a name I recognize. He's also on Eight-Mulch. Okay. We got a few options.
He played my Madness deck last time.
You played what? Oh, the Madness deck? Yeah. He's I know him for Dredge and Modern, so.
He top-aided Columbus Open playing Hogak. Very good. Yeah, he messaged me on Twitter and said, hey, can I get your Madness list? I said, yeah, you should play the 4th Caller and play Careful Study, Not Burning Inquiry, so you don't lose the game.
Very huge improvement.
I think he went 3-3 or something. But when you're playing that deck, it's mostly a matchup lottery. You really want to see like control decks and Delver and like fair strategies. You don't want to see like Death and Taxes or combo decks. And I think he just hit a lot of combo decks.
All right, we do have pairings. So, do we want that one?
It's 8-Mulch versus 4 Color Loam.
That's not what it is.
It is Bant Control. We can do that.
Yeah. 4 color.
That seems fine.
Yep.
20, table 23.
Yep. Table 23. Okay. Joe Dyer and Carter Hewitt. All right, so we'll get those players on. You have to wait for them to sit before I can get those names up there. So we will get the coverage cam up in just a moment, get the players seated. Players are being informed that they're on coverage this round, so they'll get seated. We'll start getting the shining cards on camera, and off to the races.
Yeah,
with
and
mulch.
Joe's deck is full proxy, but it's full art printed custom art cards. It looks really cool, and so some of them will look kind of weird on coverage for sure, but it's not too hard to follow. They're all land. He's playing like 42 lands or whatever. And
if you're not familiar with the deck, the stock list, I'm not going to pull up his list. I'm going to go to a neutral source, that is MTG Goldfish, to look up Joe Dyer's deck list. I'm seeing the problem with that now. Goldfish.
So it's like traditional lands, except they don't play crop rotation, and they're not really all in on the Dark Depths combo. They still have those pieces, but it's really a. So the reason it's called Eight-Mulch is because they play 4 copies of Mulch and 4 copies of Winding Way, which they look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You put all the lands revealed in your hand. The rest of the cards go to the graveyard.
Well, you choose creature or land.
Yeah, Winding Way, you just choose land, and it usually draws you anywhere from 2 to 4 cards. It's super good. And then you're a 4 mana bond deck. So you just play the mana bond at the end of your turn, you discard all your hand, and then put all the lands in play. It's very good with life from the loam. Even if you don't have it's like playing extra copies of Exploration. It's really explosive. And if you mana bond on turn 1 and put a bunch of lands into play and trigger Field of the Dead, your opponent probably loses the game because you put a whole bunch of zombies in play. It's like a Bridge Bullet thing, but yeah, Field of the Dead is super good. It's mostly a Field of the Dead deck, but it plays I believe most of them play Urza Sagas.
So the player on our right is Joe Dyer.
Yes,
Am
the
correct?
burrito. Yep.
Nope, not Joe Dirt.
One second.
Nathaniel's gonna go collect some parts of speech. You will all be left here with me. Hello, Mr. Yuck. And the player on our left is on Bant control. Okay. So Joe Dyer, Carter Hewitt. The name?
Both
Keegan. Got it.
All right, cool. So for anyone who is newer to Legacy or newer to Legacy content, our player on the right, Joe Dyer, is most people should know who he is if you follow Legacy at all. He writes for MTG Goldfish, does the This Week in Legacy articles, mostly writes about Legacy stuff, sometimes writes a little bit about Modern, but his articles on MTG Goldfish are super excellent if you're ever looking to learn more about the format or learn about what's going on in the format currently, even if you're an established player. His articles are really good, and he usually plays not whatever the best deck is. Like, I would never expect to see him playing a Brainstorm Ponder Force of Will deck. He has a particular affinity for the card Battle of Wits.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, don't think he can play Battle of Wits in paper unless he learns how to shuffle very fast.
Yeah, I can testify from playing Yorion in Modern.
Yeah, it's like playing 3 Yorion decks.
3 Yorion decks all on top of the turn.
And we've got the sleeve mirror match.
Background opacity. All right, that's what we're going for. All right, so that should help. Hey, look at that. I'm learning things from my own stream. All right, so we got the shuffles. We got the going. Do not know who. No one is up a game right now.
So how do you feel about this matchup?
I think Eight-Mulch should probably have it. I think Carter's main out here is. I'm not looking at his deck list, but if I were to see a 4-color control deck, I would assume they have some kind of Terminus. They might be playing Brainstorm.
They actually almost never play Terminus.
Really?
Nope. Prismatic Ending really took all those slots as supplemental removal spells to Swords of Plowshares.
Yeah. So Prismatic Ending, good against the Mana Bond if he does get that out. It is a 1-mana enchantment, but it may be too late after that Mana Bond comes down.
The most important thing for Carter here is to find a Force of Will or Force of Negation and tag either Exploration or Mana Bond, whatever the key piece is.
Mm-hmm.
And then just try to present a clock as quickly as possible before Joe can dig out of it. It's really hard because everything Joe does aside from playing mulches is a must counter, because if you don't counter the Exploration or the mulch, then you fall so far behind.
Oh yeah.
And when your opponent plays Green Source Exploration, there's no telling which version of lands they're on, because this 8-Mulch version is getting a lot more popular.
Right.
I can't remember the player's name, but the player on MTGO who created the archetype had been working a lot on it and wrote a primer or did a write-up on it. And people started picking up and said, hey, this deck's actually like
Yeah.
pretty messed up. You just make a whole bunch of tokens, and it's not really possible for your opponent to interact with you unless they're playing Blood Moons or like a pile of Wastelands.
Right.
And it can be pretty difficult.
I think one interesting card that if Carter was heads up on expecting Mulch, Boseiju could make an appearance. Otherwise, I don't really see a way for Bant control, or sorry, 4-color control to interact with the lands that are also win conditions on Joe's side of the field.
All right, we got Carter leading on a Ponder into Joe Wasteland again. He said,
That
hey,
beautiful wasteland.
hey, well, turn 1 Ponder Shuffle is a sign of
Ooh.
weakness.
Yeah, true.
Carter did have the land.
Did he
Joe
shuffle?
he did shuffle.
Okay.
So Joe plays a basic forest and passes it back.
Interesting. We have not seen one of the key 1-mana enchantments from Joe. Can't tell if they're in his hand.
I think his hand is lands and I think it's just lands.
Okay. Well, that wasteland was a pretty good
No,
disruption piece.
Yeah.
See dress down in Carter's
He's
deck.
I wouldn't be super I think he also might have one in his hand. He had one in his opener. Yeah, so this is mostly a Bant control deck splashing black for Witherbloom command. I'm not sure if the stock list plays anything else, but Witherbloom command is like a modal abrupt decay.
Oh,
it
yeah.
hits almost all the same stuff that abrupt decay does.
Also notably pretty good with Uro.
Yeah, it's super good with Arrow. You mill some lands. We can see Swords of Plowshares, Baleful Strix. The Baleful Strix is in play. So we see a Swords of Plowshares, a Jason the Mind Sculptor, and a Witherbloom command in hand for Carter. Joe just says, here's a Tabernacle. Would you like to pay for your Baleful Strix?
Sorry.
I think Carter wants to not pay. Okay, chooses to pay. Maybe says, I need this
Okay.
1 damage to pressure you.
You Tabernacle very good.
I think it like those.
Oh yeah.
We figure that out.
Yeah.
I guess just didn't have a play otherwise, so. Oh, maybe I think Joe does have a crop rotation in hand. That looks like a Double Masters art. Yeah, I think it's a crop rotation. They usually don't play that card.
Oh, now we can't see Joe's.
All right, Carter fetches a tropical island with the Mystery Rainforest. It's a sweet altered tropical island to look like the Guru basics. And Witherbloom command. Let's see which modes. He said, I will mill 3 and drain you for 2 life. So Carter goes back up to 20, I believe, and Joe goes down to 18. Mill 3, put Underground Sea into their hand, and then attack Joe for 1 down to 17. $17.
Yep.
Carter's
Carter's at 20.
Yep. Says, I will not pay for Baleful Strix. Jace the Mind Sculptor. Let's go. On curve. That's every control player's dream.
Oh yeah. We are getting an announcement. There may be a repair.
The smaller of the two will be ready after the first round. I probably wait a little bit for the bigger of the two.
It sounds like there's going to be a repair.
Okay, so we got a
Yeah,
cool
not-
entertainment exhibition practice round.
Yeah, I guess not. There was a problem with MTG Melee, and it didn't pair some players, or
because
something.
they weren't checked in.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a repair. Well, at least we got to see Joe's cool deck and a turn for Jason Mind Sculptor.
Yep, everything we want to see in Legacy this weekend.
Yeah, so Joe did have the crop rotation, gets rid of the Tabernacle, and it gets 4.
All right, we're getting a graveyard order notification, so we might need our judge to remind people to keep their graveyards in order. There is a reanimator player here.
That's true. Yeah, so in most formats, graveyard order doesn't matter, but in formats like Legacy or Modern, where the card pool extends to Torment and that block, then graveyard order matters on some cards. So in the entire format, you're not allowed to reorder.
So we are repairing.
Yeah, we just repaired.
Cool. All right, so you got to see a couple of decks here. You'll get to see a couple of decks here in a moment. So let's see. The new pairings are up.
Check in, so.
So pairings. Fresh. All right. So we got to see the cool Eight-Mulch deck. Do we want to see High Tide?
That sounds sick.
Let's do High Tide versus 12 Toad. That'll be table 23 again.
This would be better.
High Tide versus
Bant.
Death and Taxes.
Yeah.
Okay, table 18.
Yeah. High Tide versus
D&T.
against Post is kind of a mess.
Okay.
Both looks nice.
Yeah. Everyone wants to see that.
All right, so we're gonna get Death and Taxes versus High Tide. If you tuned into any of the previous BCDLs, I think the last 2 are Death and Taxes player David Lance. In my opinion, one of the best Death and Taxes players in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Extremely good player. Was on camera a couple times. We're gonna see him here again, and not because I want to see him. No offense to David, love David, but man, I really like High Tide.
High Tide's sweet.
I played High Tide back in 2014, before they printed Constant here, and you got Dig Through Time.
Oh, that's
And
right.
I played it a little bit with Dig Through Time, but I always preferred the Solidarity version where you weren't playing Time Spiral.
Yeah.
Sometimes you resolve Time Spiral and just draw counter spells and lands and you die.
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan of that, but going off on your opponent's turn was always very sweet.
Yeah. I watched some High Tide content before I even know really what Legacy was. And I'm like, this deck looks sweet. I want to build this kind of deck.
Yeah, and then Candelabra of Tawnos were $2,500. You said I'm no longer building this deck.
I'm no longer building this deck. So we're going to see some probably not real Candelabras of Tawnos today.
I don't know. Everyone I know that plays High Tide actually owns all the cards. Have you ever
That's
played
sweet.
Reset Tide? Do you know the card Reset is?
No.
It's a blue instant. You can only cast it on your opponent's turn and after the draw step. Untap all lands you control.
Do you want to find out? Do you want to scoop out our players?
Yeah.
All right. He'll continue explaining Reset Tide. So let's look up the card Reset. See if we can figure out what this deck does. Reset. Oh, I shouldn't just Google the word reset. Reset MTG. Reset from Legends. Instant.
Both him.
Both?
Both him and
Cool.
David. All right.
David's on the right. Oh yeah, we do know one of these players. All right. Yes, in Texas.
It's
It's spelled with an ampersand, right?
yes. You just see him on the name board.
What? Oh. Well, Deaths and Taxes also identifies as male, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. Thalia's at the helm. Have you asked Thalia what their pronouns are?
I have not, to be honest. I haven't seen her since, sorry, I haven't seen them since Crimson Vow released.
That's true. Oh, there's a
Oh, nice. Good luck, Sage. We've got a shout out from Sage's significant other.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see your girlfriend on cam. Hopefully you get to cheer her on.
All right, Carter
Right
leads
on
on a
screen.
Misty Rainforest.
Right.
Man,
He's
high
gonna
tide's
go
so
to
sweet.
20. He's gonna go 19.
Oh, and we're bridging the deck.
Yes.
That physically hurts me, by the way.
Yeah. All right, what's the name on the left again? I can probably find it.
Yeah, not that close.
All right, cool. It is 13. Brandon. Nope.
18.
18. Oh. TJ Martin. T. Magrin.
I was just asking.
Yeah. Oh, Tony. Troy McGreeny.
Troy. Okay, cool.
Getting used to MTG Gold or MTG Melee here.
Yeah.
Troy.
David leads on a Mother of Runes, and Troy plays a second Misty Rainforest and passes. So the key here for David is to either play something like a Thalia or a Stoneforge Mystic to either apply some disruption or a clock, because Death and Taxes doesn't have the fastest clock typically. And if you give High Tide 4 or 5 turns before you force them to really go off, then they're going to kill you.
Oh yeah. Fortunately, David has some disruption here.
Has the Stoneforge Mystic, so finding a Cauldron Complete, I would imagine.
So that will be the fast clock we need. David might need a Thalia or something though. Imagine Thalia pretty good against the High Tide deck.
Yeah, Thalia is very good.
Troy's gonna brainstorm.
We see a
set up his
lot of
library.
mana, but no High Tide, I believe. He tried to Fluster Storm that Stoneforge Mystic, but you can't do that because it's not an instant or sorcery.
Right.
Yeah, David said, yeah, that doesn't work. So yeah, I'm gonna resolve the Stoneforge Mystic, find the Cauldron Complete, and Troy's hand is very set up to make a lot of mana, but this Ponder is gonna have to hit a High Tide and also a way to I think Troy actually has a Cunning Wish in hand, so if Troy finds a High Tide, he can just go off next turn, barring a Thalia.
So he's gonna shuffle and then draw a card from Ponder.
It needs to find one of the 4 High Tides or one of the however many copies of Merchant Scroll. I saw at least 2 while he was riffling through the deck. Yeah, I know there's 2 turnabouts, and it draws another fetch line. That's not really what you want to see.
No, this Cauldron is gonna put him on a very fast clock.
Should have 3 more turns to go off, but if I'm in David's seat and I see 3 islands and a bunch of cantrips and a Flusterstorm, I'm for sure thinking either. I think the first thing I would think is Omni Show, like a mono blue show and tell list.
Right.
But High Tide's like, you play against High Tide pretty much the same as Death and Taxes.
Right.
All right, so we got Troy down to 13.
Yeah, I think the only difference here would be considering that Troy's not going to need 1 spell to resolve. He's going to need several to resolve. So I don't
Yeah,
know if
Thalia's
David's plan-
Thalia is for sure the most impactful card, but Stoneforge Mystic is the best clock.
Yes, for
Draws
sure.
another land.
Another land. I wonder if he's going to go for just Cunning Wish here.
It's probably an end of turn Cunning Wish.
Yeah, Troy needs to find some action. Okay, so Cauldron attacked for, what is it, 7?
It is 5.
5. Okay.
Cards cost 7 mana. I believe Troy has 13.
So we're seeing David attack, get Troy dead as quickly as possible.
Attack you for
Swing
7,
for
which is lethal next turn. And if you're in choice seat here, you could Cunning Wish now, and then untap, play a land, and if you still don't hit to hit a High Tide to go off or a cantrip, you at the very least have turnabout to tap all of David's creatures at the beginning of combat.
Yes. So he does get a time walk here if he needs it.
Magus of the Moon.
Okay, that's interesting.
It is another threat.
Yes, it is another threat.
Yeah, so he's playing Marinara Taxes, I think they're calling it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's funny.
Some old school tech that's just like pretty good right now. They're
Yeah.
playing Maguses in the main and then some number of Pyroblasts, Red Elemental Blast sideboard. So we do see the Cunning Wish end of turn.
And we do know David is going to be on the latest tech.
You're just grabbing Snap, which unfortunately doesn't do anything here because of the Mother of Runes. If Troy tries to Snap now, then it doesn't help. So
Oh, another island.
Island probably looking to just turn about on David's beginning of combat and tap all of his creatures.
Yeah. See if he can get
If you can tap the Mother of Runes, then the Snap is live.
yes. Yes.
And then without the Cauldra token in play,
No, he didn't do it.
yeah, you need to turn about in the beginning of combat, or you just lose. Yeah. This is not gonna work how Troy wants it to.
All right, snap does target.
Yeah, snap targets, return a creature. Yeah, so you just get a protection from blue, and then there's
Yep.
lethal on board. Yeah, if you turnabout in that spot, you can. So turnabout is target player taps or untaps each of their artifacts, creatures, or lands, and you just need to tap creatures there. It's not great because turnabout's part of your engine that gives you a
Right.
ton of mana. But I think you just need that extra turn. We see a face-up pile shuffle.
Here's the pile, the time spiral.
Yeah, he said, well, it wasn't drawing a high tide anyway. Yeah, unfortunate. Name your deck after a card, and then you don't draw the card and you lose.
Very true.
Very sad.
Hate to see it.
Oh, we see that Teferi's Realms on the sideboard. Do you know what that
Wow,
card is?
I don't. I assume it's an enchantment.
It's a 3-mana enchantment. At the beginning of each player's turn, I think it's maybe it's beginning of your turn. You choose a card. I think it's artifact, creature, enchantment, or land.
Okay.
And then until either the end step or your next turn, I think it's until the end of turn, all cards of that type phase out.
Okay.
So,
wow.
so against Death and Taxes, you would name creature, and
Yeah.
then the Thalia phases out until end of turn. Or against like a stacks deck, you would name artifact, and then all the artifacts phase out.
I see.
It's a really cool card.
That is very cool.
Yeah. So, just pretend like all of your creatures aren't there.
Yeah.
If you pretend like your problems aren't there, they'll go away sometimes.
Yes.
At least if you have Teferi's Realm in
You
play.
get to take a break from your problems.
Yeah.
Teferi's Realm really kind of a resort in that way.
Right. So David is playing Death Taxes, and Death and Taxes sideboards are mostly stock. It's like a main deck that's very good into fair decks, and then 15 cards that get slotted against unfair decks.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if David's boarding in like 13 or 14 cards here. The
Yeah.
most impactful card is he's probably playing 3 copies of Deafening Silence, and that's like turbocharged Thalia,
Right.
where it doesn't tax Troy, but it just straight up stops him from casting multiple non-creature spells in the turn for 1 mana as an enchantment. So we're gonna see David mulligan pretty aggressively in the second game, I think.
Trying to figure out how to host. Oh, is it picking up? Okay.
I would love to see High Tide do the combo thing. I love this deck. So for anyone watching who isn't super familiar, High Tide is a 1 mana blue instant. You, until end of turn, all islands tap for an additional blue mana. So the deck is built around casting multiple copies of High Tide, or at least trying to, and then using cards like Turnabout, Candelabra of Tanos, or the Snap like we saw, to untap your lands and produce extra mana, and then it plays Cunning Wish as a package. So you Cunning Wish for traditionally Blue Sun Zenith. There's some other options, but Blue Sun Zenith doubles as a win condition. So you Blue Sun Zenith yourself to draw X cards, and usually you're drawing 20 or 25 cards. And then you just keep going. You find the Blue Sun Zenith again, and then you target your opponent and make them draw 60 cards. And when they have no cards in their deck and they try to draw a card, they lose. The deck also plays Brain Freeze, where you can kill like that, but almost always you'll see the kill with Blue Sun Zenith. When you're playing High Tide and you're going off, you usually can make like close to 100 mana, which is more than enough to kill someone with a Blue Sun Zenith.
Very excited to see more High Tide here.
I played a lot of High Tide in CEDH.
Who's the commander?
Well, when I first started, the first commander deck I built was Kami of the Crescent Moon.
Okay.
So it's just a Howling
Wow.
Mine. It was all we had. Okay, it was like 24. It was like 2014.
Yeah.
20. Yeah, maybe 2015. No, 2014. We didn't have a lot of tools. Okay. And then when Origins came out, you had the Flip Jace. That was so much better.
Yeah.
And then they made a precon with Mizzix. He's like a blue-red legendary creature with experience counters, makes your stuff cost less.
Yep.
And
that was the Storm commander.
that was better because you got to play Passive Flames in your mono blue deck.
Yeah.
Which is like the big draw to it. And then I messed around with some versions that were playing black, or I played a version that was playing Progenitus or Horde of Notions.
Okay.
Literally just so you can have access to like engines and other colors or various tutor effects, like Demonic
Sure.
Tutor, Passive Flames, but mostly black tutors and then Passive Flames.
Got it.
Because the commanders were all so bad and none of them mattered.
Right.
If you were ever playing casting commander you were playing,
Right.
then you were probably losing.
Yeah. Really more of a companion in that case.
Yeah. It just, you had to pick one so you could play the colors. So I played Horde of Notions and then would play like multiple basic islands and then kill the opponent on turn 3 or whatever.
I wonder if I go back and play commander with like a companion as my commander, how often I would pay 3 to put it in my hand.
Well, you can't do that if
I
it's
know.
your commander.
I know. I'm just wondering, like, out of habit.
You can play a companion though.
Yeah.
I have a very sweet CDH Giganta deck where Giganta's the commander. It's a Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you like turn 1 cast Giganta from the command zone, and then turn 2 just makes a billion mana. You go off. It's very fun. Also have a Zerda deck. It's like stacks Bomberman.
Ooh.
It's very cool. It's not that consistent because you're playing red white and you don't have any tutors or whatever.
Right.
But
I don't
all right,
know.
we say Troy opt to take the play and lead on the Scalding Tarn.
Oh. Hello, Walt. Hoping to see Rob get dumped on camera. We'll see if we can get that. If he wins round 1, then we will try to get him on camera round 2 against an unfavorable matchup.
Miss you, Walt. You should come back.
Yeah. I'm back from Colorado. All of us here in Florida.
I have some
are
cool
starved
Walt.
for
I have some
attention.
cool Walt stories
Oh, yeah?
about playing that are probably not stream appropriate. I don't
Nice.
think. Yeah, they're good stories.
Excellent. All right, so we got Honda.
Lead on Ponder. Finds the foil basic island. Oh yeah, the weather's probably much better over there than it is over here.
Oh,
Weather in Ohio is kind of a grief.
it's barely above freezing and sleeting. We are seeing some sky behind the clouds right now.
I'm glad it's not like snowing anymore. So David leading on plateau, and pass. No deafening silence. Very good sign if you're Troy. This is exactly what you want to see, which is nothing. Please don't play anything.
Yeah.
So the cards for David that matter here on 2, for the main deck cards at least, are Thalia and Spirit of the Labyrinth.
Oh yeah.
They usually play a full set of 4 of each of those cards.
Yeah, absolutely. No vial in either of these games for David.
We do see the
There's the
Thalia.
Thalia.
I don't believe we have a Force of Will. Oh, we do have a Force. Okay, it's
Oh,
it
it's
is an altered. Okay, it is an altered Will Smith Force of Will.
if we were hosting this tournament at the Oscars venue, he would be escorted out.
That's true.
Will Smith has been banned from the Oscars for 10 years.
Hog. Oscars are fake anyway.
True.
Yeah, so David's I was watching him re-sleeve his deck before. His deck's all foil. It's 80 cards and it's in perfect cards. So the deck's quite large, and brand new sleeves, his deck spilled all over the place.
It is a large deck because he has.
Yoran.
Here we go. It'll dramatically scroll across the screen as I add it.
Alright, we see a merchant scroll. Dramatically finding a blue instant out of the deck.
He does have to reveal it, so hopefully he does that.
Yeah, he will, for sure. David will remind him.
Yeah.
So Troy already has at least 1 copy of High Tide. So I imagine this is, yeah, intuition is very good.
And intuition. Card you love to see.
You probably don't want to grab intuition here because intuition just finds 3 copies of the same card to guarantee put it in your hand. So typically when you're casting intuition, you're either finding a copy of High Tide or you're finding a copy of Cunning Wish. And you can just find either of those cards with the Merchant Scroll. So
Seeing some, we're hearing some very crisp riffle shuffles right now.
yeah, I can hear it from across the room.
I love it.
Okay, so Troy opts to find Troy opts to find a second copy of High Tide with Turnabout in hand, so really is looking for a payoff, and now needs a way to answer this Spirit of Labyrinth because I don't think that Troy can go off while Spirit of the Labyrinth is in play. Yep, stops you from killing me and also attacks for 3. Let's go.
It is a 3/1. It is a Resco Swiftclaw or whatever it's called.
He has a 15 Force of Will.
Force of Will isn't completely free.
All right, we do see an Aether Vial.
There's the vial.
I think it's at the one spot on the table where there's any glare.
Yeah.
And then Troy just drawing another land. That's not what you want to see here.
Yeah. Troy's draw script's kind of a tragedy throughout this entire stream.
This game opened on a really good sequence for Troy.
Yeah.
This needs another payoff. Attack you with Spirit of the Labyrinth. Takes another 3. Down to 12, I believe.
You need to get some, sorry. Need to get some Party B emotes on the Buffalo Chicken Dip account.
Yeah. You got any cute UBs on there?
No,
They're in the works though, for sure, right?
they are.
They are.
I need a Steplinks emote. I have B Hall,
B Hall, that's pretty good.
parts 1 and 2. I have a Sweating B emote. And then the Steplinks emotes in the works. Maybe a UB. Or a Red Panda, who knows. Alright, so the basic mountain for David.
Yeah, he fetched again.
How are your favorite commentators? I have no clue.
Yeah, you should ask them.
Yeah, you should ask them.
There's that Patrick Sullivan. He's my favorite commentator. I hope he's doing well.
making them write meow. I'm doing great.
I'm also doing great.
I'm about to have some chicken dip. I'll be doing even better.
I don't think it'll be ready for until after round 2, he said. So it wasn't quite done. So we do see a cycled timeless dragon into an eternalized timeless dragon,
Ooh, yes.
which is not great, but you know, it's not the worst. Okay, Mother Runes. So Troy does actually have the Cunning Wish. So Cunning Wish here, and the hand I think is 3 cards: High Tide, Turnabout. So if there's a way to remove this the Spirit of the Labyrinth on the draw step, or if he finds a way to remove it now, and then the draw step is a good card to go off with, like another copy of Cunning Wish. Oh, Capsize is not bad here.
Ooh, yeah.
Could just go off with Capsize.
Yeah.
That doesn't really win the game.
Buys him a few turns, though.
I mean, Capsize will put... Okay, Capsize will put so many cards back into David's hand. This is a 2-turn clock. This is an attack for 7 here, keeping the Mother of Runes up.
There's Capsize.
This is High Tide.
Oh, that's High Tide. Okay, sure.
Okay, this is David says, okay, let's go.
All right, let's see what we can
So
do.
if Troy casts
4 mana, turnabout. Yeah.
I think it's more mana just to play the second copy of High Tide, unless that's not the goal, to spin all the High Tides here. That is Storm Count. But he can tap for 10 mana. If he casts the Capsize here on a creature, then it just gets nuked by Mother Runes and you don't get it from the buyback.
Interesting. Very excited to see where this goes.
This is a very rough matchup for David, for sure. Okay, spinning 6, casting the Capsize, and I believe paying the buyback. This is such a rough spot because if you target a creature, it just gets bricked by the Mother of Runes. Okay, I think he's calling a judge, saying if the target gets protection,
Yeah.
do I get the card back in my hand from the buyback? And you do not.
Yes. Correct. The spell does not resolve, so it does not go back in your hand.
Yeah, creatures have to be phased out. Yeah, he needs to find. He would have needed to find one of the 2 Teferi's realms we saw in the sideboard. I don't know if he boarded them in, but we were talking about them in sideboarding because we did see them. So he does have at least 2 copies, and the card's very good in this matchup. It's like why you play it. But I've needed to either find another Cunning Wish or a Time Spiral if the play was finding Capsize. But yeah, David talking about when he is able to do things.
That is Capsize with buyback.
Yeah, that is Capsize. You Cunning Wish for the Capsize. You can't Cunning Wish for Teferi's Realm, but we saw the 2 Teferi's Realms in the sideboard. I'm not sure if he boarded them in, but I would imagine that they're in the deck.
Yeah. Certainly one of the matchups they're in there for.
Yeah, he Cunning Wish for the Capsize, but there are Teferi's Realms in the deck. And that
High Tide is below the turnabout.
Yeah, it's a High Tide. I always preferred the High Tide art with the fish lady on it. I think that was my favorite.
You have so many options for High Tide. It's such a
He just got like 4 arts or something.
It's both a skill expressive deck and an aesthetic expressive deck, which is, I think, why it makes the perfect legacy choice. I've got another Fish Lady fan in the chat.
I love High Tide. Yeah, the fish lady is sweet. It's like Ponder art kind of.
Inform what's going on.
Sure.
Okay.
We're getting information.
They are currently waiting on a judge call.
Yep.
Is it for the buyback?
It is for the buyback
protection?
on protection.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
I am not qualified to answer it, and there's no other judge qualification. So I know the answer, but I can't answer it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
right,
'Cause his
yeah.
opponent is David, who is a higher judge. We're waiting for Clayton, who is in the middle of a deck check. So it'll be just a few minutes. You guys kind of fill the
Yeah.
air. Yep.
Yep. Cool. Thank you. We're filling it.
Yeah, cool. So they're waiting on a just call. I'm like 99% sure you don't get the card back from buyback because you put it in your hand as it resolves.
Yeah.
I think if you counter a spell with buyback, you don't get it.
Yeah. It's like the
Yeah.
whole remand past in flames thing.
Yeah, if it doesn't resolve, I don't think I'm like very certain you don't get it back in your hand.
Or remand. Yeah. Remand flat back. Yep. So we're just gonna wait for this deck check
so-
to finish.
Yeah, judges in the deck check. And
Given that Troy has spent a lot of resources on this play, it's looking pretty good for David right now.
yeah, this is definitely a spot where if it doesn't work, then Troy is just dead here, I believe, because I'm pretty sure this is in combat, and there's 7 on board, and Troy has no cards in hand and won't be able to go off next turn through the Spirit of the Labyrinth.
All right, what deck would you be playing if you were in the event?
I would probably be playing Oops all spells, I think. I got a top 8 at the 10K in Pittsburgh a couple months ago with Oops playing it for the first time.
Nice.
You just like killing blue players through Force of Will on turn 1 all day. That's like makes me feel alive. Yeah, David got game 1. Troy never drew a high tide and kind of just died.
Yep.
It's unfortunate.
If I were playing, I would probably run back Landfall, but with Renegade Ralliers. Kind of shore up the Delver matchup a little bit.
God, Renegade Rallier is so hot. I love that card.
Card's so sweet. Alright, still waiting on this judge call. But yeah, Landfall very good against all the other decks in the field, except for maybe the Prismatic Endings. Those are
Right.
a pain.
And the combo decks probably are kind of rough. I guess it's just a
depends.
race at that
Yeah.
point, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
the deck can turn 2.
Yep, Landfall can turn 2. Steplinks is OP, my baby. I really need a Steplinks emote. Gotta find someone that can do that.
All right, so the judge is at the table now.
Legacy and modern staple Steplinks. I have a play set of foils.
Yes, Steplinks is so sweet. I'm sad I couldn't convince you to pick up a playset of Japanese foils. They're so cheap.
Yep. All right, and that's the handshake.
Yeah,
Troy has learned the consequences of buyback with protection.
Yep.
All right. So David win. David wins round 1 over High Tide, the Menace.
You have Steplinks legal in Pioneer. It's just red and it's a puppy. It's a fire
But
puppy.
yeah, there is Steplinks in Pioneer. It's called a Coom Hellhound. It is
You,
text word for word
they're
Steplinks.
the same card, but one is red.
And it also triggers Risen Reef.
And you have
Or Risen Reef also triggers it.
what's the card? The elemental,
Riley
the red
Kern.
green one. Firebrush elemental. So you could play a Coom Hellhound, Firebrush elemental in Pioneer.
Yes. Brushfire Elemental is also
Is
sweet.
it more cute?
It is not.
I think that it is probably not, but I don't know, man.
Let's check.
You do. It does have the upside of not being a white card, which is that's pretty strong, I think.
It's pretty strong.
Honestly, there probably is a at least a semi-reasonable landfall deck in Pioneer that plays.
I think you would have to play. There are no fetches, which is
Well, they're the one that only finds basics. It comes in untapped if you have 1 or more lands. That's like not what you want, but I don't think this is like a go off on turn 2 deck.
No, it's not. But Renegade Rallier, I think, is pretty key to it, and without fetch lands, Rallier's pretty
Well,
bad.
you probably just have to play like a mid-range deck.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I
Valak
mean-
Exploration's probably very cool, but
Valakut Exploration's sweet.
The White March kind of puts a damper on that.
Yeah. I would probably play Growth Spiral in the deck. And
So playing 3 colors.
yes, it would be Teamer. I'd play Growth Spiral, I'd play Risen Reef.
That's spicy.
Yeah, I think Risen Reef would be where you get your
Is
value.
Akum Hellhound an elemental?
It is. Akum
And
Hellhound is an elemental dog.
Brushfire Elemental is obviously an elemental.
I might try putting this together. I didn't think about just using Risen Reef as the engine instead of Renegade Rallier. It might be worth it. And I'd find some other elementals to go with it. I'm sure there's a couple. Voice of Resurgence would probably be good. Oh, that's white though.
That's white. Okay, so we cut Akum Hellhound.
No.
And play Bant. And honestly,
Brushfire Elemental.
Yep.
Oh, there's our boy. Oh, foil too.
oh, actually, so we got our foil Akum Hellhound right here. I mean, obviously has one. I have one of these foils signed by him in my binder.
It's a commodity.
It is.
Kazandu Mammoth. I don't like that card.
I also don't like Kazanu Mammoth. I mean, I like Kazanu Mammoth if you're not playing Akum Hellhound.
Yeah.
I think Kazanu Mammoth is not bad. I think if you're playing Akum Hellhound and Brushfire Elemental, you want to not be playing 3-drop creatures that... I don't know. That is not the kind of deck that I'm suited to build, I think. Using the combat step and...
Oh, I'd build the heck out of it though.
Yeah, I'm really bad at building those decks. Unless it's like graveyard aggro decks like Dredge or... I can build those decks, but they're just combo decks in disguise.
I will brew aggro decks all day.
Yeah, I'm really bad at putting creatures and lands in the deck, and then
3-color creature aggro decks.
I always want to play the bad creatures, and I never put the good creatures in my deck. Except for Balustrade Spy. That's a good creature. And Narcomoeba, that's the goodest creature. Alright, how much time do we have left? 17 minutes? Okay, I'm gonna go try to find another feature match.
I'll keep the chat entertained. Here's a foil Renegade Rallier. Not the promo. I prefer this one. Just pack foil Renegade Rallier. Not too difficult to find. My Step Lynxes, I believe, are in my Proxy Legacy deck that I did not bring. We have semi-bi-weekly Proxy Legacy here in Columbus. I wouldn't say it's the Legacy Mecca. I would say it. I might think it. I'm not confident enough to know. Real cards in Proxy deck. Yeah. I did not feel like proxying Step Links. Actually, my regulars might be in my Legacy deck. I'm not sure where my foils are. But let's see. All right, so we need more elementals and Teamer that would go well in this theoretical landfall deck. So Growth Spiral, Expressive Iteration, Akum Hellhound, Brushfire Elemental, Risen Reef. So far. So we need interaction. We have card draw. Thinking about Royal Scions. Giving the Akum Hellhound first strike and trample seems very good. We get a trampling plated Geopede. The fun thing about Brushfire Elemental is that it is a baby Chandra. Maybe. Skyclave Pickaxe, maybe. I'm kind of interested with Skyclave Pickaxe and Valduk. Valduk makes elementals that would trigger the Risen Reef. I think that might be too deep, though. I can't imagine Valduk's good and constructed. I've been playing a lot of Dominaria draft recently, so Valduk's on the mind. Valduk, Keeper of the Flame. From Dominaria, it's a draft uncommon. Embercleave.
Oh, baby, Embercleave.
Embercleave probably good in this
Are you
deck.
the one? Are you the one true wielder of Embercleave?
No, that's Skylar.
Smeebo.
Yeah. No.
That's good.
They're the one true wielder of Embercleave.
Heck yeah. Okay, so there are about 15 minutes left in the round, but only a small handful of matches left, and I think everyone's super deep into games.
Yeah.
I would move somebody, but there's like a million cards in play, so I think we're just gonna take a short break and then be back after that. Let us know what decks you guys want to be featured, and we'll try to put somebody up there. There's a pretty good mix of people. It's not like all Delver or Blue Piles. There was a guy playing Pox with Castle Lochthwains and like Mistress Factory. It was very cool. What are we looking at?
We're looking at elementals
That illegal and
They're
Pioneer.
legal and Pioneer.
This is a Pioneer deck brewing stream now.
This is the Pioneer deck brewing stream now. You got me going on a Step Links, or a Step Links equivalent. Step Links accessory. Step Links is stepbrother. So we're looking for cheap elementals. There's Embodiment.
Amber Swallower.
Spring.
Oh my god. I lost so many games that card in limited.
Oh yeah. Jeez.
It's like not even that good, but like
No. Embodiment of Spring. You can tap it, sacrifice it, and search your library for a basic land card. Less than useless. Only slightly, though.
I'm gonna step up.
All right. Got Fire Urchin. I don't think we're looking for that. Flame Channeler, unfortunately, does not enter as an elemental, so it would not work with our Risen Reefs. Days Undoing. Okay, we will keep that in mind. I'll keep that in my brain. Alright, we've got Blade Watcher. Here, I'm gonna add image source. Display capture. No, not display capture. Wait, maybe display capture. What's up? It smells so good. It smells like buffalo chicken dip. Oh. Oh, I don't want to display capture. Oops, oops, oops. Okay. Sorry, I broke everything. Is this capped at 64 players? Is it capped at 64 players? Yes. We have our TO right next to us. If you have any questions for the TO, let me know. I don't want that. I'm deleting it. I'm trying to get a window capture for Scryfall. I know I can figure it out.
That's a mini question.
Yeah, I use an OBS. All right, game capture maybe. Capture specific window. What? Unfortunately, Firefox does not count. Oh, I don't know if Rob won. I'm sorry, he just left. Yeah, Streamception, major Streamception. The audiences love it. It's a known fact that if you get... Oh, window capture, hell yes. All right. Found it. Oh, there we go. All right, let's look through. Got our elementals here. So for those of you just joining us, we are in between rounds. We're trying to figure out an elemental landfall deck. Got a Coom Hellhound, Brushfire Elemental, Risen Reef, Growth Spiral, Expressive Iteration so far. So we want some, ooh, Gigantha. Would Gigantha work? Not if we're playing Embercleave. But it does otherwise work with what we're doing. Leafkin Druid, kind of interesting. Lightning Mare, very cool. Good aggro card. Lightning Stormkin, also interesting. Flying Haste 2/2. Lutri is an elemental. I don't think we want that in our critical mass aggro deck, though. Lutri, very cool. Very cool, Lutri. Kahira. We would end up playing Kahira in this. All of our creatures would be elementals. So Maze, all the Maze ones. Okay, Mind Sparker, whenever an opponent casts a white or blue instant or sorcery spell. Some people are doing that in Pioneer. Give Magus Elemental. No. It's a 1/2. Let's see, Omnath. Have some Omnaths. Probably play one or two of those. Parcel Beast. Ooh. Interesting. It does not count if you mutate it. It does not count as entering the battlefield for Risen Reef's sake, but it does have a very useful and activated ability for the plan. There's Risen Reef, Risen Riptide, Rubble Hulk, a game I've won a lot of Commander with when I opened a bunch of them in my Gate Crash booster packs. Scorch Spitter is cool. Good aggro creature. Skizix, which was reprinted for Dominaria, is in Pioneer. Unfortunately, they did not print the free elementals into Pioneer because that would have made the format a lot better. I'm just kidding. All right, Tangled Florahedron. An interesting... I think that'd be pretty good. Cool addition with Risen Reef. Also, you can just play it as a land in your landfall deck. Ooh, Thunderkin Awakener. Tapped and attacking. Oh, you sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So unless you would have ways to get lands into play in combat. I don't love that. Underworld Rage Hound. Attack each combat if able. It's a Oresco Swiftclaw. Not loving it. Updraft Elemental, no. Vaporkin, no. Vine Gecko, no. Vine Mare, maybe. That card's pretty sweet. Vortex Elemental, it's a 0/1. Warmind Infantry. Ooh. Oh yeah, there's some Boros Elementals in here. I did at one point brew a Scampering Scorcher. Yes. That one's very good. Is that the one? I forget. I'm thinking of Scorch Spitter. Scampering Scorcher is the one that makes 2 elementals when it comes in, right? It's a 4-drop there. Scorch Spitter, Scampering Scorcher. Yes. M20, as much as I hated it for constructed, very cool for draft. I like that draft format. So I do remember Scampering Scorcher. Alright, I think we're down here. Wild Growth Walker, iconic. Alright, so there's actually not a whole lot of elementals. It's what we've come to.
Wild Growth Walker, stop.
Tangled Florahedron, I think, would be our next best bet.
This,
As a land.
this doesn't sound very promising.
It's not. Now we're looking for elemental creature tokens. There's probably a few things that make those. Oh. Don't worry about it. You know what's interesting? Young Pyromancer makes elemental tokens and is legal in Pioneer.
Yes, that is true.
So that would be good with the expressive iterations and growth spirals.
You could play Young Pyromancer and, hear me out, Neoform.
Young Pyromancer, Neoform.
What am I
and
neoforming for?
Endurance.
That card, well, we're talking about Pioneer.
Into Risen Reef, yeah.
No.
Yeah, but the elemental would enter before.
Well, you don't
the
get
Risen Reef.
the elemental.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Because it's
If you if you
if you
sacrifice
sacrifice pay the
that,
cost.
you could just sacrifice a different 2-mana idiot.
Oh my God, is called the Skybrick. Oh no, I forgot to select legal and Pioneer.
Just
I think.
accept the Young Pyromancer is barely playable
Yeah.
on the sideboard of Visit Phoenix, and then Pioneer will be a great time.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we're now looking for things that create elemental tokens. No, no, no. The Chandra Acolyte of Flame might be okay. Seems good with expressive iteration.
Honestly, probably not that bad.
Yeah. Creates 2 elemental tokens, which is cool. Chandra Flamecaller, very expensive, but would be good.
Yeah.
Obnixilis, the adversary. Let's look at him.
So, here's the curve. Here's the curve.
We'll look at this one. I love all the Art Deco full arts. They're amazing.
Sylvan Advocate, into Obnixilis sack Sylvan Advocate, into Essica's Chariot, and to copy the copy on turn 5.
Interesting.
Just play Junt. Pioneer. Everybody.
Copy becomes a token. Okay. So you're copying an Obnixilis. It would come in with 3 loyalty. All right.
Just imagine activating triple Obnixilis.
I like it. So what was suggested was Sylvan Carioted. Right?
Sylvan Advocate.
Sylvan Advocate.
Because it's based off of power, right?
Right. Okay.
So Sylvan Advocate into Obnixilis into
Right.
Essica's Chariot into Essica's Chariot copy.
Yeah.
I'm.
Sylvan Advocate into Obnixilis.
This is not the
Stack
kind of gameplay I
Obnixilis.
signed up for.
You know, make your
After the kind of game plan everybody signed up for.
elemental token, drain your opponent for 2.
Is this card good?
I think so. But then play Essica's Chariot. Essica's Chariot, when it attacks, creates a copy of target token, so you would target the Obnixilis copy. Seems good.
Oh, that's kind of messed up.
I know. We're gonna have that in standard, actually.
Yeah, Seeker's Chariot is still legal for
Yeah.
some reason.
That's great. So you just have some 2-mana creature. Werewolf Pack Leader. You could, well, double green into 1 red black seems really unreasonable in current standard.
I miss old standard back in like 2015.
Yeah.
That format was so good.
I was actually watching the red black aggro standard with like Heart of Kieran and Scrap Heap Scrounger and was actually getting nostalgic for it
I
yesterday.
hated that format. I think that format was so bad.
Oh yeah. But that was when
But that was when you started, right?
No. I was I think 2 years into standard at that point. Really all the formats before Throne of Eldraine, or no, Core Set 2020, when they printed Field of the Dead. I had a very good time.
Oh yeah, Field of the Dead and Scape Shift in the same standard format was kind of messed up.
And Teferi.
Oh yeah, M20 draft was I didn't play a lot, but I heard that it just got solved and everyone played the Steam Deck.
Yeah. I think I stopped before that.
I typically don't draft core sets. It's just like
I'm degenerate and love Core Set drafts.
I just don't think the gameplay is ever very fun.
Oh my god. Let's look at these gorgeous full art deco
I
arts.
hate all of these.
I love them. It's Camp Dan, or it's Camp Nathaniel.
Yeah, I just am against the triumphs existing in the first place at all. I would, instead of them printing the
Ooh, I've not seen these.
instead of them printing the other 5 and completing the cycle, I would rather them have banned the 5 existing ones in every format.
Look at this kitty.
Man, Cat Demon.
I love him.
He's really
6 or more creatures.
that's so much text.
I will probably try this in Pioneer Naya Hero Precinct 1.
Oh, yes.
Is it a thing, or is it a thing now?
It's a thing I'm doing. It's pretty good.
Bant creature with double strike.
Oh yeah, Bant creature with double strike, and the first time it would be destroyed or dealt damage, it's prevented.
Oh,
That's
cool.
what a shield counter is.
It's like Eternal had a mechanic like that.
Oh, this is cool. He's hot. A little bit.
Lord Xander.
Maestrus Ascendancy.
I regret to inform you that this is one of the least used.
Maestro Diabolus. Have I seen this? No.
So
Oh, wait.
much text.
Oh, there's so much text. Yes. It's 2022, Nathaniel. I love this card.
It looks like an
card's sweet.
artifact.
What, this? Yeah, it does. But this card's awesome. You know what Connive is?
I do not.
So Connive is you draw a card, discard a card. For every non-land you discard, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. So that's on a lot of the what are they called? Obscuro creatures. So we've got flying and ward 1 on this one, which is sweet.
I think you meant Esper.
Yeah. I'm being friendly. I'm playing along.
No, you're being a zoomer.
I'm playing along. All right. No, I think this card's sweet, especially with the Esper charm.
Yeah, that
I mean,
seems cool.
the Obscura charm.
Honestly, I'm a big fan of the ward mechanic in general.
Yeah.
Anything that has a word on it, I think is just way better than people would give it credit for.
I love all the charms except for the one in the colors I play the most.
Play better colors.
I guess. But this one's my favorite, and the cards I play in the colors I play the least. Return target multicolored permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Counter target instant or sorcery. The star creature or planeswalker with mana value 3 or less.
So it's like, it's just Demir Charm with an unearth on it.
Yeah.
That hits planeswalkers.
Yeah. It's
Good.
sweet.
Yeah, those cards are probably good.
I love unearth. I love instant speed unearth. I want to unearth this.
Is the Elspeth good?
The Elspeth, I don't know. Hard to evaluate. So choose up to 1 target creature, put a +1/+1 counter and a counter from among flying, first strike, lifelink, or vigilance on it, so it gains that permanently. I think that's cool. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may put a permanent card with mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield with a shield counter on it. That seems good.
Every time I read mana value, I just hear converted mana cost, and
That's good.
I can't stop.
That's okay. I think that's, how the brain processes language, so your brain's working fine.
Make 5 3/3s.
5 3/3 white angel creature tokens with flying.
That's 5 mana.
Yeah,
That's probably fine in standard.
yeah. I think
Honestly,
it's fine. I think it's comparable to
I would much rather every planeswalker be like medium power level than not,
Yeah.
because I do not miss the days when planeswalkers were the best thing to be doing in standard. I think after they stopped printing busted planeswalkers, that standard was more playable.
yeah, and planeswalkers that were more niche were very interesting for the
Yeah.
format. Vivian on the Hunt seems crazy. So you get pod for +2.
Okay.
Comes in at 4. And pod for +2.
+2. Oh, it's 6 mana.
Mill 5 cards, then put any number of creatures milled this way into your hand.
Okay.
+1, and then -1. 1 loyalty.
I mean,
Create a 4/4
that
Rhino
card's
creature.
obviously got good text on it, but it's 6 mana.
It is.
So, but it goes up to 6.
It goes up to 6, and it's only -1 for 8. 4/4.
That's weird. I thought the going rate was 3 mana, go up to 5.
True. And then our guy, Obnixie.
Why is everybody a gangster?
It's
Do they really have to dress the part when they go
Oh,
to
yeah.
a new plane?
yeah. How it is. Look at Elspeth.
I'm not a fan of that. I think
Okay, but this.
yeah, but Garuk,
rule.
Garuk wouldn't dress up. He'd be wearing the same tattered tunic and
Oh my God.
swinging an axe. Man's not ever wearing a shirt.
I want to see it.
Well, you wanted to see Garuk in a suit or Garuk in a plane where everyone's wearing a suit?
Garuk in a plane where everyone's wearing a suit.
Yeah, Garuk's for sure not wearing a suit.
This card seems okay. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast spells from the top of your cryberry by when you cry, by removing a counter from a creature you control, in addition to paying their other costs. I think that's sweet.
All right, but where are the legacy playables at?
I don't know. Cabaretti Charm.
Um,
This card's sweet. I'm really excited for this.
I thought it said Bonkers Charm.
Bonkers Charm. It's not bonkers, but it's cool. This art's also really cool. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. I think it's very important that this hits planeswalkers, especially in Pioneer, where you've got Narset, destroy target enchantment, whatever, and draw 2 cards. Two cards.
You could kill Narset and still draw the cards.
Yeah.
Seems not bad.
Yeah. Draw 2 cards for 3 mana, instant speed. I'm about it. So I'll.
Oh, you don't get 2. You just choose 1.
Yeah.
Oh, these are much worse than I thought.
Oh no, these aren't commands. They're charms. The Grixis one I also think is great.
Yeah, the Grixis
Maestros. Look at the top 5. Put 1 into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. That's nuts.
It puts them in your graveyard.
Yeah. 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker, and then
Drain 3.
yeah, whatever.
They're about to start. I think the next round's about to turn over here in a couple minutes.
Riveteer's Charm's okay. Target opponent sacks a creature they control with the greatest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control. Sure. You're probably trading up mana there.
It's just crackling, dude.
Yeah. Exile the top 3 cards of your library. Until your next end step, you may play those cards. Interesting. And then exile target player's graveyard. Sure. Rakdos Charm.
I don't like people exiling my graveyard. Please stop. So what's Urbrass on the
Urbrass
plane
is
for?
sweet.
What's he trying to do?
Oh, who knows?
What's he gathering for the Phyrexians?
Halo, probably.
Oh yeah, the illicit, not a drug.
Yes, it's not a drug.
It's
magic.
It's magic.
It's illicit magic. It's magic paraphernalia. So Urbrass exiles a card from your library every turn, and then in your opponent's upkeep, the first card they would draw, they instead exile, and it's an impulse draw. So they have to play it this turn, and it's a 4/4 haste.
5.
Yeah,
That's kind of weird.
yeah.
Also, when did he grow like those scythe things on his
I
arm?
think he should have first strike.
What is that? The altar? Or what's the regular art look like?
He's like kind of hiding in a corner. Oh my god, I love these basics. I cannot wait.
I'll just keep my comments to myself.
Oh, gorgeous. God, that's so camp. I love it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This one especially. Look at that.
I see it.
Chiaroscuro. You know what that is?
I don't.
Okay. We're looking for Urbrask. He's on the plane. Here's his regular art. It looks like a little demon,
When did
right?
he get wings? I guess the old arts didn't really show what they look like that well.
Right. They just kind of look spiky.
He looked like he gained some weight.
I think he looked like he lost some weight.
Urbask, he was like real slender before.
Okay.
He definitely put on some pounds. Or wait, maybe that's just like, maybe you just can't see the rest of it.
Yeah.
But also I don't think
I
he
see
had.
some wing-like appendages here.
I think that's like a blade on his shoulder or
Yeah.
something.
Shoulder, called those shoulder blades. Humans have them. Hello.
What's up,
Teddy
Teddy?
JPR. Oh, hey. We're just going through new Capenna spoilers between rounds. Very excited for this set. All right.
What? Where's us?
Oh, I messed it up. There we go. I used our
Hello.
display to display a window.
So
I'm ready for this chicken dip.
I'm ready for the round to turn over. I'm gonna check. I think there's probably only one round or one game going.
Yeah, it's very sad. You don't have to know.
What's up? Yep. Turns. Oh, how'd you do round one? Did you win? He won. All right. Walt, he won.
Yeah, Walt said he wanted to see you lose on camera.
You want to come on camera and say that to his face?
Suck it, Walt.
All right. Love to see it. There goes the judge.
Clayton's just chasing Rob's thing. Rob,
Stop.
please come back.
I need to clip that.
What are we?
That'll be BCDL's first emote.
True. I can't believe there's not emotes yet. We just haven't done it.
Is it affiliate?
Probably not. Doesn't stream nearly enough hours.
Oh, that's true.
Just once for like 10 hours or so every 2-ish months.
I guess
Half so.
we'll just run reruns.
True.
Just gotta run reruns.
Yeah, if we save the VODs this time. Yeah. I think the only saved footage is a clip of you going, yeah, this guy's so dead. He doesn't know it, but he's dead.
Incredible.
Yeah.
It sounds like something I'd say. I bet it's real. Doesn't sound like doctored footage.
Oh, I was there. So our last match is in turns. I wish that they were on camera so we could watch,
I
but
know. We just have to trust that it's a good match. There's some good magic being played. Can you toss me a water bottle? We hydrate on this stream.
yeah, we're a hydrated stream. I guess you can see my water bottle.
I forgot mine. It almost made it here. It almost made it to the car.
Love watching some Legacy. It's so good. Most of the time, you know, sometimes like when there's people like
Today should be really good.
yeah, today's field looks really good. Sometimes you have people like me ruining everyone's fun, but
You get Riley if he won.
yeah, he did. He beat Gabe. He's playing Elves, and just Gabe wastelanded him,
You know,
and then
the matchup he wants to avoid.
yeah, Gabe wastelanded him, and then promptly died.
That's great.
Yeah. So what matches would everyone like to see in the next round? We've
I think
got
someone mentioned
a whole bunch of stuff.
Days Undoing.
I don't know if anyone's playing it. We can check.
Yeah, check.
I don't actually know if anyone's playing that. I didn't see any. I think most of the control players are playing like Euro decks.
I don't think that's true.
Oh no,
I know what he's on.
he said he was gonna play Gold Post, but
That is Narset,
that is
not
what,
Days Undoing.
no. That's what the rest of the deck looks like, but with is it Belcher?
We're looking through some decks. We're gonna try
What's
and
the
find
next year cursor? What is it? What is this?
Belcher. I'll look. No Days Undoing there. There's Echoing Trees. Is it Belcher?
It's got it's Stifle Knot deck.
Interesting.
Is Grixis Stifle Knot?
All right. Is it Delver? Mono Red Prison. 12 post Delver. Mono Blue Affinity. 12 post. Is it Delver? Is it Delver Team or Delver? Look at these. That is not even Bant. Expressive Iteration in there.
The Bant decks play Expressive Iteration and Pyroblast on the sideboard. They usually play 4 colors because it's free.
Expressive Iteration's very extremely good.
It is quite strong. I think that if you're playing the color blue, if you're interested in playing that kind of game, then you should just play the 7th color or whatever to play Expressive Iteration. It is strong enough that like it warrants it.
Oh yeah. Nick Knight, no Days Undoing.
Just got control
Oh,
for.
Strain Lumpy. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that there's one more. Just got control.
No Days Undoing.
I
So
don't, there's
no
not
Days
a
Undoing.
there's not a Days Undoing in the field. Yeah,
Sorry.
they're just DNT. Oh, what one? Yeah, tax one.
2 Columbus, Ohio final bosses take on the commentary. Let's freaking go. I'm not a final boss anymore.
Yeah, I'm only a final boss in Modern.
They cut off my arms and legs.
All my legacy decks are bad.
And
Yeah, they really exiled a red card to deal 1 damage to each of your limbs.
Yeah. All of my limbs have 1 toughness.
Yeah. I know Joe won playing Eight-Mulch, so
Oh, cool.
could potentially get him on camera again, but like for real this time.
I'd love to see Eight-Mulch versus Elves.
That sounds
I want to see all these matchups that just seem like absolute stomps.
two ships. So the lands, like traditional
Oh,
regular lands.
Tabernacle. I see.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
traditional lands has a good matchup into elves, with stuff like Tabernacle and Glacial Chasm and like Blast Zone even.
Yeah.
Like all these tutable ways to really disrupt the opponent, and Wasteland for cradles and all that.
Yeah.
And they have a lot, and Punishing Fire, they have a lot of tools. It's like kind of hard for elves. But I don't think Eight-Mulch has the same game. I think it's
I think
the
you'd have to
opposite.
see Tabernacle.
Yeah, you'd have to see Tabernacle to have any disruption, and
I don't think the zombie tokens are doing much.
no, they just hook you.
Yeah.
For sure. I think Elves are probably favored there.
I think that's a stomp. But we did see Tabernacle out of Joe's deck.
And crop rotation. He's not playing a stock list, I don't think.
Got it. So, Joe specifically.
Push melee.
All right, looks like we have pairings. Let's look at some matchups.
No, I missed 2 ships. Give us a 2 ships format, please.
I mean, those are my kind of games.
I used to.
We just do this one. Yes, and Randy.
Oh yeah, sure. All right. I got to buy, boys.
Easy. All right, so I'll go get him.
Okay.
Can you double check that I have the line? Just like it can also not.
Cougar and Lattice. I don't know. The buy doesn't show up in pairings.
Can you find my? Just look me up my name.
Oh no, you were paired against. Is it Delver? Or sorry, no, that was round 1.
Yeah, it says I have a buy for this round. It's round 2.
NA. Yep.
Okay, sweet.
Yep. The meanie body was assigned to buy. Hey. Right. Here we go.
Yeah, you didn't refresh, right?
Yeah, it's now refreshed.
Did Ryan win? Ryan yes. Control after she's played.
Looks like maybe. 32 total pairings, so it looks like probably.
Versus, what was this again? Yeah, we can do that. 15.
All right, so we're gonna get you. Oh, this looks cool. Jeskai Control versus Grixis Stifle Knot. Actually, very diverse field today. There's some Delver. It's maybe 15% of the field. Let's see if we can sort by archetype. Players. Deck lists. Oh, cannot sort by archetype. Deck lists. Bet we can do that. We cannot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it tokens? What? Okay. 8, 9.
We got him, boys.
10,
Okay, this is about to be a sweet matchup.
12, 13. 13 Delver players in the 64 field.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I was expecting like half. I think
What?
Delver's just so strong.
Did I say 13 or 14? 13 out of 64. That's less than 25%. 20% of the field. Good for a legacy tournament, honestly.
A full proxy legacy tournament, everyone can play whatever they want.
Yep.
Cool. So we have Ryan Hayes, and he's playing Bant Control. He's I believe from PA. Super good control player. He won Legacy for Real Estate down at Titan Games
Who's on the right?
a while ago. Ryan is on the left.
And his opponent is.
Super good player. He plays some modern. I didn't know him until a couple months ago, but he's really good.
Dave Ketterberg.
Mostly plays these 4-color decks. And then Dave, Apparently they rode up together.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so they rode together playing against each other. So I imagine they know what each other are on. And Dave, I think, is on a Grixis Stifle Knot list. So all your normal like Ponder, Daze, Force of Will stuff. I believe Force of Will, but also playing I think Dress Downs and Stifles with Proxas and Dreadnoughts, and just playing that kind of like a tempo game, but like going really big on those combos.
That seems sweet. I actually really like that deck.
The Phyrexian Dreadnoughts decks are some of my favorite. They're so cool. Oh, we see a really good opener actually out of Dave. So has Force of Will and Daze backup for the turn 2 Dreadnought Stifle.
Damn.
That's so good.
Ryan Hayes packing pretty much 5 prismatic endings though. It's got I guess we shouldn't talk about the list specifically though. Well, the Jeskai control decks have access to both prismatic ending and March of Otherworldly Light at this point.
Oh, chooses just to play it safe, holding up the Stifle, looking to use the Stifle to get some of the mana. That's interesting.
Interesting.
Maybe it's looking to untap and cast a Ponder.
All right, so we'll see what Ryan
Multiple
chooses to do with
Stifles.
his mana.
All right, so we're just gonna be playing this game of chicken, where Dave is going to try to hold up as much mana as possible into these fetch lands and just try to tag them.
So Ryan has a response to this Ponder.
Crafting Scalding Tarn, which is worse in this deck than Flooded Strand is. And then finding Island to play around Wasteland, a potential Wasteland, and casting a Brainstorm in response.
So it looks like he finds a couple lands and a Narset.
If this Ponder doesn't find a land, then Dave is in kind of an awkward spot because you want to hold up the Stifle. But if Ryan doesn't have, if there's no land, then you're not able to hold up both Stifles.
Right. And Dave really wants to cut Ryan off of his mana here.
Yeah, choosing not to go for the turn 2 Phyrexian Dreadnought, it's pretty clear that the game, he wants to play a disruptive game plan and play a longer game instead of just slamming a 12-12 and then trying to go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ryan with the beta basics. I think his mountain art is correct. I would choose a different island. I like the lighter one.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it's A, B, or C. I think the one that he hasn't played is A. I get them confused all the time.
All right, so
You do life totals.
it's true.
It's 18 to 19.
15.
All right, resolving this. Ponder's still in the stack. So stifling the Flooded Strand, he says, yeah, you got me.
Nice.
All right, now we're resolving the Ponder. And there's no land.
Oh wow. That's gonna
Two
have
expressive
to- yeah.
iterations and another blue spell.
I would not count on the expressives resolving. Those are extremely good in this matchup.
This is a shuffle.
Yeah. Those are extremely good in this matchup, but we know the first two cards that expressive is going to see. And it probably would not resolve.
The best card to find here would be another land to have another daze for the fetch land that Ryan has. But Ryan did see a basic plains off of the Brainstorm.
And no land.
I think it's on top.
This is rough for Dave. Got a grip full of cards.
So the
and-
plains is under it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this opportunity here taken to crack the fetch, but no, staying. If you have
want the
another
plains.
if you have another stifle, show me.
Yeah. Interesting.
Just looking to hold
that a
up
Mystic
mana for those
Sanctuary?
Lords of Plowshares. Yeah, it's a Mystic Sanctuary.
Okay. That is going to come in tapped, correct?
Yep. There has to be some downside to the card.
Yeah. So this is still a little bit rough for Dave's tempo plan here. Like we said, he's got a grip full of cards, but not really enough mana to deploy them to really pressure Ryan's hand much. All right, so Ryan does dig for that plains. Deploys it.
Insulated against Wasteland and Stifles while still having 3 mana. It's a little awkward if Ryan plays into the Stifle and the
Okay.
Flooded Strain gets hit, then he won't have access to double blue for Narset, but
Interesting. So Dave could... Does Dave have another Stifle in hand?
he does.
He does. So he could have dazed that. Stifled the Flooded Strand.
I think I probably would have taken that line. Just try to be as aggressive as I can.
Yeah. Like, Dave needs to use those cards in his hand, 'cause I don't think...
Choosing to go for it now while Ryan's effectively tapped out with 1 up.
Okay.
Choosing not to fight over this, mostly because the only card that he actually has access to is Swords to Plowshares. But this is still a fine sequence because you can Swords to Plowshares, and then if there's protection, you can try to sneak the Flooded Strand through another potential Stifle. But that's 2 Stifles down. Swords to Plowshares. So I would imagine this eats a Force of Will.
Yep.
Yeah, pitch days.
Yep. Oh, that's maybe why he kept the days up. I don't know. This mentor is gonna give Dave hell, though. I don't know how Dave gets rid of it.
Well, Phyrexian Dreadnought has Trample.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
good for her.
it just has Trample.
Here's another Stifle. Yeah, wasn't finding lands.
Yeah, so this cuts off the... Yep, alright, untap.
Team Dave. Got Team Dave in the chat. Someone has to balance it out with a Team Ryan. I won't do it.
Stephano's sweet. Is that... Oh, that's,
Brian Coble?
No, what is what's that card? It's a
you manifest it's 3 mana sorcery, you, like, manifest the top card of your deck.
Cloud Chipped?
No, it's this. Oh, it's an artifact. You tap it and then manifest the top card of your deck.
Oh.
And yeah, so if you manifest
A Dreadnought.
a Dreadnought and you flip it up, it doesn't have an ETB trigger,
Right.
so you just get to make it. So
Oh, that's awesome.
So you get to, like, brainstorm a Dreadnought at the top.
That's so
it works
cool.
with Croxa
Yeah.
and all that.
That's so cool.
I think Manifest is trying to face up for its mana cost, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're Morphus 3. Says, yep, I will gain 12.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I'm proud of them.
I can't remember what the card is called. Probably look it up. What is it that close? I just can't remember what the card is called.
Artifact Soul of
Scroll of
Scroll of
Fate. Yeah, that card's awesome.
I don't know. I might pick this deck up. I'm convinced.
Make it to, and at the very worst, it makes it 2/2.
Yeah,
has,
that's true.
Has nuts synergy with your cantrips. There's a dress down, I believe, and a showcase dress down.
Hmm.
So Ryan's hand here, I believe, is a Snapcaster Mage, 2 Narsets, and a Force of Will.
Expressive. Very good.
3 Narsets and a Force of Will.
Jeez.
All 3. Well, Stifle really doing work this game, cutting him off double blue.
Yeah. So those Narsets are really just gonna cast some Force of Wills.
I believe this is another copy of Stifle. An expressive iteration. And I think a land that he chooses to take.
Who knows? Who knows what that card is that he exiled?
It's expressive iteration.
Okay. And it's gonna stay in exile, I believe. Gonna attack.
Yeah. So you can
Threaten the flip.
yeah.
Okay, double block. He said.
If it wasn't Dreadnought, it was the biggest bluff of all time.
He beat.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to update life totals. He was at 7.
Yeah. 6. It's 12.
Yeah. All right.
Yep. So Dave gets it with the Scroll of Fate, Phyrexian Dreadnought mid-combat flip trick.
Love it.
That was the coolest trick shot I've ever seen. That was basically a 360 no scope,
Basically.
pretty much. The Hurkyl's recall on the sideboard. Dave really came to game. This deck is awesome.
Well, I don't need to change the game at the top.
That's true. We should probably update the live totals though.
I did. Dave.
Yeah, that was sweet. I really like the manifesting a Phyrexian Dreadnought and flipping it in combat.
That's so cool.
That's what we really came here to see. Not the Delver secrets and the I don't know what everyone else is doing.
Expressive iteration. Well, we did see some expressive iterations.
Yeah,
Tide Regent.
yeah, all the Delver cards and the Elves cards. No, we're here to see Phyrexian Dreadnought.
And Croxa. And Scroll of Fate.
Scroll of Fate's so sweet. It's just hard to resolve because it's 3 mana.
Do you think they'll ever print a card called Doom Scroll?
Probably. Is that not already a card?
Look it up. Doom Scroll. I'm gonna check one word first. No. No?
Yeah, I mean that'll for sure be a card. That's
Really
edgy
need to.
enough.
I love it. Yeah. I think Ryan should have cracked that fetch while Dave was tapped out. Would have been able
I
to
think
play his
Dave saw
Narset.
all 4 stifles that game.
Oh yeah. I wonder if Dave's gonna hear about this on the ride home.
Yeah.
Can't believe you drew all 4 stifles.
Well, he didn't cast the last one.
Can't believe you drew 3 of your stifles. You probably had the 4th. Dave will tell him he had the 4th.
Yeah, he will.
If I were Dave, I would tell Ryan that I had the 4th stifle.
Me too. Even if I didn't have it.
True.
No, especially if I didn't have it. I want to see a manifested Croxa get flipped.
Yes. We're here to manifest. What cards you shuffling?
It's a playset of Japanese lotus petals
Ooh.
that I let Coil borrow for like 2.5 months, maybe a little longer than that. I honestly forgot I owned them.
A good feeling. You've done that before.
I want to build Oops, I think. Like actually build all the cards. Because the deck in Japanese is only like $700. I imagine we have Ryan choosing to take the play. Got a couple lands, got a couple white removal spells and some cantrips.
Oh yeah, white
And
removal seems.
And an Narset.
I think white removal's gonna be what makes Ryan's deck sing in this matchup.
Yeah, Swords to Plowshares and Prismatic Ending are super important here for sure. Okay, we have... So Ryan leads on Ponder, and Dave's hand has a Wasteland in it. What are the odds that he just...
Fire that off turn 1.
I Wasteland here every time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I just Wasteland every time.
Here we go. Legend is Dave always has the 4th stifle. That's good. I'm glad the legend holds some truth.
Man, the folklore is crazy.
Dude, the Dave lore. Publish the Dave lore, please. Oof. He says, if you had 3 stifles last game, you're going to have 3 wastelands this game. So I'm just going to get a basic island.
Yeah, see, Dave's using the correct basic island. That art's so good.
I think my Beta Forest is in my Pioneer deck right now.
I use this same art, but Japanese FBB 4th, so they're still black border, but they're not as dark as Beta. If they were as dark as Beta, I think it would look cool too, though.
Yeah. I love the darkness of the Beta lands. It's expressive.
Yeah, you just have, you don't cast Expressive here.
Yep. Yeah, expressive.
Yeah, this land go game is exactly what Ryan wants to be doing.
Yeah, Dave not.
It is insulated enough into stifle this game.
Dave doesn't really get to go underneath Ryan in the same way when Ryan has as many resources as he does now. Was really the key was Dave getting underneath. You know, once Ryan gets all the lands, then he has, you know, Narset with spell backup,
Right.
those sorts of things. All right, draw go. Dave says, I'll take this. The one advantage Dave does still have into this with the draw go game plan is most of his spells are very cheap.
Yep.
So Dave will get to start double spelling here. Not this turn, though. He wants to wait for Ryan to make a move first, I think.
Another Swords of Plowshares. I believe he knew it was there from the ponder. So Ryan does have another land here.
Wow.
Yeah, until Ryan stops hitting land drops, there's no real reason to go for
Here
anything.
he goes.
Choosing to play the Narset with Pyroblast backup,
Okay.
but it's the only real protection. Brainstorm in response.
Jinx.
Yeah, Brainstorm's not very good when you can't draw cards with it, so chooses to do it now. Finds another Brainstorm, a Ponder, and I think another fetch land. Yeah, it's Polluted Delta. So I think this Narset likely resolves. We could see a fetch it into another Brainstorm for this, but chooses to let it stick. Alright, Narset take down. Dave opts to not stifle the trigger.
Ooh.
And Ryan
nice
chooses Expressive Iteration. I'll choose my blue Night's Whisper, please.
Yes.
Deep purple Judge Island.
Oh, life totals.
Or deep purple. It's a Euro Island, I think, right?
1919.
Oh, is that the third beta one? I just really like the art for the one that Dave has a lot.
Yeah, it's a good shape.
I mean, they're all like roughly the same shape.
No. Dave's island looks like the Yoshi Island track from Mario Kart.
Yeah, that's true.
I would want to drive a go-kart around the island that Dave has.
Yeah, it's got some nice shores. Oh, Dave says, "I'll raise you my Nars. I'll call with my Narset."
Oops.
We're for sure seeing a
Yoink.
for sure still seeing a Pyroblast here. So Ryan has 18. I believe Ryan is thinking on this. I would be surprised to.
You could Pyroblast the Stifle, get the extra land, or you could Pyroblast the Narset. I think you just
Well,
Pyroblast the Narset.
you just Pyroblast an Narset. Yeah. So Ryan is at 17.
Yep.
Yeah, all of them are good for sure.
Oh, I can change it from here. Oh my god. Right here. Look at that. I'm learning things about regular OBS, peasant OBS.
Oh, it doesn't get blasted.
Huh.
He finds the mountain and then doesn't blast it. That's
Changed
really
his mind.
that's really interesting. I'm gonna ask him about that later.
Yeah. Maybe playing around days.
Likely see Express. Yeah. Yeah, I would also not play around Dave's, I think. Just blast
Oh, is
it.
that a prismatic ending? Okay, so you can just get rid of the Narset now. It's fine. And this
I don't.
line.
Yeah, maybe with the Swords of Plowshares, you're allowed to save it. That exchange just doesn't feel like great. Also sitting on the Wandering Emperor, so
Oh, he's passing.
no, he is right. There's the seven cards.
Yeah.
He didn't play a land, right? Just thinking about what to do. Hasn't played the land yet.
Usually the counting cards and showing how many cards you have is a gesture for me.
Yeah, it's time for this one.
Nope. Rename, there it is. Life total.
It does prismatic ending on our set. No blue mana up.
Force.
Pitch
Ponder.
Ponder.
So Ryan still does have that Pyroblast up. We got Pyroblast and Swords up. Is immune to Wasteland Disruption.
So Dave can win this exchange with 2 dazes.
Yep. Days number 1.
Would you like to pay?
Yeah. He's
Says,
gonna
yes,
make him
I'll
spend
pay.
both of them.
Yes.
Yep. He's gonna spend the 2 dazes, but this is allowing him to get another card with Narset.
I honestly think Ryan comes out ahead in this exchange.
Yeah. Yeah, the Wandering Emperor is gonna let Brian get rid of the Narset before it really keeps him
Oh,
up too
Scroll
much.
of Fate, let's go.
All right.
I'm so down for this.
The unfortunate thing is there's not an avenue to brainstorm at this point, unless
Yeah, you can't stack it. Well, you can ponder
ponder. Yeah.
and rearrange the top
Yeah.
and just not draw. You don't get to draw a card,
Right.
but
Still get to Portent.
important, yeah. The Power Blast is good here. Had already played a land this turn, so it just has to pass.
Oh,
Force of Will down to 18. Also, he has 18 from Force of Will.
okay. Thank you.
Expressive Iteration.
All right. What you got?
Finds Pyroblast, Ponder, and Swords Plowshares. Can just heads up Pyroblast and Narset and then resolve the Ponder if you want to put the. I think that's. Maybe you should just put the Ponder in your hand too. Doesn't need the 3rd copy of Swords Plowshares. 2 Wandering Emperors in hand also. Expressive Iteration getting around Narset's pretty key.
Oh yeah. I think if Narset did not, if Expressive Iteration did not get around Narset, we would see that card a lot more in Modern.
Found this one. I found this one.
All right. Manifest a card.
Please be. I would like to remain neutral, but it's hard not to root for Fire and Dreadnought. He's so cute.
Yes.
All right,
He's
attack
just a
Narset.
little guy.
Are we seeing a swords here? Yeah, we are. Swords of Plowshares, my underground sea. That's pretty sweet.
Cool. All right, it's up to 20.
True.
All right, manifest another. Scroll of Fate manifest from hand or top of library?
Top of library. The Wandering
No,
Emperor.
manifest a card from your hand.
Oh, never
So you
mind.
do get to choose. You don't have to stack.
Which one? Maybe it's just all the blue cards that manifest from the top of the library.
But yeah, there is a blue.
Okay,
enchantment.
that's a pretty notable difference.
Yeah. Because it does not give you card advantage, but it does give you more
Light-
selection.
Korean FBB 4th Lightning Bolt. Let's go.
Dave's up a game.
It was sweet. He flipped a Dreadnought in combat. Through the scroll, yeah.
So cool. When was Scroll of Fate printed? Commander
Fate Reforged.
2019.
It was Fate Reforged.
No.
Commander 2019.
Commander card. It's not for Fate.
Oh, the one from Fate Reforged is the one that manifests on top of the library.
Manifest is from Fate.
Yeah.
I understand that,
The
but there's
enchantment that manifests from the top of your library. is
no,
from
there's
Fate
an
Reforged.
artifact that does it as well from Fate Reforged.
Yeah, but there's multiple spells in an artifact.
Yeah, it's the artifact. I think hits from top of the
Yeah.
library.
Sure. That's way less cool than.
Yeah, I thought that's the one that they were playing. All right, second, the Wandering Emperor.
Emperor do be wandering.
Greetings from Boston, where we're currently experiencing thunder and hail the size of M&Ms. Ooh. Wow.
Go outside, have some.
Sorry about that. Our hail was the size of salt,
Like table salt.
like table salt, not salt rocks. All right, we got 14 to 17.
Fire Blast, your special iteration. That's
Okay.
such a good exchange.
Yeah, Dave on the denial plane a little bit.
Just trying to deny as many cards as possible.
Oh wow, what's that card?
Oh, that's Savine's Reclamation.
Oh, never seen her.
Savine's Reclamation is so good.
Both of these people.
Dude, that card's
Wow.
nuts. It's really good in an Intuition deck. I don't think he's playing Intuition, but you just reanimate
That
a
is
permanent with
crazy.
CMC 3 or less, and then it's got flashback for 5. And if you cast it from a graveyard, you get to choose 2 things.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That's a like super old school tech, but that was like pre-pandemic. They played it in some of the control decks. So it was really good with Mentor and all that.
Yeah. Is Fairy Band in this format? I forget.
No,
Okay.
there's some fairies in his deck.
Just haven't seen them.
Yeah. We got non-matching lightning bolts from Dave. Just truly flexing.
Shouts out to Ryan and Dave.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Dave, but he seems super nice. Ryan is awesome. Very good at Magic.
Yeah. Got
Wins
Brainstorm,
a lot of
Brainstorm,
legacy in modern
Swords,
games.
Block. Yep.
Oh, please. Oh, no.
Yes.
They were both lands, I think.
Yeah, Dave at this point in the game does not need that many lands, so having the Scroll of Fate to turn them into the creatures, pretty good.
Oh, I think the other one was a second copy of Scroll of Fate. Oh, Ryan boarded in Meltdowns.
Huh.
Hits Dreadnought.
Yeah, it's Dreadnought
Scroll
and
of Fate.
Scroll. Makes sense.
Did die to 2 artifacts the last game.
He did. Yeah, I'd be mad too. I'd melt down as well. I'm not above a good old-fashioned meltdown in public.
No shame.
No, it's that Hollywood grind set.
Some Delver players are playing Aura Flux or Energy Flux
Alright.
instead of Meltdowns. It's like a way worse of a beating for the A-cast players to try to
Oh,
play
yeah.
into it.
Oh,
Merc Tide Regent, not a bad one. Unfortunately, it's just gonna eat an uncontested Swords of Plowshares here.
yeah. Gonna gain 8 though.
Yep, make it 2/8/8.
Are you happy that an 8/8 delve threat's doing well in modern or in legacy?
I have some opinions about Merc Tide Regent. None of them are appropriate for stream.
Yeah, me too.
Trigger Mentor, Bolt Mentor, Brainstorm, Trigger Mentor. So we have 2 monks coming in. Yeah, brainstorming again.
Oof. Yeah, this game's getting out of control for Dave. We're gonna see a nice game 3 here. Looks like.
Yeah, Ryan's just trying to pump out as many creatures as possible. So Monastery Mentor lives. We can see his prismatic ending on the
Yep. Yep.
scroll.
Oh yeah, this is over for
Yeah,
Dave.
just going in for lethal here.
Yep. We've got 20,
Throws Monastery Mentor at his opponent. You know,
20 minutes left for a game 3.
Yeah, so that game, Ryan had some key rule spells in interaction,
And Dave wasn't quite able to produce enough threats.
This needs shifted to the left. Yeah. Oh yeah, 20 minutes for game 3. Absolutely. Because that implies the first 2 games averaged 15 minutes. We'll get 5 minutes to go get some buffalo chicken dip. God willing.
If Brian doesn't have the interaction or gets stifled out of the game, the third game could go pretty quickly. 1 mana 12/12 trampler ends the game pretty fast. Likely seeing Dave choose to take the play here.
Yeah, Dave didn't really have the pressure. We saw game 1. He had the dreadnoughts, the scroll, and the stifles, and that is exactly what he needs to fight through Ryan's resources.
So Dave has 3 lands, 2 fetches and a sea, a bolt, 2 ponders, and a dress down. Chooses to keep. They're a little anemic, and Ryan has some, I think, a Swords of Plowshares. No, it just has land, Snapcaster, Mage, Expressive Iteration, Narset.
This will be an interesting game. We do need Dave to really hurry up and get a threat down, or start disrupting Ryan before he can start stabilizing, because Ryan's hand looks like it's going to get a lot of cards in it very quickly.
Ryan's hand is pretty slow, but if Dave's hand looks anything like it did in the previous game, then this is pretty good. But notably, Ryan doesn't have any removal spells or counter magic, so if Dave can put together a fast dreadnought, it could be pretty difficult for Ryan to deal with. But Ryan's just looking to play a land for the first 3 turns to pass the game, or pass the turn. Island
pass. All right. Play around that stifle. He didn't do it game 1. Got a little bit punished for it. He said never again.
Yeah. 19.
Yep.
Brainstorm from Dave here. Finds Lightning Bolt, Scroll of Fate, and a Daze.
Ryan looking for lands here. Nope, he's good.
No, he's
So that was a gas brainstorm. Pretty gas.
Yeah, looking for a Dreadnought and pretty set up otherwise.
So he gets to shuffle away should he choose. But he's got Force of Will in the meantime.
Yeah, not likely seeing a spell from Ryan here. Dave says, I am okay with drawing this Lightning Bolt.
Fetch or Wasteland on Dave's side? That's a fetch. That's Zendikar Rising.
Polluted Delta.
Yeah.
Just passes it back to Ryan.
All right.
Ryan draws the Meltdown.
Basic Mountain.
Yeah. Had a few options that turn. Could try to resolve a Narset into the Daze deck or play Expressive Iteration, but is playing more conservatively. Recognizes that he's not under any pressure right now. And
Yep.
would not like to open himself up to being shielded down for a turn into potential 4 mana.
Ryan really primed to just stay in control here as long as Dave doesn't have you know, his threats, his Phyrexian dreadnoughts.
The Delta. So we didn't. I don't believe that Dave knew the Delta was there.
Wow.
Just seeing a pass. This is exactly what Ryan wants to happen.
Oh yeah.
Just play a land every turn without any pressure.
And he has another one in hand. Got a Teferi, he's got a few options. Snapcaster. I imagine that Snapcaster really could just go in for some beats. He could use his fetches, see if Dave has those stifles, and if not, he could just brainstorm, snap brainstorm.
The second brainstorm would
Yeah.
be without
mean,
a fetch.
Yeah. Dave?
Hardcast stays saying, "Hey, do you want to play into my stifle or not?"
Yeah.
I'm not even sure Dave has a stifle.
I do not believe he does.
These are the kind of mind games that you play when you have stifle in your deck. Look, he says, "All right, do I?" Yeah, he just
Wow.
he just chooses to give it to him.
Dave mana leaked him.
Oh, I think he actually did have the stifle.
Okay.
Regardless of if you have the stifle or not, I love that play.
That Dave's got the sickest value I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah.
He's just like, that's funny. Beautiful. I was like,
Yep.
you at least like make
That was
him
the counter spell.
you at least like make him show you the other card, right? You pay? No? Okay. He's like, cool. This Dave was dead anyway. Later.
Yep. All right, so we got another fetch. Dave down to 17 now.
Finding the second underground sea is interesting. Maybe posturing for a potential escape to Croxa.
Ooh, yeah.
Croxa notably doesn't get hit by the meltdown in Ryan's hand.
Nope. Ryan has plenty of tools to deal with it. Notably.
Does draw a Crocs off the dress down.
Oh, wow.
Draws a second Croxa.
Ooh.
So the Croxa will not trigger a discard, but also won't trigger
Sacrifice.
the sacrifice. So we'll just stick.
Dave always has Stifle. You're right, I forgot.
Yeah, place 4 of the card to draw the card.
So,
So-
Ryan's Teferi is looking pretty brutal here.
Yeah, so so right now the only play that he has is Teferi
But-
into this.
Dave does have the Bolt to take care of Teferi on his own turn.
Well, I believe he has a force. He's sitting on a force of will stifle, so he can also just force of will. I think that if Ryan casts Teferi, you just force it.
Yeah, start to swing it in with the Croxa.
Yeah, this is where we can see this this hand without Swords of Plowshares or Prismatic Ending really come back to bite Ryan.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's that force.
Instantly force. Stifle and Force are both turned off if Teferi's in play anyway.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, there goes the graveyard.
So we've got Dave down to 16.
And that Croxa is just gonna
And
start.
Ryan down to 17, I believe, from fetching.
Says go. Says you got it.
Ryan to 17.
Yep.
Yeah, so Croxa untaps with the Croxa.
This does not take long.
This is
Oh, Wasteland too.
quite a clock.
Ryan is sweating.
Attack you, trigger.
Says Pyroblast, not doing or Meltdown, not doing anything right now.
Discarding
11.
Meltdown.
Gonna keep my highlight on Ryan's life total as it plummets. There's another
Second-
Croxa. Make
second
you discard
Croxa.
again. It's not doing anything else anyway.
I'll keep the one that I don't have to sacrifice.
Do you think Dave's deck is gonna play the Maestra's Charm?
I don't have enough space in my brain to remember all the words on all the cards that they print in standard sets.
Got it. Five damage to a creature, Planeswalker. Look
Neat.
at the top 5. You put the rest.
Savine's Reclamation is big here
Oh wow, very big.
for the Teferi.
Bounce Croxa.
Draw card.
Very good.
Would like to hit lands. Doesn't have another land drop.
Yeah, but
And also notably doesn't have a second white source to cast the Wandering Emperor when Dave is able to unearth this Croxa.
yeah, so Ryan has still climbing up that hill. The Savine's Reclamation was good. Did not get him all the way back. 1, 2. Oh my
4.
god. And he has enough graveyard juice. Oh, no.
Has 4 more card graveyards, so
Okay. So he won't immediately be able to unearth Croxa again, but
yeah, trigger Croxa.
man.
Discard the Wandering Emperor, doesn't have a second white. So if Ryan doesn't draw another land, okay, or Express Iteration.
And he's got plow now.
Yeah. He doesn't have a plow,
Yeah,
right?
he does.
Oh, he does. Okay, yeah, nice. Never mind. It's so good.
All right. 1, 2.
All right, now this game
3,
could start slipping
4.
away.
There we go. Ryan's back in the driver's seat.
I think you just take Ponder.
Yeah.
Choose to take Fire Blast.
All right. What's Ryan blasting here?
Nothing. It's set up for
Yeah. I mean,
a potential Narset.
okay. Oh, that's right. Ryan, Dave does have Narsets. Plow the god. Plow the
So
titan.
Dave goes to 22.
23.
23. No, it is
we
20.
thought.
It is 22.
That's what we thought.
It's like, man, I really forgot how to count already.
Got
It's
8
not even
minutes
that
left
late.
on the clock. 8 minutes to finish the game. And Dave was poised to win the game in 8 minutes, but Ryan's got a few steps between now and a win. It's definitely stabilized. All right, Crooks is going to tax the resources again. What was the Crooks that was bounced with Teferi? Mentor gets discarded. Wow.
I don't even need it.
Said we'll get there when we get there. Oh, he has the Sabine's Reclamation too.
Yep.
Take Wanda. Nope.
Fire Blast.
All right.
Yeah, Ryan is gonna start to run away with this game.
Yep.
Hopefully, Expressive Iteration finds some lands.
Yeah. Oh, there's one.
land.
There's
Two.
another.
Oh man, Mystic Sanctuary looking real bad on this board.
Oh, there's the third island. Oof. Dave draws a land.
It's going to unearth the other Crocs, I believe.
Yep. Oh, Brian has the swords. He's just gonna discard Pyroblast probably to fix a trigger.
Untap and Prismatic Ending.
Ooh, it's a Mystic Sanctuary. So
Finding Expressive Iteration on top. Oh
no, because he
Brainstorm?
will- I don't know, because this does not allow him to unearth.
Oh, you don't.
Kroxa.
There's an Narset in play. This is really.
Interesting. Okay.
This is not great. Mystic Sanctuary is really good in these decks.
Yes. Okay, there's a land. So
Oh, has the
bolt.
pyro, has the
Okay.
bolt. Oh, choosing to bolt the Teferi.
Yeah, because he's gonna unearth Kroxa now. That fills up his graveyard enough to be able to do that. So I don't know. Dave is really banking on Ryan not having a removal spell here, but you know he has two. He's in the control deck.
Casting Instant Speed Prismatic Ending for 2 from the Teferi uptick.
Sheesh.
Takes care of Kroxa. Ryan resolves a Ponder. Finds 3 Gasoline spells.
Yeah, this is. I don't know.
Likely
Okay.
looking for another mana source to,
He's not gonna draw though.
in a couple turns.
Yeah, no draw. You have a Narset.
I didn't bolt it before. So sad.
Oh,
And the Savine's Reclamation threatening to bring back multiple threats, even if Dave is able to deal with what's in play.
yeah. Now Ryan is rounding the corner.
Firmly in the driver's seat.
All right, there's that thing he put on the top of Ponder. Dreadnought.
Dreadnought.
Stifle.
He said, please
Not
let this
another.
happen.
Is he gonna plow it or is he gonna? Okay, yeah. Notably in response to Stifle. Yeah, because he could fire blast at Stifle still. If
Yeah,
anything were to go wrong.
Yeah, it's better to spend the Sword Supply shares there because one, that's what they're in there for, is to hit the Dreadnoughts and Proxus. And if Dave has a counter spell, but you Pyroblast the Stifle, then you don't have a way to break it up with the second piece of interaction. Expressive iteration. The Wandering Emperor is so awesome.
It is. That card's
Exiles
sweet.
Tundra, plays Tundra.
I'm very happy to see that card played in Legacy.
You're very likely to just see a Wandering Emperor end of turn here on Dave's end step.
EI. No.
Oh, doesn't see
No
it.
hurry.
So March of the Light One.
Otherworldly Light.
Otherworldly Light. I always want to say Endless. Something.
Um,
Bolt Narset.
I don't know what Endless is.
Oh,
Red is
okay.
Reckless Joy.
Yeah. Oh, I know that one. Snap Pyroblast. Wandering Emperor. Oh man.
And we're zooming.
Untap. I want to see a Savine's Reclamation. Yeah,
Yep.
let's. That
Yep.
card's so good. Just the whole squad.
Yeah, no prison or no clock, but we got some prison pieces. That's all you need. We're zooming. Zoom, zoom.
Right, and
And
Dave
that's
says
it,
he's
yep.
had enough.
So Ryan gets that match. He earned it.
Yeah, that was some impressive gameplay. That opener was pretty slow, didn't have a whole lot of interaction. But luckily for Ryan, Dave's hand didn't have that much pressure. And honestly, the Stifle deck just got stifled by Narset in the mid game. Wasn't able to resolve those cantrips to any effect. Kind of got buried in card advantage. Was able to recoup some of that through Croxa discards. But the threat of Savine's Reclamation was just going to be so hard to beat that entire game.
Oh yeah, Savine's Reclamation just sat in that graveyard. It was like, unless you can kill me real quick, this is just gonna end the game for you, and that's exactly what we saw happen.
Yep. All right, cool. So there's about 1 minute left on the clock, so we're gonna take a quick break, and then we will be back for round 3 of the BCDL Legacy Open thing.
Yeah. All right. See you all in a bit.
Let me know. All right, welcome back to BCDL Legacy. We have round 3 feature match ready. On the left, we have Riley Curran, Elves veteran. If you've been playing Legacy for a long time, you'll know who Riley is. Won multiple SCG opens with Elves back a couple years ago. Super strong. Very easily best Elves player I've ever met. Super good Magic player. And then on the right we have Min Hawk. He did coverage with me last time on the BCDL. He writes for MinMax blog. One of the best Miracles players I've ever met. But Min has turned to the dark side and is playing Delver today. Riley, of course, playing Elves.
Did I spell Min's name right?
I believe so. You did, yes.
Sick.
All right, so we see a Daze and a Force Will counter a Heritage Druid and a Glimpse of Nature. Trying to deny as many resources as possible. Yeah, Min on Delver does not seem right. Right, it just feels wrong. I really want to see Min play Terminus. Right, but Min, very skilled Magic player. He could probably pick up any Ponder Brainstorm deck and perform reasonably with it. All right, Riley resolving a Glimpse for just 2 cards. Or maybe it was 3 cards. Just a value Glimpse.
Mm-hmm. Gotta get him against Delver.
Min is 18.
How do you feel about this matchup?
I feel like Riley surely knows how to navigate against it, but
Yeah.
with Unholy Heat and Lightning Bolt,
They don't play.
they don't play Heat?
Nope.
Okay. With, I don't know. Min's gotta have to find his key removal then.
It used to be that Delver was favored.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not actually sure how favored the current iteration of Delver is. Yeah, the main deck Pyroblast not looking great here. It definitely has a cost. Riley for sure understands how to navigate this matchup perfectly and knows what matters.
And I think we saw
Third
that.
Glimpse.
Yeah, we saw that in the value glimpses. Min's not going to be able to get card advantage until he gets to the expressive iterations.
Very luckily had the force for the 3rd Glimpse.
Yep.
Please don't draw a whole bunch of cards. But Riley does have a natural order, I believe.
Yep.
So 4 mana.
Green Sun Zenith.
So Green Sun Zenith for 3. Oh, it's for 2.
Elves Visionary also good. This is Riley's version of expressive iteration.
Yeah, Elvish Visionary, Wirewood Symbiote. That's what we would call a combo.
Mm-hmm. Especially in this matchup.
Allosaurus Shepherd.
Yeah. It's really not until Min starts having more cards in hand than Riley that the matchup starts to get dicey, but that's not happening.
Making 3 mana with the Heritage Druid ability. Bouncing Visionary with Symbiote. Very likely just casting the Visionary again.
Yep.
And the Heritage Druid is untapped from the Wirewood Symbiote. So didn't have another elf to play there. Riley's hand is Natural Order and Mystery Reinforced. So Min's hand here, I believe, it's just Wasteland for the Cradle and then a Pyroblast. So
That's rough.
if Riley chooses to play Natural Order here on the 4 lands, stacking the Dryad Arbor, it's just lethal. So Oh,
turn.
just choosing to play a little slower and draw a whole bunch of cards.
Yep.
That's totally reasonable. Also, because you can accomplish the same thing. It's very lethal if you have if you draw a Cradle, it's well over lethal, but you can very likely just assemble 4 mana here anyway.
Oh, Riley's just gonna fill up his old hand. His old hands been around for a long time.
Can still just play a land here and an elf, and then hoof anyway. Okay, so
Yeah, Riley knows.
Min has 16.
Min has
Like,
16.
yeah, you lose life force. So.
You do that. You're doing that.
So Riley choosing whether or not he wants to go in on the natural order or just play this longer game. So you're spending the floating mana. So one mana floating.
Riley has 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, Sentinel's good here. Okay, spending the 1 mana floating. Hasn't played a land yet. Finding a Cradle here just busted open. I don't believe there was a Cradle. Finding a second Nettle Sentinel, maybe. There's a Nettle Sentinel in hand. The Nettle Sentinel Misty natural order. Finding another Visionary. Like, I'm just gonna play these 2 mana 1/1s.
Yep.
It's like the Green Spirited Companion.
It is the Green Spirited Companion. They did print a green version of it.
Just plays Land of Pass. Alright, Min kind of getting buried here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Even if he had a counterspell, can't stop anything from resolving through the Allosaurus Shepherd,
Yep.
and doesn't have multiple removal spells for both Allosaurus Shepherds. And then even if he was able to cobble together a removal spell for both Shepherds through the Wirewood Symbiote and have counterspell for a potential natural order or any other
Sentinel.
must counterspell, he's also facing down a bunch of dwarves.
Natural order. Yep.
Yeah.
That's it. And yeah,
Riley could have gone for it last turn, but
wanted to play with this food a little bit.
yeah, no reason to go for it there. Winning this turn and winning next turn is effectively the same thing. Masterful execution as always.
All right, moving on to game 2.
Okay, so for sideboard cards, I don't think Elves actually needs very much here. Like maybe they have a Scavenging Ooze or something, but I don't think Riley will bring in very many cards. Just put the 15 cards in,
Yep.
taking a whole bunch of cards out. Love it.
How
And
you
then
do it.
for Min, any of his removal spells are super good here. They play probably some In the Festiv. Oh, he might actually not have In the Festivities, unless he had already put them in before he fanned through sideboard. In the Festivities is just an upgrade to,
Blazing Volley.
yeah, well, yeah, that and Electrickery. For all of us legacy boomers, back when we played. So I used to play a lot of Delver back in 2014, 2015.
Wow.
Yeah, I know how times have changed.
Gotta grab more dip real quick. Or sorry, not more dip, more tips.
Yeah, played a lot of I played a lot of Delver. Played a lot of Blazing Volleys. I played what's the card called? Sudden Demise in my sideboard forever. Like bounce between Sudden Demise and Bonfire the Damned. I was not that good at deck building, but I think Sudden Demise was like fine. Mostly for like Elves and other, like you boarded in against Death Taxes too is pretty good. Alright, so Min's hand had 0 lands, so definitely just has to ship that back. Riley decides that his hand is going to be good enough for this game.
All right, took a look at the top tables. There's a share of Delver, but that's not all there is. All right, so we're going to see Min just lead off with the Volcanic Island, no turn 1 threat. The Nettle Sentinel resolves, sticks around. Min does have that daze, chose not to deploy it there. Brainstorm's maybe going to find Min some action. Yep, there's an end the festivities. Not great into the Nettle Sentinel, but into the rest of the field it'll probably be good.
Nettle Sentinel, not the best card in the Elves deck. But it is a 1-mana 2/2.
Yep, it's going to dodge that end the festivities in Min's hand.
That card's so good. Oh, and there's a Submerge. Doesn't dodge the Submerge, but
Does not.
I've never seen a Nettle Sentinel get submerged.
Yeah. We got 18, 20.
Well, Besage. I believe that's a proxy Besage. That's probably the only Elves playable card that Riley doesn't own.
Yes.
Proxy Besage. Euro Forest.
How he rolls.
Men down to 16. These Nettle Sentinel beats are no joke. So Riley has a Glimpse in hand. And while Glimpse won't be that good this turn, it is threatening to be quite strong next turn.
Yes.
He's deciding here if he wants to play into Daze, I believe. Chooses
He
not
says
to.
no. Potentially just a hard cast days as well.
Oh yeah, you don't bounce a land there for sure. Expressive Iteration. Powerful magic happening. Land Ponder. Takes Ponder, exiles land.
What you do?
Min really looking to leverage this in the festivities at some point. Oh, Min's also playing the Mystic Sanctuary. I love that.
Imagine that will be very good here.
Just trying to get as much out of it as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Filling up the graveyard, setting up for a potential Murktide Regent. Finding the Force of Will is just very, very strong there.
Yep. Absolutely worth fighting for. We saw what the glimpses were able to do last game.
Yeah, the first two didn't resolve, and the third one just drew so many cards.
Yeah, even drawing 2 or 3 cards versus Delver when you have relevant, quick threats, turns out it's pretty good.
Yeah, Elves is a combo deck, but all of the enablers are 1-mana creatures that have power and toughness. So I've definitely seen a whole bunch of games like the combo game gets disrupted enough, and then all the Elves just like beat the opponent over the head.
Yes.
Alright, submerge the Nettle Sentinel. Alright, here. Probably gonna see an in the festivities. Murktide Regent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, end of festivities would not be good here.
No, it'd just be a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Elves is going to come out on top of those 1-for-1s most of the time.
Wasteland.
All right, that's huge. No,
Wasteland's good.
Min's looking in great position here. Got Daze still.
Yep.
Daze and in the festivities.
You're likely just dazing literally anything that Riley puts on the stack.
Oh. And 3 turns for Riley to get his 2 creatures.
Yeah, just needs to find an elf.
An elf. Yep.
We do see the end of the festivities.
Party's over.
Just one for one. Try to bury this as much as possible. That way, if an elf slips through here, then it doesn't completely unlock Riley's hand.
Yeah, now that Min's got that huge clock, he can afford to just do the 1-for-1s.
Yep. So Riley did draw the land. Whatever the first spell Riley casts here is the most important one to him to resolve through a daze.
All right, one turn. Riley, can you put it together?
So the only permission that Min has here is a daze. Just playing into the lightning bolt. Said, if you got it, you got it.
Yep. Bolt's gonna either wreck him by bolting a creature or by bolting his face. So
I believe he goes to 3 life here. Alright, so this glimpse is going to be very important. Yeah.
and taps the mana. He pays for it. Untaps it.
So Riley will pay. Constant Sentinel. Play Querying Ranger.
All right, draw a card.
Very good.
What
Really,
can he
really
do?
needs a Heritage Druid to do anything here. Or yeah, I'm not sure what else Riley really has in this spot. Okay, that's not a bad one.
Oh, all right. There's a land.
Did draw land. Okay. This does unlock the hand a little bit. I think the only elf left though is Nettle Sentinel. That was another fetch.
All right, Riley's in the tank. He might find a way out of this.
I don't believe he has another elf. I know he has the Scavenging Ooze. Just passes.
Let's go. Interesting. Honda.
Alright, Min keeps on top.
What's the plan?
Into the festivities. here.
Yup.
Sheesh.
Oosh.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, Riley has had enough.
Going to game 3.
There's a pretty good showing from in that game. His hand, when Riley untapped and resolved a glimpse, was just lands DRC, I believe. Yes, Bull would have been lethal there. He had 3. Oh, man had boarded in. Was that a price of progress?
Interesting. If so.
Oh, he's just shuffled his sideboard in and is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just executing that. Shuffle your sideboard and take out 15 cards.
That's what the champs do. Get those percentage points.
Looking like he wants the extra copy of Force of Will on the draw. Force of Will is so swingy against Elves now because they have Allosaurus Shepherd.
Yep. Be either very good or a completely dead card.
Yeah.
There's still so many things from Elves you have to force.
Pretty much like everything.
Yeah. It's an entire deck of green combo pieces.
So Riley's hand, I believe, has 2 cradles in it. Or maybe it was just the one. The winner of this tournament, notably, I believe, gets the Gaia's Cradle.
Oh, interesting. Riley could use one. Maybe he'll say, "Can I get a Yavimaya instead?" Or not a Yavimaya, a Boseiju.
Yeah, he doesn't need that. Riley doesn't have Allosaur Shepherds yet either.
That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, so Riley won BCDL8 playing Elves, beat Lance player Randy Lentz in the finals. Randy then won the next one.
Yep. Got a lot of mainstays here in the top
Yeah,
eights.
and Riley just doesn't have Allosaur Shepherd yet. They've even come down a bit, I think.
I have seen a lot more Jumpstart open.
Yeah, Submerge is the banger versus Shepherd for sure.
There's a Dragon's Rage Channeler into the Scavenging Ooze. Dragon's Rage may not hit party mode. Oh, but there's a removal spell for the Scoos. Does not point it at the Shepherd. Says that's fine.
Well, it has End of Festivities and Submerge. Or maybe 2 Submerges. I'm not sure what the second blue card was.
Yeah, so this clock might just get there. So Min is at 19 from the... Oh, did he... Yeah, he fetched.
Now he has 18. No, he has 17. He's 17.
Okay, on that. Man, Min's hand.
Min's hand is quite good, and Riley's hand is looking a little anemic.
Mm-hmm.
Super likely to see a Misty Rainforest fetch in a turn for Dryad Arbor. And the Submerge being able to take care of that here and just shuffle it in the library would be so strong.
Oh, yeah. Fetch. Are you going to submerge in response? Sir Hawk? No?
Nope. Looking to extract maximum blowouts with the Submerge. Endurance. Ooh.
Ooh, okay. Very good here.
Submerge the Shepherd.
Yeah, Endurance, there's really not much Min can do about that unless he's going to trade 2 for 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler plus removal spell.
Well, he has the Forcible plus blue card, but it's choosing to cast the Brainstorm and try to hit a blue card. It does hit a blue card. It goes so poorly there for you if you don't find it.
Yeah. Endurance would be huge against this Delver situation. Riley currently with nothing to hit that graveyard, taking 3 a turn from Dragon's Rage Channeler.
What about a second one?
Also seems pretty good. I think Min is looking firmly ahead.
Alright. The same Shepherd returns from the top of the library. And the festivities kill your 2 creatures.
Ugh. Yeah.
Riley
Delver's
just
doing the Delver thing right now.
Riley just sitting on 2 lands, I believe.
Hopefully he's not sitting on a guy's cradle.
Alright, Riley down to 10. In Mina, I think Mina's 16.
Yeah, because the Force of Will.
Mystic Sanctuary is so good in these Delver decks. I'm surprised people don't play more of that card.
The Dryad Arbor. I don't think that's going to do much. Could hope for like a natural order Dryad Arbor into Hornet Queen.
Definitely. Well, I guess I'm not gonna say definitely, but historically have not played Hornet
I
Queen.
think it'd be pretty good in this format.
It would certainly be good in this game.
There are any Elves players watching?
Just
I have
jam
a tech
Hornet,
for you.
just jam Hornet Queen into the Endless Festivities sideboard decks.
Yep.
Yep, and Riley said that he's had enough. And Min wins both post-board games off of excellent play and some timely removal spells.
Insane.
Amazing. The man can really do it all.
All right, so we have 22 minutes left. So we will look for another match for you, I assume, or another game.
Yeah, I'll go look for another feature match. Hopefully somebody is going to cyber games.
Yep.
Zakama, yeah, don't bring up Zakama. People who put that card into the stack are not good people. I'll say that much.
Doesn't do much into Elves, but did Min really win if he had to choose Delver? I guess not. If he wins this tournament on Delver, if we get Min Hawk trophy named Delver, I wonder if that would hurt him. Holds down Delvers. Sure does. Sure does. What does it do against Murktide Regent, though? We really need an EDH spider that just kills all flyers. There's plenty, trust me. I was looking through all the spiders to kill Murktide Regent in Modern. To no success. Blocks it. Sure. Is it a 9/9 reach? Sakama. Vigilance reach trample. It's a 9/9 reach. Okay. Gets submerged. There is run afoul. Run afoul's cool. Exile all flyers. Get a 2-for-1 on those. For 1 mana. I'd love that. Veil of Summer, but for flyers. Run afoul with draw a card. Okay. What it? So we've got Coil and this person. Terrence Minson.
Oh, and a fancy profile picture too. All right, so we have a resident mono brown gamer, Michael Coyle on the left, I believe. Yep. So for those of you who aren't familiar with him in person, Michael Coyle is Sussur's MTG on MTGO. Like absolute ringer when he's tuned into the game. Hasn't been playing for a long time, but he's been playing a little bit. We played in a team event in the team open at Indianapolis. He was the legacy seat and I was playing modern.
What's his opponent on?
I am not sure.
Table 12.
17.
17. Mono blue Merfolk.
Oh, Merfolk? That's awesome.
Mystic Forge Sag.
Yeah.
Yep, that one.
Just doing what he can to feel something, you know?
Play right. Terrence.
So I'm not familiar with Terrence, but they looked like they were having a good time when I walked over. And yeah, Coyle's great. I believe that he's just playing.
Vincent.
Is Coyle playing 12 post or is he playing Mystic Forge? Because I don't think that Mystic Forge is an option in.
I think he's
in
playing
Melee.
12 post. That's what he messaged me.
Yeah, he's actually just playing 12 post. Crazy. Yeah, Coyle created War Prison. He's that guy. He's the one who made everyone on MTGO for like 6 months play multiple copies of Shatterstorm because he was trophy leader and just like killing everyone like he was actually just killing everyone with Ripnu Rivulet for like a whole year. Or Ipnu Rivulet. Terrence showing us his hand. Foil Merfolk deck.
Yeah, he's been on and off. Nitgo.
Yeah, he hasn't come out to play. Sometimes I can convince him to leave the house and come play some Magic, but he's definitely like would rather sit at home and like grind MTGO when he's really tuned into the game.
This is game 3.
This is game 3. I believe.
So Post got one, Merfolk got one.
Yeah, Terrence really banking on these null rods.
All right. Let's see who's on the play. Looks like it's
Coil decides to keep his 6, I believe.
all right, Coil. Plays Cloud Post. Let's go. Or a post. I don't have other post
It is.
cards memorized.
There's only 2, man.
Okay.
And then the Suva. With honorary post.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, so that's Cloud Post. That's the important one. The Suva on Cloud Post.
So Cloud Post tapping for 2.
Yep, each tapping for 2. Defense grid here, maybe? Yep, defense grid.
Coil has a lot of mannerisms. when he plays.
I love it.
It's so good. It's comforting.
The best part is towards the end of games when he only plays with every card in his deck will be a permanent. It's just how it is.
Yeah.
Like doesn't play with non-permanents,
Yeah.
and all of them will be colorless.
They'll all be colorless and they'll be all over the table.
Oh yeah,
And
just
on the
oriented every which
opponent's side.
way. Have multiple copies of the same card on opposite ends of the table. All of it's foil, by the way. Like
Yeah.
he hasn't been playing post. He's just he's been playing a lot of Mystic Forge. He's just been really down on it since the Bant update. Needle. Try to get some confirmation on what that's naming.
Oh.
Oh, and then
Granisphere.
3-ball
Big.
into the Null Rod with defense grid backup.
Chalice.
Chalice the Void on 1.
Okay.
Stops him from resolving keys.
Yep.
I'll go get confirmation on what the Pithy Needle's naming.
Ratchet Bomb. All right, so the Chalice is taken care of, or he could wait and take care of the Null Rod. Got a couple options. I see some gesticulating. Don't know exactly what's going on. Hopefully they're having a good time. Hopefully it's friendly gesticulating.
So Pithy Needle is naming Wasteland.
Okay. Reasonable.
Yeah, none of it can die to Ratchet Bomb because Ratchet Bomb can't be activated.
That's true. All right, so we got a whole lot of nothing going on thanks to Null Rod.
Mostly thanks to Trinisphere. Karn.
Okay. Big crayon man.
Yeah, can't counter this because you'd have to pay 3 mana to cast a Force of Will or a counter spell through the 3-ball, and then also pay for the defense grid tax.
Is it a triggered ability?
Defense grid?
Yeah, or is it a
It
static?
just costs more to play.
Okay, then wouldn't it go?
Oh, I guess.
two and then
Oh, I
down
guess
to
yeah.
Trinisphere?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess you're right.
So
Well, it doesn't have the Force of Will anyway.
Force
Got him.
will cost 3.
Ensnaring Bridge, I would not like to be attacked. If Quill just gets to untap here, he could just resolve a Lattice.
Yep. Microsoft Lettuce could really screw up this game.
I imagine he just slams it here.
Really ought to.
So it's 16 to 20.
Okay.
I mean, Quill could also just take his time here.
So we don't see any Merfolk on the field.
Plays Glimmer Post, gains 3 life.
Cloud Post now tapping for 6. He just gets a Mystic Forge. Oh, he's playing his.
We're really gaming.
Terrence says, I got nothing.
Yes. Terrence is being a good sport. Yep, kill me. So
Monolith.
can't really go off with the Mystic Forge through the Null Rod. Like you really want access to keys to untap it
And
such,
yeah,
but
exiling the top card and all that. Okay, we're gonna see Chalice on 2. Nope, gonna play a 3-drop or a 3-cost.
true name to miss it.
Okay. Wow.
So this is notably shields down for whatever Coil wants to do. So Coil's no card in hand, so it can just resolve a.
I see the bridge.
Yeah, can just resolve a Mycosynth Lattice and then is insulated for the whole game. So gains 4 life up to 23.
Oil will just get to do whatever he wants.
Casting a Steering Bridge, just checking Terrence for the Chalice trigger. Yep. Remembers it. Make him have it.
He can cast all these cards. They're not stuck in his hand, fortunately for him. All right, Karn is off the screen now. I think that's going to be a side effect of Coil being on
Yeah,
game.
many permanents the deck.
How many rounds and players? We had 63 players. It will be 6 rounds.
Yep. Yeah.
What pizza?
We get some of their fried mushrooms too. We get some of their fried mushrooms too.
Yeah, I'd be fine with pepperoni or barbecue chicken, either one.
Pep is good.
Pep. They have good pep.
Heck yeah, getting pizza, watching this sweet gameplay. I love watching Coil play because it's just like, it's like technically Magic.
Yeah. I'm a big fan.
All right, making 3 mana with these Glimmer Posts. Just passing.
It's not the kind of Magic I would play for like an extended period of time.
Yeah, there's a cut to top eight.
Yeah.
I believe the prizes are first is a Gaia's Cradle, second place is a Tropical Island or Tundra,
Couldn't tell you.
and then third and fourth I think are like Badlands. It pays out duels and then
Other staples.
other expensive staples, and then I'm pretty sure top 16 is Ancient Tombs.
Chalice.
Yep. Tapping Cloud Post for 5 to pay for this Chalice for 2.
I think you got some more tombs. First, get the choice of Mox Diamond or LED.
Oh, okay. Oh, the last one was Cradle?
Well, we're just waiting for.
Yeah, second gets what isn't chosen. Yeah, so these are full proxy tournaments, cap at 64 players. It always hits cap within like the first 4 or 5 days that the tournament's announced. And then it's full proxy and then pays out in staples. So yeah, Diamond and LED, and then City Traders and Force of Wills.
Or subs will.
Forces of Wills. Yeah, so people can play full proxy and then do well enough at a couple of these and start to build up a legacy collection. It's really awesome. Yep, Serum Powder said, wait, that has text?
Yeah.
So yeah, it taps for a mana sometimes.
If Null Rod isn't on the field.
Yeah, 9 to 16 gets a tomb.
Incredible. All right, we're gonna put some more permanents on the battlefield.
Yeah, there's a couple things off screen, but
There's a Karn that is going to eventually
yeah, it's kind of a mess.
gonna be grabbing some things from the sideboard that lock the game up.
Quill likely just looking for some big planeswalker to end the game.
Possessed Portal, is he doing that in Legacy?
No, only doing that in Modern because he has to. How do you feel about a Hercules recall?
Ooh.
in the end step.
Is that what we're about to see?
No, we'll need like 6 mana to cast it.
Oh, there's a chalice on too.
Yeah, and defense grids. Man,
That would be great though. Odawara only hits creatures and planeswalkers, right?
no, and artifacts.
Oh, okay.
And enchantments. It's messed up.
Oh, that's great.
The card legit hits everything.
Yeah, whatever. You know how Foil, like, every time he's on camera, he just gets ruined? He finally gets to win on camera.
I attack for 9 total. Takes care of the Karn, and there was an Ugin in play. Just so many permanents just flooding off the table. Here's the 26, I think.
Oh, yeah, that is a D20, an actual D20, not a spin down. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly can't even see what permanent is in play now.
Oh, there's an Urza Saga doing something. I guess there's
Oh,
an
just
Urza Saga
the-
on the field.
Just making some construct tokens, I think. There's just so many permanents.
Oh, this is great.
Shadow Spirit, oh. Coil said it's my turn to attack now.
Yes. While ensnaring bridges away, the card starts to play.
This is probably an attack for like 14.
Yeah.
That's being staged. Love it. Wait, it's 16 posts. Alright, ensnaring bridge again.
Damn. I wanted to see it.
So Terrence really just looking for a way to enter this bridge permanently, or maybe keep bouncing it. We'll try to get through. Main contract tokens. Resolving the other saga, finding Candelabra of Tana.
Oh, wow.
Oof. That is so much mana.
We had High Tide round 1, but we get to see the Candelabra now.
Yeah, that's awesome. Just an absolute mess of a board state. Just so many permanents.
Just an embarrassment of permanence. 3 Thespian stages. Or no, that's not Thespian stage. 2 Thespian stages.
Wait, oh, isn't the Hercules recall? It wouldn't be as backbreaking as you would think because, I mean, Coil has like 1 trillion mana, but it would be really funny.
It'd be very funny to see Coil holding all these cards. Alright, we'll see.
And energy flux. I don't know.
Yeah,
That
Energy
would be-
Flux would also be interesting here.
It'd be tragic.
Perfect Trickster. Iron Strike dies.
I'm having nightmare flashbacks to Merfolk Trickster Standard.
Oh, that was sweet.
The card was messed up.
That standard was great.
I didn't say Standard was bad.
Oh, yeah. I didn't say it was. Yeah, it was great.
Play Chalice on 2.
With some mana. Some mana he has available.
1, 2,
Is
3.
he even counting?
Four,
I wonder if he's
five,
even counting at this
seven.
point. Like, is he just like, I'll tap the number of mana I need to play Chalice on 2. Not gonna float any. There's Serum Powder. There's Monolith.
I think it's like
It looks like he is keeping track.
65 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4.
Yeah, Walt requested that we see Rob lose on stream.
61 mana, I believe, in his lands. Just has 61. Just can tap his lands for 61 mana.
And his opponent's like, I ain't conceding.
That's a Ballista for 30.
Wait, really?
I mean, it's not there, but
It's coming.
it can generate that.
No, it's okay. He has a null rod in play.
Oh, he's had a Nora in play.
No, that's true. So the ballista wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, what a mess. Yeah, look at all these cards I can't cast through both of our chalices. Really hurting for a Cavern of Souls here. Second Wasteland can't be activated.
But that's more mana for the merfolk. Oh, that he can't cast.
Oh,
He can cast the Brazen Borrowers.
Oh,
I'm so
God.
glad that Terrence is just letting this happen.
He's not dead.
I mean, there's 2 minutes left.
Make it 2020.
Yeah.
Go.
this is some bonds.
We're in garbage time.
I love garbage time. There's just so many permanents. Like there's at least one construct off to the side.
I am struggling to read Coil's life total as represented by the dice. I'm not sure if it has
There it is, Grim Monk.
Roman
He's
numeral
finished.
logic. Map. Goodbye, map. Ratchet Bomb. Goodbye, Ratchet Bomb. Forge.
That's an ensnaring bridge, not a right.
Okay. Ensnaring Bridge.
This is
I love this, honestly.
yeah, this is quite the
Oh, and
exhibition.
Fenner's Varus. Yep, there he gets to get whatever.
This it's just
It's a spine.
it's just thinning at this point.
Spine-of-ish saw, yeah.
It's just failing to find. I mean, he needs to find one of the Ugins or Ulamog that's in the deck to be able to answer the Null to just kill Terrence.
Yeah.
Terrence is like, this is great. I'm having a great time.
Just pure chaos in the form of a Magic the Gathering board state.
Oh, I love it. This is what my desk looks like, except no artifacts.
Less foil.
And there's a computer there.
Yeah, Terrence just moving to discard with a smile on his face. Just absolutely in love with the game.
Yes, you have to be to play Merfolk. That was my first modern deck that I played at a modern tournament.
Sheesh.
Or no,
Found a land. I believe we can now cast a Force of Will.
no
That's a
Cavern.
Soul.
Cast Hide Shaper, I think is what it's called. Ugin.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, force the Ugin. Through the defense grids. He cannot.
There's no way he can cast that.
Yeah, it costs 1,000,000 mana. Opponent.
It's okay.
Oh god. Wait, are we going up?
Oh, no. He has to go down.
You're just going upstairs?
I think so.
I love this.
Oh, he can activate the Ugin and use it to win the game.
Yeah, I have no idea what Coil's life total is. We got a Merfolk, drawing a card.
Silvergill Adept. I'll pay the full cost.
Maybe Terrence is just I don't even know what he's digging for.
Okay. Ugin up. Terrence down to 14.
Oh, Karn Scion of Urza.
Yes, I love Urza constructs. Ooh. Tap it all. He did get to cast the Force of Will on the Karn.
Okay, yeah. Just paying 1 trillion mana for it. Just 9 mana Force of Will. Yep.
All right.
Just chaining together lightning bolts. Love it.
Oil's just playing burn with so many extra steps. All right. Terrence seeing how he can stay in this game.
Lord of Atlantis.
The rest of our room has reached time, but I assume these players have an extension because of coverage. Down to 8. Okay.
Another 3-ball. So many permanents.
Oh, force the 3-ball. It goes into exile.
It has to pitch a card and pay like 1,000,000 mana.
Okay, down to 5.
Can't cast this. It just costs more through the defense grids. He said, yeah, you're right. In Terrance's defense, it's kind of hard to keep track.
If you've ever played against modern Death and Taxes or any kind of prison deck, it's usually pretty hard to understand what you're allowed to do during a turn.
Yeah,
it's not the worst board state you've seen in a long time. It's the most board state you've seen in a long time.
It definitely just like so many permanents. The best part is that none of them matter. Like it's literally just the mid grids and Ugins because there's a no rod. Like
I don't know.
He said no, I'm taking down. He said yeah, you got it. Okay. So the takedown gets the concession from Terrence.
All right.
What a disaster.
Coyle has to clean up his mess. I'm gonna leave the camera on to see how he collects all of his things.
Just scoops them into a bag.
He's gonna siphon them into his sleeve.
Yeah, I was digging for the Hurkyl's Recall, but had the Chalice, so.
Yep.
Needed Otawara into Hurkyl's Recall, and even then, Coyle has like 80 mana or something.
Also messed up, like with the channel abilities, it's so messed up that they get around defense grid too.
Yeah.
Cards are quite good. Just an activated ability.
The cards are quite good.
Right.
Alright, so that was time in the round, and I believe all the matches are done, so we're going to take a quick break for a couple minutes, and then come back with round 4.
Round 4.
With round 4 of coverage. And we'll notate that here, what round it will be. So thanks for everyone for tuning in. Let us know what decks you're interested in seeing. We can try to get some of those on camera. We've seen Delver, a little bit of lands.
Yep. Delver, lands, post,
control, Merfolk,
Stifle Knot.
Stifle Knot was
Best
3.
guy control.
Yep.
It's been sweet.
Yep. So let us know if you guys are interested in seeing anything. Oh, and we saw Death Taxes and High Tide. Cool. Yeah. Let us know if you guys there's no one playing Days. I don't think there's a single copy of Days Undoing in the room.
No copies of Days Undoing in the room.
So we unfortunately can't make that happen.
Yeah. Nobody did it.
Yeah, everyone just took Days Undoing out of their Jeskai decks and then are playing different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, we looked. All right, cool. We'll be back in a
Cancel
couple
the
minutes.
event. No.
Yeah, cancel the event.
No, it's pure because of that. Cool. You saw what was able to happen last time because there was no Days Undoing. That was pure magic. All right, we'll be back in a moment.
All right, welcome back to round 4 of the BCDL8 Full Proxy Legacy series. So we have on the left Sam Murphy, I believe.
Yep.
Playing Lure Delver. She's super strong legacy player. Met her a couple months ago playing at the Legacy for Real Estate events. I was fortunate enough to get lucky in our match. I was playing Madness and she was on Delver back then also. Had been playing a lot of Doomsday recently, but decided to switch to Delver again for today. And then on the right we have Ryan Hayes, who we saw play Jeskai Control earlier, take the match over Grixis Stifle Knot. Both of these players are super familiar with each other, but also very good at the game, so this should be a really interesting match.
Oh yeah, so we get to see probably what Ryan built his deck for, and then Ills at Delver, which is the powerhouse of the format. So Is it Delver can get away with anything at once, but we'll see if Ryan lets that happen.
Yeah, Ryan will have a ton of tools in Prismatic Endings, Swords to Plowshares, all sorts of stuff. Teferi, Narset's really powerful too.
All right, we're seeing the great narrative that is the high roll.
Yeah.
Ryan takes the play. We do prefer odd even, but that's always one roll. Any sneak and show? I believe there's one Omni show player, and that's it. Sam says this is not good enough. I can do better. Ryan says, I deserve this. I'll keep it.
True.
Got that Mystical Archive Brainstorm playmat. Sweet. Mystical Archive was such a good idea. All right, Sam shuffling up, drawing her next 6. Remember the old mulligan? I feel like it's been so long.
I do remember the old mulligan.
It has been so long since the London mulligan was introduced to Magic the Gathering. We have not changed it since. I think we nailed it with this one.
I do think this mulligan is a significant upgrade to the predecessors.
All right, Ryan on the control deck doesn't have those turn 1 threats that everybody's going crazy over.
Creatures are overrated anyway.
Creatures are unplayable unless they say instant and sorcery on them. Or non-creature.
I like when they say graveyard on them.
That's true. Dragon's Rage Channeler and Murktide Regent both say graveyard.
Murktide Regent only fake says graveyard. That doesn't count.
All right, and our turn 1 threat of the week is Delver of Secrets.
First one for the tournament showing up.
Yeah. True, this is the first Delver we've seen.
Yeah, never saw a Delver out of men.
Interestingly, we haven't seen any Ragavans.
Yeah, I wonder where he got off to.
I'm glad they got the
Probably
all the 2 powerful cards out of the Legacy format.
Probably off ruining someone else's format.
No, that's the other red card. The other 2 red cards. The other 3 red cards.
I mean, they're all blue cards.
That's true. I don't know that Fury's a blue card.
Okay, Fury is a red card. But it costs 0 mana.
That's true.
It's like what blue does. So we see Delver Not flip into Dragon's Rage Chandler. Ryan's hand's actually not that suited to deal with this, so this force is kind of warranted.
Yep. This is the strength that Delver has into the control decks is just playing multiple threats. Sometimes that's good enough in Legacy. Draw. Still have not fetched any lands, but Ryan is down to... I'm learning that Force of Will... sources are telling me that you have to pay a life to cast
He is
it.
18. He took damage from combat.
Okay. Sources are telling me that creatures deal damage on the combat on the deal damage step, the combat step.
Yes.
I've never seen it myself,
Well, creatures are unplayable in other formats.
unless they say non-creature or instant or sorcery.
Or draw a card.
Or draw a card.
Or kill 4 things.
Yes. I'm trying to click on our stream window instead of our OBS. All right, here we go. Got it looking nice for you. That's what y'all deserve for being here. We flipped the Delver. What's next for Sam Murphy? An attack for 3. Ryan is down to 15. Expressive iteration. Pretty good. Pretty good and pretty resolving.
Oh, Chain Lightning. Oof. Love that card. And 2 Ponders.
Chain Lightning, interesting into Ryan's deck because he will be able to pay the 2 to redirect it. Should she give him the opportunity?
Yeah, sometimes. That would be tragic.
Sam is at what? 18?
Yeah. Yep.
I adjusted the incorrect life total. Suffering the consequences. All right, 15 and an attack down to 12. Look at that pawn.
I believe that was an attack down to 15.
I think 15 was last turn.
Yes. This is turn 3. It didn't flip on turn 2. First time it attacked.
You're right.
See a shuffle off the Ponder.
Oh, that ponder's so nice. Is that an actual ponder?
Yes, Secret Lair.
Okay, I thought so.
Black History Month 1 or whatever the Secret Lair was called. Black is Magic. Yeah, it's the Black is Magic Secret Lair.
Sweet. Got some orbs. All right, Ryan down to 13. Send Rob my regards. Okay. Will do. This match looks fun. Yep. I think this will be very interesting.
I think it's generally control favored, but Ryan's hand is not really set up to deal with this, even just this Delver of Secrets. Or I might have lied. I think there's no, that's an underground or a volcanic island. So this needs to find some action. That is a bunch of air, kind of. Not a lot of action in that expressive iteration. Man, all these blue cards that just look at 3 cards at a time, very powerful.
Pondering the orb. Great, and then a shuffle with the fetch. It's going to get a basic island. Pay for the ponder. Off of the expressive iteration. We've got land, and we've got some red card.
Main deck,
Pyroblast.
Main deck Pyroblast. Was talking to Ryan about the main deck Pyroblast after his last feature match, and he was unsure about it, but this is the matchup that it's for, so.
Yep. So it should hit something out of the blue-red Delver deck.
Maybe even the thing that's in play right now.
It may end up being a lightning bolt. It may end up countering this expressive iteration. It will not. Ryan is down to 9 from the fetch and the Delver attack.
It's kind of unusual to see a Delver played on turn 1 live this long.
Oh yeah, especially into Ryan's probably got like, I would guess 8 or 10, 11 removal spells.
I think it's like 10.
Yeah, we have not seen Teferis, we have not seen removal spells, just some cantripping. Very, very interesting keep against Delver. There was the Force of Will pitching a Narset that killed an early threat, or kept an early threat from landing. Ran down to 8 from the fetch. All right, is everything sticking around? And another expressive iteration. It's a problem with cantrips. That's why they're bad.
Yeah, cantrips are bad because they only find other cantrips. That is a take for sure.
Cannot play them. Actually, I played an expressive iteration last night for the first time. It's pretty fun.
I've actually never cast a card. I drafted it one time, played 4 rounds, and never drew it.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. This is a hot.
Ooh.
Swords. What do you keep in there, bud?
I think you keep the Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, Wandering Emperor worth a lot, but he says I probably don't have time to cast that. Puts it on the bottom.
Yeah, it's maybe better to swords here and then try to Pyroblast on Pyroblast on Sam's turn and protect it with the Force of Negation. I don't hate that. Also didn't have the second white for the Wandering Emperor anyway.
Yeah, we are seeing Ryan with all these expressive iterations he's drawn slowly. He is starting to accrue that card advantage though. He's got his 4 lands in play and he's got his 5 cards in hand. Doing all right. All right. Does Sam have an answer to Pyroblast your Delver? She does not, and that Delver, this long tenured Delver who's been on the board for what seems like ages, it's off. All right, back to brainstorming, but now Sam is cantripping. Ryan is probably going up on cards, and we're going to see this game maybe get out of control for Sam. But Ryan is at 8 life, so if Sam can find a way to squeak in under Ryan's interaction and counter magic, she could pull out the win.
It absolutely needs a threat here. Like, not having a threat this turn would be so devastating. Oh, let's go.
Players, if someone order a pizza. Yeah, here.
Sorry, we're having a pizza situation. All right, so Murktide, 5/5 Murktide is on the field. It's a 2-turn clock. I think, you know, it's about as good as you can
Or a
get.
1-turn clock with the lightning bolt in hand.
Yeah, yeah. So if Ryan has nothing, I think he has something.
Just has Teferi.
Yeah.
So the Mystic Sanctuary is live here. You can buy back the Pyroblast
Mm.
and then
Cast Teferi.
Eat a counter spell, probably.
Yeah, and then just cast a
No,
cantrip.
he's just gonna expressive into it.
I mean, either way, you've got it.
Yeah.
You've got it rolled up. You've at least got the Murktide handled this turn.
Yeah, and he says, I would rather have the Teferi on the board than the second card in my hand. So maybe she's choosing to interact with the Pyroblast itself, or saying he probably has something, I'm just going to let it go. I think she might need to act. But I don't know, maybe she has another plan. She may see other outs. Pyroblast your Murktide. Nope. Will. Bringing her to 17.
We might see a force on this, honestly.
Yeah.
Get as many cards out that you can. It is better to permanently land to the Murktide than it is to bounce with the fairy, but yeah.
Force.
I don't hate this.
And then if she has anything else, he can hardcast Force of Negation. And nope, she's not fighting over it any longer. Force of Negation is gone. Over to Sam's turn. Honda.
Another lightning bolt here does represent lethal. And there it is. That does represent lethal. Yeah, keeps. On 2 cards, just has to
How's it lethal?
3 bolts. Lightning bolt.
Oh.
Yeah, lightning bolt, chain lightning.
Interesting.
Murktide.
Died again.
Nice.
And all he has is Force of Negation.
Yeah,
It's a berry.
this is gonna be hard for Sam here.
For Ryan.
Or for Ryan, yeah, sorry.
He's got Force for a Bolt, Teferi for the Murktide, which is going to come down again, and Snap.
Snapcaster's not bad.
So Snap Pyroblast, maybe he's going to go for first. Yeah, and then that leaves him with Force of Negation up. He doesn't know about the 3 bolts in her hand. I wouldn't put my opponent on 3 bolts.
Nah, they always have it.
Bolt you. Okay. Says all right. Down to 4. Teferi is on the field. Teferi bounces the bird. Draws a card. That's a Force of Will. He does not. Again, I don't know if you're playing around the 3rd lightning bolt, but he really can't afford the 1 life to pay for that.
Well, just has to play her on the 2nd lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Chain lightning.
And he has the mana to hard cast that Force of Will. Bolt you. Force of Negation. Yep. And does she have the graveyard for Murktide? I don't think she does.
Might settle for that. Oh,
Yep,
does?
she does.
Okay.
That bob will
Nice.
go through there. Yep.
And Ryan has 1.
Oh, yeah. 1 life.
So it does have Snap Pyroblast for this, but really needs to fade another bolt.
Yep. Could be a Dash Dragon.
There's at least 2 lightning bolts left.
So he's going. He's going to Narset first. All the shields are down. 3, 4. So Wandering Emperor. That white
Prismatic
spell.
Ending. Brainstorm and Snapcaster Mage.
Probably the Brainstorm or the Wandering Emperor here.
No, it's I think you take Prismatic Ending because it's a supplementary removal spell.
Sure.
And it handles the next threat.
Yeah, and that Snap's already getting a Pyroblast. Go. Again, Sam cannot interact at instant speed, so Ryan doesn't have to Pyroblast the Murktide on his turn. To wait for a swing. Wasteland that. Ooh, so yeah, he does now. That Pyroblast, and Ryan's got a Teferi, a Narset, and a Snapcaster on the field.
And there's a Delver here,
It's gonna get prismatic ending.
Yeah, it could represent lethal, but Ryan wisely chose to take the extra removal spell.
Yep, and she has seen it. Was revealed off the Narset, but it's her only option. Snap, swords, yep. So Teferi every 3 turns is gonna get to bounce something.
I imagine you spend the Prismatic Ending and not the swords,
Yep.
but can just do it at instant speed. So
Yep. Gonna say, I'll flip my Delver, make you have it.
yeah, flips Delver. I'm not sure what the draw will be, but we'll see.
It's an instant or sorcery, I can tell you that. And he did what? Okay, exiled. Got it.
With the Prismatic Ending
Yep.
at instant speed.
I was just confused because it went to
Oh, maybe it
graveyard.
was. I think he spent the swords. Yes. No, it was Prismatic.
Yep.
There's just another sword. Or maybe that's the Volcanic Islands, right?
Yeah. Wasteland your Volk again. Say go. Take 2. Down to 11. Ooh, expressive.
That is a good one.
If it resolved.
This is where I would put my extra cards. If I had any.
Boom, boom. Down to 7.
Ryan's played this game really well.
Oh, yeah. Sam down to 7. Ryan is at 1. 1 life. Needs to draw runner. Bolt.
Yeah, Sam just needs multiple bolts, but I'm not even sure that's good enough at this point.
Yep. Oh, and the Snapcaster got bounced back to him with the Teferi. Love that play. Love that play. That gives Ryan access to so many more cards. Snappy snap. Aggressive iteration. Or ponder. Whatever the ponder looks like. Boom. Up to 4. Count, make sure I have, the maximum number of cards in my hand, and on to game 2 we go. Wow,
Sheesh.
insane. When you win at 1 life, probably did something right.
Impressive gameplay from Ryan Hayes.
Yeah.
Really just played the margins best he could and then took control at the last possible second.
Oh, yeah. Used as much of his life total as he could. Did eventually find the removal spell for that Delver of Secrets. It's a good game. Really thought Sam was going to get that one, but...
Yeah, that Delver lived uncontested for so long. It's interesting that if the Delver had flipped on the second turn, it would have been the extra damage to close the game out.
Yes. It's like the Delver deck probably just needs a couple more instants and sorceries.
I think you need 29 or so. 28. With the math. I don't remember exactly, but...
Alright, takes a shuffle. Is that down to 6 for Ryan? Or is he just done sideboarding?
They're sideboarding.
Okay. I didn't catch it exactly. Alright, so we're gonna see... What are we gonna see, do you think, out of Delver?
Well, both these players are going to board in all their Pyroblast
Yep.
effects. Those are about the most impactful cards. in the
Oh, for
matchup.
sure. Just mana efficient, answers what you care about.
Yeah, Pyroblast answers Murktide Regent, Delver, so
Teferi,
half the
Narset,
threats, and then answers all of Ryan's threats, which are just Planeswalkers.
except for Wandering Emperor.
Except for the Wandering Emperor. New
Wandering Emperor
addition.
seems insane against Delver.
Yeah, it's quite strong.
Getting to the 4 mana is, the challenge that Delver, the gauntlet that's tough every game. But once you have that Wandering Emperor out, that's like, exile a Murktide Regent or make a bunch of guys. Think Monastery Mentor staying in or no?
I mean, maybe. Probably not.
So all those bolts.
Ryan's got lands and some Planeswalkers. Probably keeps it. Sam chooses to keep. I believe. Yep.
All right, baubles the self. Bauble thyself. Says maybe I want this.
Draws the
Cool. You get the keep it option by playing a duel. You get the I don't want it option by playing a fetch and cracking it. Or you get the I don't know if I want this yet option by playing a fetch and not cracking it. Cool. You can go.
Oh yeah, I feel.
Yep. Yep. So brainstorm, we're deciding what cards we want back on top. Right, and then that fetch again, open, saying, I'll see what you got. You might need to make me fetch this, you might not. Ryan says go. Sam says, I like what I kept on top. Now she's gonna fetch. I think we're gonna see an expressive iteration here. I think that card's kinda good.
Kind of surprising to see Sam on regular blue-red Delver in the past. She's been playing a lot of the Doomsday build, and she kind of put her own spin on it, having some DRCs in the addition of the Murktides.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people betray the side of good to join the side of evil this weekend. I say as Min walks by.
Speaking of betrayers, the Terminus's mom.
Hello, friends. Yeah, Terminus.
How's she
Terminus'
doing?
mom is very sad with me. You know.
All right. Brainstorm from Ryan. Wandering Emperor. And Sam's not really putting pressure on Ryan's mana, so we might see that Emperor resolve. And the Sabine's Reclamation.
It's like Sam's really just kind of digging for a land and a threat. There we go. Okay, so we'll get the Vulcan Brainstorm here. Oh, no.
Yep, Vulcan to exile, Brainstorm to hand.
Taking the Snapcaster.
Oh, snap. Yeah. You know, expressive iteration, great when you can do it again.
Indeed.
Ryan shuffles up. Sam really not presenting a threat for Ryan to have to deal with yet. But we assume she's got some counter magic. Might see a Narset come down. Just to ponder. Ryan's still just shaping his hand. Wants to have as many tools as possible for when Sam decides to pull the trigger.
Without the pressure, I don't think there's really any incentive to throw that Narset into a blast or a bolt or whatever. Maybe hold up here.
So he holds up the Pyroblast. He holds up a Swords.
Playing great, beautiful. Beta basics.
Yep. Delver, what happens to Delver? Delver sticks around. Ryan says, that's fine, I got it. Not worried.
Plenty of answers here. Either the blast or... Wow, I assume Ryan would save that blast for Murktide. Ooh.
No lands.
Ryan's got a fourth land in hand, but just all removal. Just keep
Look at the
chipping away
menu.
at those threats.
Oh, and there's a fetch too. All right, Prismatic Ending here, Delver. Yep, she's like, I'm probably not stopping this from happening, and I'm not going to blow all my resources on this guy.
You know, that Snapcaster looks even smarter when we're, a few plays down the road now, looking at this kind of sequence of what's been happening, kind of keep resources flowing.
She says, I'll also start shaping my hand a little bit more. Wasteland going back. Yep, because he's playing around that. He's making sure those wastelands have no targets.
Is that Sulfuric Vortex? Yeah, that is.
Interesting.
So Sam's got Sulfuric Vortex in hand. I like it.
She has fetch, so she should be at 19. Both players should be at 19. Want to toss me a water? There's the vortex.
Vortex. Here we go. This is a fight we want to fight. And Ryan doesn't have it. He's gonna.
Yeah, this seems great here.
All right. So if you're Ryan, what's your plan? Are you just?
Well, he's got answers to it.
Wandering Emperor and.
Yeah,
Is there a Prismatic Ending in hand? Oh, he used the one on Delver.
Yeah,
And,
but I
that's
believe he's running March too. I believe we saw a March of Otherworldly Light from him. So yeah, he can try and race the vortex, or he can try to dig for the answers to the vortex.
So he's used one. How many answers are in the deck? We've already used one Prismatic Ending on Delver.
I imagine he'd be on the full 4. And I don't know how many March he's on.
Well, we got a Teferi there.
Yep, Teferi delays it. Or makes her spend mana on it again, at least. And, she's not low on lands, but... And Delver in an interesting spot, being up on lands against the control deck. Yeah. So expressive iteration does. Just a slower growth spiral. Some more selection.
I think Sam pretty wisely sussed out that Ryan's going to play around Wasteland at every turn here.
Yeah, she shuffled that right away.
Yeah.
That does keep him off the Wandering Emperor.
Well, There's a prismatic ending, a plains, and a monastery mentor. So maybe if you're Ryan, you just jam the mentor and turn that sulfuric vortex around. Sam.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What I'm saying, he could just brace it, depending on what kind of answers he's packing to the threats. Both Wandering Emperor and the Monastery Mentor present nice clocks. Excited to see more Savid's Reclamation as well. Oh, there's a second plains for the Wandering Emperor. All right, says go. 17 from the Vortex. To Ryan's 16 from the Vortex and a fetch. Expressive iteration time. And card's even better when you can put it on top of your deck with other cantrips. Ryan fetches away, I believe, the Wandering Emperor.
So mentors our plan.
Yep. And this expressive iteration is going to bite it. He says, all right. Okay, out comes a Ponder. What are we finding with this? Certainly not Wasteland.
We taking that expressive iteration.
Oh my god. Iteration. Bolt here, definitely. No, almost definitely. I think she'll be glad to have it on top when she sees what Ryan's about to do.
Ryan will go to 13 from the Vortex.
Second planes. Right, here he might start sweating. Yep, gonna ending the Vortex. Still playing around Wasteland. Say go. The Emperor's still in hand, some answers in hand. Sam going to 16 from the fetch, decides she does not want the bolt, which... Mystic Sanctuary. Gonna grab that expressive iteration again. Goodness gracious.
Who's the deck with the card advantage here?
Yeah. It's always nice when you're playing the tempo deck and move to discard step against the control deck. I've gotten to feel that feeling. Especially non-blue decks. Just kidding. Non-blue decks don't exist.
We're all blue decks here.
I know. Alright, draw.
Fairy time? No.
No? Wandering Emperor, probably. Snap. So Ryan's got some options to deal with this snap. Probably gonna let it resolve.
Resolve here.
Little brainstorm. Nice.
Surgical Murktide.
Ooh, wow.
Red Elemental Blast.
Always crazy when Snap gets to turn into a card in hand. Fetch on upkeep. Just in case Ryan has any shenanigans.
Lost our
I
graveyard.
wonder if she knows about the Wandering Emperor. Graveyard order.
Another Spirits here.
All right, so she moves to the draw, gets a Dragon's Rage Channeler. That's pretty nice. Plays it out. With her ear on the modern metagame, she probably knows that there's not many 2-for-1s Ryan's going to have against her. So any threats she has, she's pretty incentivized to play. When are they going to start playing Archmage's Charm in this format?
Some of the control decks have played it. It's an option.
Here's Empy.
You ever seen someone Archmage's Charm, a Merit Lage? Oof. It's the good stuff.
Sounds
There's
brutal. Emperor comes down. Likely going to make a Samurai to block. Unless Ryan values that 2 life that her -2 ability brings. Yep, nope, just making the Samurai.
Just take the damage and take up on Emperor.
Yeah.
And we're the aggro deck.
Yep. Vigilance, very good. All right, so Ryan's down to 11.
And we got a surgical on upkeep targeting the rat. We're targeting Pyro Blast.
Yep. Yep, and she gets it. Oh, he's gonna fetch. Never mind. Maybe she doesn't get it. All right, he's down to 10.
Ooh, great heads up play here. So,
Oh, wow.
put the Mystic Sanctuary
That's
into play
crazy.
to target the Pyroblast. The
Hate to see it.
surgical effect. That's great play there, Brian.
That's an entire surgical and 2 life. All right, pondering. We are not shuffling. There's that Pyroblast. Ryan says, I know she doesn't want me to have it, so I'm going to make sure I have it. The Fairy is going to protect any plays he makes this turn. We're going to pay with the non-basics. He is.
Yeah, and at this point, Ryan likely assumes that there's a force somewhere or some kind of interaction. There we go.
Yeah.
So we got the blast. Nope. Take care.
All right, Teferi doesn't make an appearance, but Wanderer just gets to pick up on the Samurai if Ryan wishes, or if he feels like he wants to make another body, he has that option. Also, he's got a March of Otherworldly Light in hand now. Ooh, Sabine's Reclamation. Sabine's... Yeah, Reclamation, right?
That's right. Sabine's Reclamation. And we'll go back. We'll get the Teferi back here. We'll try this again.
Yeah, that's sweet. Mono white card, so it cannot be Pyroblasted. Really force her bust with this one. So,
Teferi
just
returns
gets it back.
to play.
Bounce the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Gets an Expressive off the Teferi. Hell of a turn, and he decides he wants the other body there. Gets it. Nigga.
Oh,
I think Sam's got the Furies.
it goes down to. I think Fury is a very underrated card, although, and the festivities will at least clean up the Planeswalkers here.
Yeah.
So we'll just.
Surveil.
Sam feels the pressure here. She knows she needs to go.
Oh, yeah. Got 2 mean-looking samurais there. Combat trained. Ready to rumble. Murktide.
So we'll go for the map here on Murktide.
Yeah. That is the one downside to Wandering Emperor not taking up that turn.
He does.
All right. So Snapcaster just stayed at home.
We'll tick up. I assume we'll expressive iteration here, see what our options are, and then handle this Murktide if need be. Okay, so
Another
there we
iteration in
go.
a Pyroblast. Well, that is
option.
certainly dealing with the Murktide. And I don't know, probably put the other expressive in
Yeah,
your
we'll put
hand.
the other expressive in our hand. There we
Because
go.
that can just find the land that you need.
And there's a Vulcan sitting there, so
Firmly blast it.
we'll pick up here on Wandering Emperor and get in for 3.
Sam down to 9. Crazy. Force of Will. Oh, Narset's on the field now. This game seems pretty locked up. Yep, and she's
Sam
had
fans.
enough. Maybe? Nope, she's just
No,
untapping.
okay. There were so many lands there you weren't sure.
Sometimes untap step looks like scoop step. Yeah. Towards one of them. Block the other. Or no, it can't block the other.
No, Sam was pew-pewing. Was he going at Brian?
Oh, I
Was
see.
she going at I can't tell if she was going at Brian or Narset. Yeah, okay. We were going at Narset. Okay. It's pew-pew fingers.
I see. We're seeing a lot of those in Streets of New Capenna.
What do you think about the set?
I'm super excited for it. Of course.
Favorite
I think
card so far?
Obscura Charm, the Esper one. And the Esper family leader too. Rafine. 1/4 flyer, ward 1. Whenever one or more creatures you control attack, connive X. So draw X cards, discard those many cards, and then put that many counters on one of your attacking creatures for each non-land. Very excited for the connive mechanic.
It seems like a great mechanic. It seems like a really powerful limited mechanic as well.
Yeah. Especially it looks like it's on a lot of flyers. Very excited about that. All right. Sam, what you got? Ryan's at 7.
So Ryan untaps with a draw. We'll fire off this. Ooh, Mentor's the draw. We'll fire off this expressive iteration.
I think Sam's plan at this point, she went to Ryan with the Dragon's Rage Channeler, not the Planeswalkers, so she's just trying to get him down to 0, because I don't think dealing with the Planeswalkers is going to lead to a victory. But not attacking the Wandering Emperor also means she gets to take down, exile a tapped creature, and gain 2 life. Okay, so Ryan's shortcuts.
Yeah, we'll play the second Teferi, bounce the Murktide, get in for 6. And Sam's down to 7. And then we'll
Looking grim.
we'll ending this and death. Basically.
Looking very grim. Sam got that main fire. You got that main fire, Sam?
We've got a brainstorm. We've got options.
Draw bolt, bolt, bolt. Gotta be the plan, right?
Might be about the best we can hope for. I don't think this is this one's kind of getting away from Sam here. So we'll dig for another card with the second brainstorm here. Find a ponder.
All right, 2 cards back on top. Sam's gonna shuffle, hopefully. Yep, he's gonna ponder, shuffle away those cards. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Oh no, she finds a Pyroblast. Or no, that is a
That's a
Delver,
Delver, and
a Murktide.
Tide.
Okay. So she gets a turn, given that Ryan does not have a bunch of instances or non-creature spells, and an answer to Murktide. Well, that's an answer to Murktide.
Just from the top rope.
Yep. Extremely brutal to see it happen.
Full Pyroblast the Mark Tide. Oh, well, flashbacks of Reclamation for.
Jeez. That's dramatic.
Up that.
Dramatic. So, Ryan's deck did what Ryan built Ryan's deck to do.
Yeah, Brian's an experienced player. I mean, great knowledge of the format, and you're very good with these control decks. So cool to see, kind of a control list that's not the main Days Undoing plan, and he's doing well with it.
Yeah, it's been impressive. Control decks look so different than they have in the past with all the planeswalkers that they've gotten. I know it used to be just like, ancestral knowledge, or accumulated knowledge, build up some card advantage. Maybe you have 1 or 2 win conditions in there, but now it's just
The old Lawrence Harmon special.
Yep.
Wandering Emperor looked great there.
Oh yeah.
You've got the defense, you got offense. I mean,
Yeah, because it was just a clock that game. Didn't really have to answer much actually. He really just used it as a clock, but it's an answer if you need it to be.
and that's a way to attack these blue-red Delver decks, is kind of put them on the back foot. I mean, anything out of bolt range or blast range, and they're just not going to do well against it.
Yeah, or making some 2/2s. Sometimes 2/2 tokens is very good against Delver.
They were 3/3s by the end.
They were 3/3s by the end. Yeah. So we're gonna take a quick break. We got 3 minutes left in the round. We will get another feature match for you, hopefully just as good as that last one. Take up a lot of time. Not too short, not too stompy. Hello, Rob.
All right, Sizemore. How you doing? Thanks for hanging out with us. Corey, likewise. Happy to see you. More Ryan on camera. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, that was when you came on. They were very excited to see more Ryan on camera.
Well, they're doing great, so I wouldn't be shocked to see them more.
Oh yeah. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. We will be back with your round 5 feature match. So stick with us.
All right, welcome back to round 5 of 6 of the BCDL Legacy Tournament. So this round we have 2 tables at 4 and 0 drawing in. Likely, they can draw in to top 8 next round, and then anyone who's X1 is potentially playing for a top 8 finish. So players with the best breakers can win and draw. So we're going to feature 2 very good players at X1. On one side we have Adam Franci playing mono blue. I think he's on 8 cast or one of the artifact shells. Adam is longtime Legacy player, plays a lot of like Tron and Modern, been in the finals of Invitationals, Grand Prix, extremely good. One of the been playing Magic for a long time. And on the other side we have Gabriel, and Gabe is Columbus local, super good Magic player.
Ohio region end boss.
Yeah, pretty much the end boss of the Ohio circuit. If you played any of these like modern tournaments recently, he won a modern tournament last weekend playing Blue Red Breach in modern.
Is it lands?
And he is on Naya Depths. Gabe was in the finals of the last BCDL in February, playing Green White Depths with Urza Sagas, and this time he is not playing the Urza Saga version, but instead opting for a more consistent mana base and access to red for Pyroblast out of the sideboard. I think that's all that the red is for, but
All right. I have not seen this 8 cast deck in action yet.
oh really?
I'm familiar with it. I've not seen it in action yet.
Well, we saw it a lot at the last BCDL, not before that. I'm not 100% certain. I haven't looked at his deck list, but yeah, he's playing 8 cast. All right, so this matchup is kind of cool. It's like 2 mid-range decks, really, but they're both competitive Legacy decks, so they're both trying to do something a little degenerate. The 8 cast deck is called 8 cast because it plays 8 versions of 1 mana blue draw 2s with affinity for artifacts.
Card Thoughtcast.
Yeah, the card named after the card Thoughtcast, and then Thought Monitor, so Modern Horizons 2 card, which is just expensive Thoughtcast, but it's on a 2/2 with flying.
8 mana instead of 5, I believe.
Yeah. So leading on Urza Saga, has a turn 2 Psy, holding the bauble to get the extra trigger, and then has Force Will backup for it. Gabe leads on Wasteland, takes care of the Urza Saga, and Gabe's hand is pretty solid. Has Mox Diamond, some other lands, a crop rotation, and a Sylvan Safekeeper, I believe.
Tomb, Bobble, Gabe. Gabe will reveal a random card from his hand. At the beginning of the next upkeep, Adam will draw a card.
So Urza's Bauble looks at a card in hand, whereas Mishra's Bauble looks at the top card of the target player's library.
Gabe has a Plains.
I'm in a Raminac Excavator. So if Gabe can assemble, put the Excavator in play, then Adam will have a real tough time dealing with the Wasteland loop. He doesn't really play anything that can actually answer it. The best card that Adam can draw here. Best card that Adam can draw here is a blue source, like a land, because he has Lotus Petal as his blue source to play Psy, but doesn't have any artifacts that he can play without blue mana.
Exploration. So this is
It's Sylvan Safekeeper.
Sylvan Safekeeper.
Yep. So Sylvan Safekeeper lets you sacrifice a land and give a creature you control Shroud.
Crop rotation.
Yep, just crop rotting.
Ooh, Force
Force
the
of
Crop Rot.
Will. This is good because
This answers 2 of Gabe's cards.
it is a 2-for-2, which is more than you get out of most Force of Wills. But if Gabe finds Wasteland there, you're in such a bad spot if you're Adam. It gets really rough for you.
Emery.
So Emery taking 2 down to 17.
That card very cool, very busted though.
Yeah, Emery's sweet. But he is 17. So it's
Wow.
Buster's Emery.
Gabe has had an answer for most things Adam has done, and Adam has done had an answer for crop rotation.
Yeah, really getting down to the bare bones of these hands.
Yeah, so you can see why really these two decks are pretty truly mid-range decks.
This next turn, if Gabe can stick this excavator, the game gets really, really hard for Adam. Chooses to resolve the Sylvan Library, which is totally fine because you can play the excavator next turn and then also resolve another wasteland from the graveyard. But Adam's on force blue cards, so can't actually cast the thought cast that's in his hand because he only has 1 artifact and is 1 artifact or 1 mana short of being able to put it on the stack. Oh, just a wasteland from Gabe. That's so strong here. I honestly don't hate wasteland into Knight of the Reliquary. Oh, it's not a Reminap excavator, it's a Greenstone Zenith.
Okay.
Oh, those are the cards from the library. It does have the excavator in hand. Okay. Yep. Wasteland takes care of the Seed of Synod. Yeah, he activates the Psy.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, needs to sacrifice 2 artifacts, right?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's sacrificed 2 artifacts. Yep, so couldn't do that. Forces the Knight of the Reliquary. Gabe is very close to having the Naya depths list all in paper. We got him into playing Legacy towards the end of last year. He's really gone in. Done super well for himself, learned the format a lot. The only cards I think that he's missing is the 2 Savannas and Plateau or Taiga, whichever one he's on. Has crop rotation has access to crop rotation to potentially make a 20/20 on the next turn if he chooses.
But he's going to excavate all of Adam's lands instead.
Yep.
With the exploration on the field.
And Adam has seen enough. I cannot beat
3 power and wasteland every single turn.
Yep.
So we're moving to sideboards.
So for this matchup, if Gabe has access to something like Meltdown, he really wants to bring that in. This is if you look at any Legacy decks and see the card Meltdown in their sideboards, generally blue decks, but other decks play them too. It's because of this 8-cast deck. The deck is really scary, and if you're not prepared for it, then you're in trouble. So we see Gabe bringing in 4 blasts, 2 copies of Force, and an Outland Liberator.
Ooh.
Lots of sideboard cards for this matchup.
Yeah. As 8-cast was very popular last BCDL. So it makes sense Gabe would be ready for it.
Yeah, Gabe's brother Amin, they're twins, and Amin played 8-cast to a top 8 finish at the last BCDL.
Today he's on taxes, and I think he drew for top 8.
This is round 5, so he's playing right now.
Okay.
At 3-1.
Okay.
He played against Michael Coyle last round and was victorious, so he's potentially playing a win in this round. I believe it's a win in. Should be able to draw if he wins.
So we could see one of our routine double twin top 8s.
Yeah, my favorite is the twin finals. It's just it's just the face mirror match.
Yeah, that happens, pretty frequently.
Yeah, it happens more than you would think for sure. These mostly hasn't happened in Legacy yet though.
This could be our premier twin finals.
That would be sweet. That matchup's really bad for Dubs.
Yeah. Seems right. Flicker your merit lage.
A lot of things are really hard. It's just all of it.
Nice. I would leave the room before they could start talking afterward.
Oh yeah, they're quite loud.
And yes, they fight. They're brothers. They're probably both very hungry. They're
Yeah,
observing
they're-
Ramadan.
Yeah, they're both fasting.
Yeah, Amin was talking to us before. He's like, I don't know if I wanted to do this today because if I get into like round 6, I'm fasting and I'm gonna start playing pretty bad.
Yeah. Sounds like a challenge.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Alright, so sideboarding is finished. Got a lot of sleeve mirrors on camera. Right. Adam gets his deck nice and tidy. Gabe finishing up his shuffling. Let's see what other things we have going on here. Alex Bistecki playing today. So it looks like Ryan, Chris Hafner, Brian Koval, and Min are our 4 undefeateds. So we're likely to have 2 copies of Is It Delver, a copy of Lands, and a copy of that Jeskai control deck we've had on camera a couple times. This will be our first 4 No, the food chain player playing for top 8. Yeah, we're likely to have the those 4: Jeskai control, lands. Is it Delver? Is it Delver? Then a few other decks playing for top 8, including Joe Dyer on the Eight-Mulch deck. He is playing against a Blood Moon deck, I believe. Yep, that will be interesting. All right, Eight-Mulch versus Blood Moon playing for top 8 right now. All right, so we're looking at Gabe and Adam resolving mulligans.
All right, so Adam's looking to see something, either a leaner hand or something a little more explosive. Really looking to have like turn 1 Psy plus an artifact or 2, or Kappa Cannoneer on the first couple turns of the game. That's like pretty hard to deal with. If Kappa Cannoneer can resolve, Gabe really can't answer it outside of a Pyroblast on the stack. And if it gets into play, it just costs 5 mana to target with anything other than, I guess, a Force of Vigor. But paying 4 mana and exiling a card for Force of Vigor to kill the turtle is not really the exchange you want to be making.
Right.
Both players look like they decide to take a mulligan.
Yeah, they both want specific things. They're both playing not narrow decks,
Well,
but
they're both playing like decks with linear game plans. So, like, Gabe is looking to develop the board and try not to get cheesed out by something like a fast Psy or Emery looping a bunch of cards. So Gabe would like to see a piece of sideboard hate, which he boarded in a lot of cards. So he certainly can find it. Just any amount of interaction and some kind of clock or path to make a depths, and that is a hand that makes a dark depths if you find a mana. Doesn't have mana to cast the Pyroblast, and is missing green mana, but has the Force of Vigor, I believe. So this hand is probably a keep leading on the Sajiri step, I would imagine. And then having Force of Vigor plus untapping into Swords Plowshares. And it looks like Adam's hand has some mana sources and each 2 Lotus Petal. A Seed of Synod. Okay, so they both decide to keep. Adam plays Seed of Synod and a Lotus Petal. So yeah, so Adam has a Kappa Cannoneer in play. 2, 3, has access to 3 mana. He is looking to respond to the Mox Opal with the Force of Vigor. Yeah, it is so good here. 2,
6, 7. That's huge.
If Gabe didn't have the Force of Vigor here, then Adam could have played a turn 1 Kappa Cannoneer,
That's crazy.
I think. Oh no, it's improvised, right? It would have been a turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer, which is still pretty good. Yavimaya, we both have forests.
Yeah. So now Adam can tap Ancient Tomb without paying life, notably. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5. Yep, not quite
Yeah,
enough.
just needs one more. One more mana source, or is it your main artifact?
Yep.
And there it is.
It is both a mana source
Now-
and a 0 mana artifact.
Now he needs to choose whether or not he wants to cast Kappa Cannoneer or hold up Force plus a blue card, and yeah,
All right, yeah, Gibbs
yep.
said you got it.
Yeah, plays Kappa Cannoneer. Gabe says, I have the turn 3 natural depths because the Dark Depths will make a mana with Yavimaya. So you tap Yavimaya and the Dark Depths for the Thespian stage ability to target the Dark Depths, make it 20/20. And Adam said, yeah, I don't have any outs to the 20/20.
Oh,
You
wow.
got me.
Oh, that was a quick match.
Yep, turn 3, make it 20/20. Kill you on turn 4. I'm going to go find another feature match.
All right. Crazy. I did not think that game was over. All right, so we're gonna find another feature match out for you. Should be some good ones. Our other win and ends right now. Bant combo versus Death and Taxes. Naya Depths for oh, that was what we just saw. 12 Post versus Death and Taxes. Lands versus Prison. Is it versus Depths? Jeskai Delver versus Omnitel. Delver versus Delver. Doomsday versus Delver. Yeah. So, we are seeing Delver at the top tables. Weirdly enough. We had some very skilled players on Delver, and Delver is doing pretty well. Alive and healthy.
I'm getting Amin on the game.
Okay. So Amin and Noel.
We just gotta wait for the
Okay. Well, and Amin. Omnitel was not ready. Yeah, so we are getting 12 Post versus Death and Taxes up for you. Those players will be coming up soon. Both pairs of opponents are cleaning up their things. Nate's debriefing the match with Adam and Gabe.
What do you want? I don't think he's getting
Right at 23.
Out they go. In with the new.
Yeah, well, it was gonna be one turn later otherwise, but
Brutal.
Never didn't have it.
Yeah. Absolutely brutal.
I was like, all right, game one, naturally draws 2 wasteland. I'm like,
Yep.
all right.
Yep,
Oh, I
XD.
like my opening hand. Okay,
Oh, opening
sweet.
hand was great.
And he was like, hold up a second. I might respond to this. I'm like,
No.
Oh no.
no, he wants you ready. And it was like,
Exactly.
he was like, what was your opening 6? I showed like turn 2 kappa. Like,
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, if I can't turn 1 kappa. I can turn 2 kappa.
Oh, yeah.
I can't turn 1.
Yeah, I don't think can your deck turn 1 kappa?
Yeah.
It has to keep 7 to do that.
Yeah, it's literally my exact hand plus another 0.
Yeah.
Austin.
I was just like,
Oh, wow.
okay.
I'm such a goblin.
Yeah.
I'm such a
Gabe's in goblin mode.
I don't know what other dude's name is.
Huh?
I don't know what other dude's name
That
is.
was the commentary on that.
The first game was.
Not first game, second game.
There was. The posturing was mostly what was being talked about, or the keeps and the dynamics of the hands playing into each other, and then he ripped the off of mine and the game was over.
Yeah,
So.
it's like,
What
oh.
is this? What is this?
Noel Kassler, I believe.
It's him.
Oh, Kassler.
And Kessler's on Food Chain.
That's right. Wait.
Yeah, Bant Food Chain. And then Amin is playing.
Oh, Carl Schultz. I got the name wrong.
Oh.
Carl Schultz. Uh-oh. Right. Oh, with a K.
I'm gonna go figure out. I believe this is game 2. I'm just not sure.
Yep.
I'll go ask.
Okay, thank you.
Game.
Game.
All right. So we were
Game
watching
2, Amin is down again.
Okay. Thank you.
the game. Oh yeah, because Ballista.
Walking Bliss is super good here.
D. Yes. Texans.
Cool. I actually am not super familiar with how this matchup exactly plays out. I imagine Food Chain is favored.
Yeah. Just being at its base a creature deck.
Well, as a creature deck, it's much worse than Death and Taxes. Like your creatures are 4-mana 3/3s with flying.
Yeah.
But as a combo deck, it's kind of hard for Amin to interact because a lot of the sideboard cards that Death and Taxes has access to, like Deafening Silence, doesn't really do anything because you're casting a bunch of creatures over and over again.
Right. But I meant like a creature combo deck.
Yeah. But I don't know. I would
I feel like Food Chain's
I would
favored.
probably put it in Food Chain's favor, but I don't. Death in Texas has access to a lot of cards.
Yeah. I mean, I've lost to Death in Texas on Food Chain. So I used to play it. But Ballista is huge.
Yeah, well, this is so good.
Not as bad as the mono blue Stompy deck against Death and Taxes, but
Yeah.
life totals we're not sure about. We will get life totals at
Yeah,
some
I'll
point.
just go find out.
All right. And Uro. Okay, Uro's pretty good here. Carl's going to draw a card, gain 3 life. Sacrifice Uro. Okay, 14 to 20.
They were tracking it. Just
Yeah.
our chicken was hiding it.
Yep.
Oh, Missed Hollow Griffin. Let's go.
Yeah.
The old hardcast 3/3. Notably gets outclassed by Yorian the Sky Noodle, which is in a mean hand. Next turn, this file takes up to 5.
Yorion also very good onto board state. Yep.
Man, Skyclave Apparition does not interact with Miss Hollow Griffin the way you want it to.
Correct.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. I think that's very cool.
Oh yeah, I'll kill it. Can I get my 4/4? I think Carl's deck is as many cards that don't match as possible.
Nice. I see Ice Age Snow Basics. I see Modern Horizons Foil Snow Basics. I see Kaldheim Snow Basics, and I see Cold Snap.
I think a lot of them are foil, but I just think they all are different arts. Like I've seen multiple prismatic. Well, there's multiple swords, multiple ponders. Yeah, it's definitely just a bunch of cards that don't match.
He's gaming.
Truly.
Unearthed Uro.
Yeah, it has the food chain, so
Oh,
Carl can make infinite mana here.
play all this guy. Assumed there was a manipulate fate.
Yeah. I believe he was casting a Manipulate Fate on turn 2 when I walked over and asked him if they would like to be feature match.
Caracas the Uro. Sure. Cast Uro. Oh, he just gets to
Yeah, and then
zoom, zoom, zoom.
stack the Euro with the trigger on the stack. I guess it doesn't matter because infinite mana, but just trying to find a payoff or some way to tutor another Ballista, or even a cantrip is good.
Very cool.
I guess cantrip's not good here with no blue mana in play because you can only spend food chain mana on creature spells.
Correct. Which he is going to do.
Euro.
Have so many Uros.
Yep, just found a Prismatic Vista. Yeah, so now we're in a weird spot where Carl has infinite mana, but doesn't have anything to do with it.
He does get to draw like four cards a turn though.
Well, it doesn't have enough cards on graveyard to facilitate Uro.
Oh yeah.
So it can draw an extra card a turn with the Caracas.
Okay, so he just exiles the food chain with Skyclave Apparition.
Yep,
Very good.
quite strong.
Yeah. With the Yorion hitting all these triggers, this game is looking better and better for Amin. 4/5 flyer, also going to be pretty good here.
The John Cena illusion token.
Oh,
Let's see if that comes in.
illusion.
It's because you can't see him.
Because you can't see him. I understand.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure everyone understood.
Oh, true. There may be some viewers unfamiliar with John Cena's ontology.
All right, we have an Ice Fang Coatl. Get a redraw. So, I mean, the best card here is probably another Food Chain, which allows you to swing everything and then just cast everything again to effectively give it all vigilance. I think Carl has 2 lands, and one of them is a Besiju. A tropical island and a Besiju.
Okay. Beseju probably not doing much here. Except destroying whatever.
It would just be Aetherval, I
Yeah.
think.
Unless, I mean, gets a non-Caldra.
I mean, it's for sure Cauldron complete. He just kills so fast. He says, pass. Wait, hold on. Nope, pass.
Yeah.
Brainstorm. That's probably the best draw on the deck.
Okay, Beseju, your Ether Vial. Yep. Checks out. I mean, gets to search for a basic untapped.
Yep. The Sweet Urza Saga basics.
Yes. Those are sweet here.
Resolving Brainstorm. Not sure what the cards were. I think found a Swords to Plowshares.
Oh, says go.
I think it's a secret layer Swords to Plowshares.
Double block, Eternal Scourge. Oh. Needed to pay an extra for something. Off the Thalia. Swords, your Skyclave Apparition.
The Swords should cost an extra mana.
Yeah.
But I don't. He doesn't have a spell in hand, I don't think, so. Just assembled. This is honestly impressive to assemble this board state for Carl from what Amin had put together.
Yeah, absolutely. Carl did get a few lands, or a
And
few.
Amin scoops it up. And that is Carl Schultz taking game 2 as well as game 1. And very likely putting himself in a position to draw into top 8 next round. So that was
Second
interesting.
match of this round, and we still have 16 minutes left.
Yep. So I can go look for another feature match and see if we can get someone else on camera. I didn't expect that one to go that fast. It seems like a really grinding matchup.
Yeah.
That was really cool. Carl's very good at showing top.
Yeah. Carl's consistently done pretty well with Food Chain at our opens, or our events. So we should see him in another top 8. So that is likely a Food Chain in top 8, probably. As well as the Naya. So our 2 twin top 8 streams are not looking very alive. Might just be Gabe in there. Other than that, we've got plenty of Delver. I believe Selesnya Depths was an X1 deck that just won. Lands versus Mono Red Prison. Well, not lands. Eight-Mulch against Mono Red Prison. I assume that finished. Not 100% sure. Get this name right. Yeah, the X1 matches, other than the ones that we put on here, seems like most of them would go pretty fast. Oh, that's why I was confused. There's another Taxes player that was playing a winning in. So David Lance and Noel Kasler also might be playing for a top 8. Delver versus Omnitel, we don't know. Delver versus Delver, we don't know. Lands versus...
All right.
What's up?
There are no players that we can move that
That's
are
fine.
playing. Everyone who's playing is super deep into a game. So we have 13 minutes left on the clock, and we're going to take 15-ish minute break and then come back for round 6 and then watch another set of win-ins, I believe. Hopefully. And if not, then we'll watch some people playing for some ancient tombs, because I'm not 100% sure that people who are X1 can draw in.
Yeah, there is some that won't be able to, I don't think.
Yeah, I think there's some that won't be able to, so we should be able to watch some win-ins. But that does it for round 5 here at the BCDL, and we will catch you guys after 13 or 14 minutes, maybe about 15. Cool.
Sounds great.
Thanks everyone for tuning in.
All right. Hello, greetings from Phoenix. Thank you from Columbus. We're back in sunny, gorgeous Columbus, Ohio. It's 40 degrees and cloudy right now. All right, so we got Gabe, or which one is that? Yeah, that's Gabe.
What do you need?
Huh?
What do you need?
I was just seeing if that was Gabe or Amin. It's Gabe.
It is Gabe.
Cool. Very easy to tell them apart. Well, right now it is. I mean, has his hair bleached. And tournament. Rob Wilson, Tia. It's his legendary creature name. Archetype left. He is not on Food Chain. He is on Jeskai Delver. And Gabe is on Naya Depp. To the right is correct. Life to the left needs to be 20.
20.
I got some wall bones.
I have a sweet F&M promo, I think, Wall of Omens in my cube, but I got it from the SCG Damage booth, and it looks like there was packing tape on the front and back of it, where somebody just ripped it off, so the card's really messed up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I got it for like $3, which is like 20% of what they were worth back when I got it.
Nice. This is for my Jeskai Sahili deck in Modern.
We got those sweet Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy sleeves on
Oh,
Rob's
yeah.
deck. I have a set of those. I haven't busted them out yet. I haven't played a tournament since I got them. Probably save them for the Ohio Invitational Series in July for the Invitational. That'd be very sweet.
Need to qualify for that.
It's so easy. Just literally, how many points do you have?
I don't know. I've been to one tournament and I went 3-3.
Oh, you probably have 1 point. Right now, the threshold for the invites on the leaderboard points is at like 6 points or something.
I'm sure I'll top 8 one of
Yeah,
them.
Gabe is number 1 on the leaderboard right now
Yeah, I saw
because
that.
he spiked a second tournament. He stole my first place spot from me,
Wow.
but I also skipped. I think he played in all but one, and I skipped I think I skipped 3 of them. So I told him now I have to go win another tournament because I can't have him having more playmats than me.
Good. What matters.
Yeah, it's about pride, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to find a modern deck that I really, really like. The Healy deck's cool. I'm pretty happy with it, but
I could teach you how to play Belcher.
no.
You just win so much money.
No. There you go. Judge call.
I think, yeah, it looks like Gabe probably forgot to take a card out of his
Yeah.
to deep sideboard, so easy fix.
Yep. If he's calling a judge right away, the current judge ruling is, you'll reveal to your opponent the card that should be in your deck and the one that should not.
Someone's just spilt a pack of dice all over the ground. I heard it from over here.
That's correct. It was good.
Oh, he has Outline Liberator in his hand. It should not be there.
So Gabe will be revealing the Outland Liberator, revealing the card that should be in the main deck and does not. And he will be correcting this. Do not remember if he gets to draw the card back.
Yeah, you go back to the same number as you should have, just off the top.
Got it.
Is that a swamp?
Could be.
Oh, it's probably a proxy. Oh, it's a Savannah proxy, I think. Or oh, it's Taiga. It's Taiga. It looks like a 4th edition swamp.
All right, Gabe is thinking about this hand.
I'm trying to see how many cards you have. He should be looking at 7.
He, Clay might be searching to make sure he does this ruling correctly. I don't think Clayton's judged like a ton of events since they changed it. This was like a pretty shortly before the pandemic change, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, this hand is not keepable from Gabe anyway.
Okay.
It has multiple dark depths. It's literally 5 lands and an Elvish Reclaimer.
Seems good.
It's not keepable at all.
That's all you need. Rob is going to definitely be glad he is playing white.
Yeah, in this matchup.
You monster.
I mean, these are sideboard cards.
That's not a sideboard card.
Yeah, it's in my sideboard.
Never convinced me of that.
It's in my sideboard, and then at the beginning of the game, I reveal it. Show me what else my 15th sideboard card is.
Can I tell you what happened?
He just forgot to desideboard, right?
He had a sideboard card in his deck still.
Yeah.
I have the 14 card sideboard,
Yeah.
61 card main deck.
Yeah.
So they're resolving it right now.
This means it's the easy fix.
Yeah.
Seemed right. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, I should update this.
Oh, Gabe said actually I presented a 62 card deck because my main deck has 61 cards. He told me about that before the tournament.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I don't understand why you would play 61.
Just needs it. Because of all the crop rotation targets.
I'm sure that's it. So you draw crop rotation less often?
Yes.
Heck yeah.
There you go.
Japanese Showcase Outland Liberator?
Yo.
What's happening? Gabe drew his opener in game 1, and he had a sideboard card in it. So yeah, they're just resolving that issue. Oh, he kept it.
Wow.
I guess he's just turned to finding a stage.
Yeah, probably is counting on Rob to play a threat and then not a wasteland. But
Well, you can't go wasteland there if you're
threat and then the turn after not a wasteland.
yeah, I mean it wouldn't matter because Gabe had a forest anyway.
Oh, true.
Because yeah.
No, I mean for the land that he tutors up.
Oh yeah.
So Rob just takes care of that real quick.
Gabe's hand is actually just 6 lands. I am gonna ask him why he kept his hand
True.
because I don't know.
I can understand maybe against Delver you want to have as many resources as possible, but lands and no spells. You just get to play 1 spell a turn. Seems pretty bad into Delver. You want to be able to double spell them.
Ponder.
Onda.
He missed his surveil trigger, or maybe he just did it really fast.
He's not terribly concerned about surveilling.
Well, it's just I don't think Rob would miss it. I'm pretty sure he just did it really fast. Bug you.
Those basics do not seem like they're from the same set.
They're not. The Mountain is Arabian Nights.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That art is printed in beta, but
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
you can see the little set symbol. It's a sword.
I guess you can, because you're looking at the big screen.
Yeah, that helps. You also can look at that screen.
I can.
Delver trigger. Oh man, oh man.
There's an instant on there. Really should make our camera maybe a little bit higher. We can fix that for top 8.
Robert just resolving a bunch of cantrips. Gabe would like to draw any spell, really. I guess he has crop rotation. That's not too bad.
Yeah, crop rotation can do some work here.
His best draw is actually just another wasteland.
Yeah.
To waste the waste, and then you have a crop rot for stage for Mayor Age.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 1914. Oh, he did draw the wasteland.
Wow.
Yeah, he said waste you. Said crop rotation.
Cool. He's gonna get a Thespian stage with a B.
Interesting. So they love backding.
Yep.
Interesting. Both players prioritizing basic lands.
All right, Rob, you got the ending, the swords, or the March of Otherworldly Light, or the Archmage's Charm.
What? I don't think some of those are in his deck.
What he needs.
Or the Into the Royal.
The Into the Royal, or the Blink of an Eye. Functional reprint of Into the Royal.
Yeah, but it's uglier though.
That's true. But boy, did I play it. God, love that card.
True.
Boomerang. Boomerang would be pretty good.
Add the swords.
Wow, Gabe up to 34.
Yeah.
Gabe, what are you doing?
Yeah, we can't see the dice on me.
Should be going down to
Either 30 or 31. 28.
28.
He just said, yeah, it's 28.
I trust him.
We got
Is it just
attack.
for
He got
fun?
attack
No.
for 6. So
This is not just for fun. This is for top 8.
yeah, this is a win and in. Both players are X and 1.
Rob does have a chance to make it into top 8.
Yeah, he I think he top 8'd the first one and then did not top 8 any of the other ones. Has played in all of them.
Is this the first one Corey's not played in?
Maybe.
And then McKnight. I think McKnight's played in every one except for maybe one.
I know. I think McKnight's played in all of them. There were only 1 or 2 people who played in all of them.
Yeah, I think it was Corey and McKnight.
Yeah.
Why didn't you, Scrub?
Probably tried to reg too late. Hey, we only had 63 people, so if you showed up, you would have had a spot.
Yeah.
Should have just been here anyway.
Today was bad timing. Oh.
Yeah, bad timing for whatever else you had going on.
Oh.
It's BCDL day.
All right, so Gabe is at 21 probably.
Yep. 21.
Rob's going zoom zoom. Gabe's going draw some shit that's not lands, some stuff that's not lands.
He has drawn and spell this game.
Athens today, Ohio or Greece?
God, I hope it's not Ohio. That sounds like a bad time.
Oh, it did both. Athens, Ohio, Greece. I don't know they had Ohio in Greece.
I think there is probably a Greece, Ohio.
I know there's a Troy.
But it's spelled different.
There's a Troy, there's a Sparta.
All right, yep. Gabe said my 6 lander was not enough.
There's a Troy, there's a Sparta, there's a Utica.
There used to be a Six Flags.
Used to be a Six Flags.
Or Gabe,
They're in Athens, Georgia.
yeah, I think. So Gabe looking to bring in these 5 blast effects and endurances. Not the Outland Liberator that wiggled its way back into his main deck.
Sound Outland Liberator makes.
Well, that sound was unpleasant, and Outland Liberator is unpleasant to stare down on the other side of the table. So
Card's great.
yeah, I get to see that. No, it is great, but every time I see one, it's because my opponent brings one in against me, and I'm trying to do some
Artifact and enchantment stuff.
nonsense.
I don't play artifacts or enchantments.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's probably my fault. I play some Enchantress on Moto sometimes. It's like pretty free 4-1s. I think people just like can't beat Enchantress. Usually when you lose with Enchantress is because you beat yourself.
I beat Enchantress last night with Jeskai here, Precinct 1.
Actually, how? Engineer explosives in the sideboard?
EE, Prismatic Ending. Teferi.
Teferi's bad. Prismatic
Heroic
ending is like
reinforcements.
medium. Engineer explosives is nuts.
I mean, I just kept bouncing his Utopia Sprawl and Enchantress's Presence and kept him off having a billion mana.
Feels bad.
All the while making 1/1 human creature tokens.
Yeah, you should have just told your brother to move literally tomorrow. Not today. I don't get it. Sounds like a misplay.
Indeed. Okay, so Rob won that game. I need to update the graphic. Game 2. Rob up a game. Are we gonna see a twinless top 8? The rare Ohio twinless top 8?
Yeah, that would be kind of weird.
Yeah. Very rare occurrence.
Those BCDL sleeves look so good.
They do. Is it as rainy and miserable in Athens as it is here? Perfy. Man, I got woken up this morning before my alarm to go run an errand, and then went back to sleep, and then my alarm didn't go off.
I went to bed at 7 in the morning. Yeah,
Nice.
suffering. My life is pain.
Nice.
Yeah.
Are you working a night shift or something?
Something like that.
Okay. Got it. It's muddy, which is awful. I misread that as useful. I'm sorry.
Yeah, mud is so useful. It's good at making stuff dirty and being an inconvenience.
I was trying to think of a reason mud would be useful. It's more traction, so
It helps you build houses out of clay.
if
As
you
an
were
adhesive?
not trying to slip down a hill, depending on how deep down and how slick the
I'm
mud
pretty
is,
sure
it would be helpful.
I'm pretty sure that mud would be helpful for you to slip down the hill.
What?
I'm I, I think that mud does the opposite of what you
I
were
think
saying
mud
it
would
does.
be useful to help you slip down the hill.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, Gabe leads on Yavamaya, Cradle of Growth, and a Green Sun Zenith for 0. This is a Dryad Arbor. Never not a Dryad Arbor.
Is mud good in this meta?
God, mud is so unplayable.
It'll help you slip down a hill fast.
Meta Worker just like cost 3 mana. I mean, mud is kind of sweet. Meta Worker is a dope card.
Got good art.
You know what mud stands for?
Metalworker.
Uh-huh. You won't guess it.
Under Desecration.
Metalworker Underground Domination.
Nice. That's sweet.
Yeah, I don't know.
Good
Why
band
I
name.
don't know why they call it that.
A sweet band name.
Metalworker Underground Domination.
Yes. Rob doing the tempo thing. Keeping Gabe off relevant plays and hoping his Delver flips into 3 or 4 turn clock. Poor metal workers. If you saw a metal worker getting bullied, would you stop in and intervene?
Unlikely. He probably had it coming, to be honest. Metalworker's never done anything nice.
Do you think metalworker knows how to cuss?
Oh yeah, Metalworker for sure knows some words that are not appropriate for stream. I'll tell you later, don't worry.
Okay, thank you. I want to know what metalworker knows so I can fight it.
Metalworker knows a lot. Raised on the streets.
Does metalworker belong to the streets?
Yeah, after the collapse of the Tolarian Academy. Okay, so Endurance is super good here, and Gabe has multiple blast effects to represent protection and removal spell for Murktide Regent. This is it's not like a super good spot for Gabe because he can't really pressure Rob, but Rob's got a lot to fight through. Endurance is so powerful in these board states. It just has reach.
Oh yeah,
Why?
it's insane. Flash and reach.
Yeah, cast a Brainstorm, I think. I'm not sure what. But, yeah, Gabe blasted it.
Firmly blast it.
Get that out of here.
Yep, Rob's gonna resolve that DRC trigger.
I'm pretty not worried about the ball.
Finds the plateau. Oh, man. I make fun of Rob all the time because he sometimes puts plateau in his Jeskai deck.
Yeah.
It's in Legacy. And I don't think he wasn't playing one of the last BCDL. And I don't think he's playing one today.
Could find out. I'm curious. We're not gonna say it on stream. We'll find our answer. We have our answer.
Interesting. He wasn't playing one last time.
Why doesn't Legacy have strip mine? True.
I mean, Wasteland is pretty much strip mine. I mean, Ghost Quarter is pretty much strip mine into some of these decks. Just Tectonic Edge them.
Excellent. Useful information.
Yes, thank you, Wikipedia. Pyroblast again.
Yep, Gabe said, I know these Delver players, and I know what they're up to, and I'm gonna stop it.
You drew another Endurance.
Wowie.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it's looking good for Gabe.
if Gabe could get one more land in the graveyard and turn on this,
Elvish Reclaimer, he'll just have an army of beaters, which he can with the crop rotation, but it's probably better just to attack with endurance and
Hold up endurance.
hold up endurance. You also have Elvish Reclaimer in play to represent the Sajiri step.
Oh yeah.
So if Rob double blocks, then it doesn't work out for him.
Right.
And some of these decks, the depthless, but yeah, it's the BCDL Chicken Brainstorm.
Oh,
The
nice.
promo for playing in the BCDL in the last, it was 2 BCDLs ago,
Yep.
I think, was the Brainstorm Chicken, because it's the one that Randy won and he got the oversized chicken
of it.
painting it.
That's right. It was
Yeah.
him and Chris Harney, Chad Harney.
Chad in the finals, and
I remember.
yeah, Lance versus Dover. So
Elvish Reclaimer is sweet.
yeah, Elvish Reclaimer is awesome. That card's really cool.
I'm happy to see just like an army of dudes here. My kind of magic.
Yeah, creatures and using the combat step, and
Ooh.
I don't know. There's
No
not a
cantrips.
there's not a Thassa's Oracle in sight.
Ooh.
Force of Will, the second endurance.
No pyroblast for that, huh? That's all right. I'll take 3. So Rob is at 15.
Dark Depths. That is a Merit Leech if I've ever seen one. Containment Priest. Okay.
Ooh.
Just going for it.
A
And-
non-token creature would enter the battlefield and it wasn't cast, exile it instead.
Yep, and has Elvish Reclaimer up for Sajiri Step if Rob happens to draw a piece of interaction for the Merit Leech. And can just hold it up over multiple turns.
So is the containment priest there for anything other than Green Sun Zenith? Is that it?
I think it's just Crimson Zenith.
Okay. Just had some cards you wanted to take out probably.
Yeah, it doesn't hit anything other than that, I don't think.
You got Rob.
Do the Wasteland a little bit?
Right on time.
Second Elvish Reclaimer. Just going for it, he says. He says, how many cards do you have in hand? None? Alright, find Sajiri Step. Protection from blue, kill you.
Yep. Alright, so Gabe takes game 2. Exciting.
Yeah, well, he kept a hand that had more than one spell in it. And he drew pretty well, too. Had multiple Pyroblasts, multiple Endurance.
Oh yeah. Was nuts. Going to game 3.
Let's get it.
Touch.
Was that Gabe?
Sounds like Gabe. We did make sure there were no nether spirits in the room for the graveyards.
Oh, did you do that? Because Nether Spirit isn't something I typically check for. I didn't do that personally.
I did.
You did? Okay.
I didn't want to get scared.
Okay, thank goodness. Now,
If I saw a nether spirit and I didn't know it was coming, I'd get real scared.
well, you would at least know that there's no other creatures coming.
That's true.
Can you beat this 2/2?
Legal and modern now.
Yeah, that's interesting is the word that I'll use to describe that choice. Why would you print that card in a modern?
Unban Dread Return.
Excuse me?
Unban Dread Return.
You know that I would be playing that card, right?
Oh yeah.
And people would not have a good time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm down, but like, you don't want that, I promise. That sounds like a really bad time.
Unban Ponder.
That sounds like an even worse time than unbanning Dread Return,
I
actually.
think that the blue players need some more tools. I don't think they're doing well enough in the format.
Oh yeah,
right now.
you're right. Yeah, they need the help for sure.
I think I've seen more blue decks in the last modern tournament that I played than this one.
Oh yeah, and they're really struggling with some matchups too. I think the only decks that be 4-color are Burn and Belcher, so you should probably just ban Goblin Guide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I've done well against the 4-color deck.
Well, I just play one of the decks that can actually beat it. So.
Yeah.
But it makes I want to play some other stuff like some of the Asmo food deck or some stuff like that. But like I got a sweet Willow Geist.
Would Deathrite Shaman solve some of the format's problems? No.
It would just make all the problems much worse.
Yes. 4-color decks with Deathrite Shaman would be
outrageous.
Yeah.
Are we talking about in Legacy in particular? Because no, Deathrite Shaman would be outrageous in any format if it was reintroduced.
Could reprint it in Standard.
Oh yeah, it would not be
It'd be
playable.
fine in
Standard.
Pioneer.
It would
It's
be
legal in Pioneer.
Yeah, it's not playable in Pioneer because no fetches.
Yeah. No, I don't think there are any problems with Modern or Legacy that Deathrite Shaman would make better. I think a lot of the problem with Modern is that aggro decks are choked out of the format by Prismatic Ending, Fury, and Solitude, and Omnath.
Yeah, those cards are pretty good against
And Yorion.
Wild Nacatl.
Not Wild Nacatl. Wild Nacatl can eat more than half of a Fury. That's pretty good. It snipes Delirium and keeps graveyards in check. The only graveyard deck is Temur Murktide. I do not know why they started splashing a 3rd color to make them like exclusively a graveyard deck, but
it's just mostly to play Veil of Summer.
Yeah.
And Tarmogoyf is like a pretty good card.
Don't say that.
In decks that just want an efficient beater. Hey, I won a modern tournament playing Tarmogoyf.
I know.
I never thought that would happen. But to be fair, it was the best Tarmogoyf deck of all time.
No, Living End, I guess. It would be fine against Living End. It'd be fine though. Not great.
Yeah, it would not be great. I'm down for things that make Living End worse. Yeah, we should unban that card. For sure.
No. Deathrite Shaman in 4-color Yorion seems way over the top.
Yeah, I'm good. But maybe it makes John playable again. That looks like a game loss.
What?
Coil Leader.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, both players are happy with their hands. Just playing some lands and casting cantrips, etc. So the game scan has a bunch of lands in it. But
And the basic planes.
yeah, base planes are good. So just finding the Dryad over here again. This is with mana protection to play around days. Oh, Cassie did it for 1. Okay, never mind. It wasn't for Dryad Arbor. It was for Elvish Claimer. Days is so strong.
Days is a pretty good. It's a pretty good legacy card.
We have a Chicken Brainstorm from Rob.
Next land. Another Tundra. Interesting. See, Rob has an island in hand too. Yeah, does Rob have red sources? Do we know? Has anyone checked on Rob?
No, I mean, Gabe plays a plateau and then plays a Sylvan Library with Daze Protection and Pyroblast backup.
Yep.
Okay, force
Bonk.
pitch Daze. This has to if Rob has another force, you have to force it.
Yeah. Oh,
Yep, resolves. This is so good for Gabe.
Rob is running Prismatic Ending.
Yeah,
To be fair.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, Rob has an island of Sword Splashers.
Yep. So it just has to find an answer to that Sylvan Library. Especially with no clock, Gabe just gets to potentially draw 3 with it. And as we saw with the
Well, he didn't
Elves.
shuffle off the Ponder, so as the Murktide Regent. So Gabe does have another copy of Pyroblast to answer this Murktide, and if Rob didn't shuffle off the Ponder to find an answer for Sylvan Library, because he had an early Murktide Regent to pressure, then Rob could definitely get punished here for not answering the Sylvan Library.
yeah.
Yeah, this could be a really pivotal turn in the game.
Oh, says I'll draw 3.
Yeah, take 8, you coward. Against Delver.
Yeah, against Delver.
Oh, Pyroblast does resolve.
Into the choke. An absolute
Wow.
banger.
I heard the exhale.
Some heavy breathing heard around the world.
Wow.
All there's a crowd around the feature match area. All the blue mages look at each other in sheer terror.
Yeah, this is huge. This is absolutely massive.
Wow. It may have been the biggest turn in the whole tournament so far. Just so good. It's been a minute since I've seen anybody get choked out.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Rob says, I have no untapped lands. I cannot play the game. You got it.
Gabe wins and makes it into top 8.
Yeah, at 5-1. His loss was real narrow too.
Yeah. So
Wow.
the not the
That was
dream of
super
the
good.
twinless top 8, because I don't wish all of them, but like the possibility.
Yeah,
of
it's
a
not.
twinless
It's
top
not.
8.
It's not
It doesn't
possible
happen.
for both of them to miss top 8 at the same time.
Hello.
We got Min,
Yeah.
previous co-commentator,
Yeah.
just casually picking up Delver, the menace of the format, and double drawing, I believe, into the top 8.
That is correct. I didn't just pick it up, man. I've been playing for like the past like 2 months, pretty nonstop.
How did you
so.
figure out how to play Brainstorm with Delta?
Well, he was.
Those I practice with.
Yeah, Ponder. This is like his whole identity.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Ponder is. What's up, man? No, I'm not saying anything
We're all
important.
talking.
No, I have nothing to say.
We're just talking.
Yeah. Do you guys want another feature?
How much time is it? 12 minutes?
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I'm gonna go now. My deck sucks. I mean, my deck is too good. It shouldn't exist. Bye.
Yep. It is quite strong.
It's late.
All right, so we have about 12 minutes left, so I think we're gonna take a break and then set up for top 8. Do a top 8 announcement, and then we'll try to create a poll, I think, in the chat and see what matchup you guys want when the top 8 shakes out and we see exactly what the matchups are.
Or you can just say in chat. We'll
Or you
put
can
'em
just
up there.
say, yeah. We'll figure out what people are playing against, what decks are playing against each other, and then get that all sorted and try to let you guys choose.
Yep.
So it's for sure two blue-red Delvers. Koval's on Delver.
Yep.
Min is on Delver.
And then
Ryan is on Control. Chris is on
Ryan is
Land.
under control.
What is it?
Ryan.
No, Ryan.
Ryan. Yeah.
Ryan. Yeah, so Ryan's on Control. We saw him on the camera. And then Chris is on Lands. And then Gabe won.
Oh,
So I think all the X1s had to play, so I think an X2 might make it. So I think it'll come down to breakers because there were X1s went down to 12th place.
okay. So it's looking like Chris Hafner on lands.
So there should be one X2 I think in top 8.
Yeah. So the 7 that are confirmed: Min on Delver, Brian Koval on Delver, Ryan on Jessica Control, Chris Hafner on lands, Ian Littlefield on Mono Red Prison.
Blood Moon Stompy.
Yeah.
Stompy.
Sam Murphy, who we saw on camera earlier, she's on Desert Delver. Bill Caminos on Selesnya Depths. Gabe on Naya Depths.
Yeah, they're
One,
basically the same.
3, 4. Oh, that's 8.
Oh really?
Bill Caminos and this one. Yeah. And then it's this an X1 match.
They were X2.
Yep.
They
So
were
clean cut.
Okay. Okay.
Cool. So we'll just wait on standings. So we've got 2 depth decks,
3 Delver
3 Delver,
lands
and Mono Red Prison,
and
Jessica Control.
and Jessica Control. Okay, cool. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We are gonna take a 10-ish, 12-ish minute break, and then we'll be back with the bracket and top 8. Cool.
See you then.
Thanks.
Letter for Adam. What's my letter?
No.
Is this literally a letter for me?
Sweet.
You know what K is for?
Napa? Yep. Getting blown out by horses bigger?
Yeah, that was painful.
He did Rob way.
All right. So we're getting set up. We're getting set up for Jeskai Control versus Mono Red Prison. So this is the control player we've been following all day. He's probably concerned. Left, Jeskai Control. Whoa. Archetype right. Mono red. Reason. Player on the left, that is Ryan. Ryan Hayes. Ryan Hayes, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
On just got control.
And then left,
I don't know his name.
Ian
A little foot.
Littlefield.
No. But that was foot. Yes.
Right. Mono red Pries. Prix. It's French. Like Grand Prix.
Yeah, replay footage would be nice. And hopefully that we do that, because the last two times, the first time it didn't save. And then the second time they're like, yeah, we're going to save it. And it only sits on the VOD on the channel for 2 weeks or something. And they didn't save it, so it got deleted.
That's mine, right? Yeah, you do have a water bottle.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, he's definitely going to save it this time, because the last two times were streamed and didn't have replay footage, which is pretty unfortunate.
BCDL8 rounds. Quarterfinals.
When we're more established and have emotes and can run polls and all that good stuff, then
I can.
I want to get predictions going for the matches in the top 8.
Oh,
That
yeah.
would be awesome. Oh, do you know what the card Fireflux Squad does?
What?
Fireflux Squad.
No.
He's got 3 of them in his hand.
Let's find out.
Decides to ship it back. Yeah, Fireflux Squad's a reader. It's like Winota kind of a mono red.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Whenever Fireflux Squad attacks, you may exile another target attacking creature you control. If you do, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card onto the battlefield tapped and attacking, and the rest on the top. Okay. So when it attacks, you transmogrify another creature you control.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's a 4-mana 4/3 with haste.
Okay.
And you just hit
A Rebel Master.
Rival Master tokens.
Yeah.
And you get free dudes.
I like it. Card Fireflux Squad. We don't have a bot here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I have no part in setting up the stream or any of that, so I'm gonna say that it's because Rob's a boomer.
Yep.
Yep.
I need to get that bot into my stream.
Boomer Rob bot.
No, the card bot.
You would just exclamation point Boomer Rob.
Yeah.
And then the bot would come in and tell you that Daze is fine.
Yeah.
Murktide Regent doesn't need bans.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Twitter was a mess yesterday.
Well, you know what? Only 3 Delver decks. It's balanced.
It was 20% of the field, so.
So
And
slightly over 50% conversion rate.
the people who are playing Delver that are in our top 8 are all extremely good Delver players. So.
Yeah.
I don't think a bad player can win a tournament playing Delver. Losing to Delver does feel bad, though.
I can think of a bad player who could win a tournament playing Delver.
Is it me?
Yep. I'm not going to name names.
Is it you?
No.
Is it
We're not naming names.
Delver?
Delver of Secrets.
Is it Delver?
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Oh, so Ryan does not have a removal for Goblin Rabble Master.
Rival Master just resolves.
Homeboy's going down to
16.
16. Should be 18 or 16. Yeah.
Ooh, Ryan also would like to read Fireflux Squad.
You and me both, bud.
Wow, this hand is not great.
Wow, Ryan keeps his deck on the right side like a gamer.
I also keep my deck on the right side.
I think Rob had on the past couple feature matches. Our left side player has had their deck on the left side.
Yeah.
It's refreshing to see it like this.
Jeez, hit Fury. No targets.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Just 14. No big deal. This is a Snapcaster Mage to block Fury for sure.
Oh yeah.
And there's no Terminus, I don't think, in these Jeskai control decks. So it's just looking really rough.
6, 7.
Mono red aggro.
1, 6, 10,
Take 11. He has 7.
Or
He took some goblin points before and fetched.
goblin points.
Yes, goblin points. Alright, you need to anger the gods or something.
Yeah, what you got?
It's just a fairy bounce fury. And if Fireflux Squad hits anything that isn't a Rabble Master or Legion War Boss, I think it's lethal. Oh, I guess it can hit Simian Spirit Guide as well.
Oh yeah. Cool little card there.
Oh,
It is
man.
a-
God, it's a Goblin Rabble
yeah.
Master. Secret Lair, Goblin Rabble Master.
So Ryan goes to 1. I don't foresee. Just cast the Spirit
He
Guide.
just has Bone Crusher
Oh,
Dragon,
yeah.
so it doesn't. Yeah, kill you. Just kill them on turn 4. No big deal. Just play creatures and attack you.
Aggro is alive and well.
No lock pieces necessary. Instead of stopping you from playing spells so that you can't play the game, I'm going to reduce your life total to 0 so that you can't play the game.
I know. All those cards Ryan couldn't play in his hand because his life total was 0. Kind of feels like a chalice.
Call that card advantage. Ian came prepared with the sulfur elementals.
You think this mono red deck's gonna take it all down?
If I'm looking at the top 8, there's a lot of blue cards. There are 2 players playing land
Depths,
strategies. So it's certainly good there. Yeah, see this Jeskai deck is pretty insulated against Blood Moon.
Yeah, definitely. We saw a lot of basics the last couple games.
Yeah, we see Ian. This is the 3rd time Ryan's been on camera. He won the other 2 times in pretty impressive fashion. And you see the one card Ian pulled out of his main deck was 1 copy of Blood Moon. So I think he recognizes that. Like, Blood Moon is a good card here into the 3-color deck for sure. But being on the draw, it's a lot harder to utilize it unless you literally turn one the Blood Moon. Your opponent's definitely just fetching basics, so.
Everything is in order.
Yeah, for Ryan, the way that the control deck is looking to approach this is keep a hand with some free counter magic in it. Just counter anything that Ian puts on the stack that doesn't get answered by a card that he already has in hand, like a Prismatic Ending or a Swords to Plowshares.
Yep.
You can probably let a Goblin Rabble Master resolve if you have a Swords to Plowshares in hand.
Yeah.
Even if you can't cast it till you untap. But if it's an early Blood Moon or a Trinisphere, you have to have a counterspell for it, or you are really in trouble. And then winning the game is trivial from that point after you answer a whole bunch of stuff. You just have Planeswalkers and Snapcaster Mages or whatever. Like
Yeah.
we saw Ian win in the previous feature match that he was in.
Yeah, I don't want to say Ian's deck
Or-
is threat light, but it's definitely, if you answer the first one and maybe the second one, then it'll be hard for Ian to have gas after that because he's spending, Simian Spirit Guide, City of Traders. Not left with a whole lot after the first couple get Force of Willed.
Yeah, the Stompy deck it's one of those decks that really mulligans to a hand that can produce a threatening card on the first or second turn. And if you can't get that going, or if it gets stopped, then you're at the mercy of the top of your deck, while your opponent's top decks are things like Ponder and Brainstorm. And you fall behind pretty quickly if the first couple things that you were trying to do don't resolve.
Ian ships that one back.
Yeah, it was a turn on Rabble Master or Layla, but it didn't have a second red source to play Chandra on turn 1 or turn 2, and didn't have a permanent red source, and it was just City of Traders. So after the first red spell resolves there, or a Chalice into a red spell, you need to draw a red source, or the rest of your hand's uncastable. So that's pretty disciplined mulligan. I think a lot of newer players might have been tempted to keep
I
that.
think I would have kept that. Why I'm bad. All right, we'll see what this next one has. For this deck, mulligan's pretty fine. Into this matchup, I wouldn't want to mulligan.
Yeah, well, yeah, the less cards you have, the more susceptible you are to your opponent having like a force of will.
Another Soul Land hand and a Simian Spirit Guide.
I think that's a serum powder. Is that a serum powder on the left, or is it a Karn? I can't really tell. It's probably a Karn. I don't think this is a serum powder deck.
Puts a Chalice on the bottom. Land go. Wow, never didn't have it. Who needs a Chalice on the bottom when you have got a Chalice on the top?
Yeah, true. Chalice on one resolves.
All right, fetch, down to 18.
What is this for 2 mana?
Prismatic Ending for 1.
Plus.
Huh?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
What are you talking about?
Prismatic Ending is such a flexible card.
Yep.
It's probably fine.
In this format, yeah.
Prismatic Ending for 1.
Crazy. Also feels good to Prismatic Ending Athalia.
Has another Chalice the Void.
With-
This is probably something that you just let resolve.
Yeah, he has Snap. Easily Snap Prismatic Ending. He's also insulated against Blood Moon here.
Just the only 1 mana spell that he has is Swords to Plowshares. Ooh, that's so good. You just get to play Teferi here. Bounce the Chalice, draw a card, and make your
yeah.
opponent commit more resources. He has 16 also.
Okay. This feels great for Ryan.
Yeah. Oh, he
Oh,
takes it
takes
up. Doesn't even care.
So he wants to bounce like a creature or something here.
Well, it just keeps it out of range of Fury also. If you don't care about the Chalice now, so there's no reason to not have to.
Can also snap Prismatic Ending at instant speed now.
True. So Ian needs to decide if he wants to spend the Simian Spirit Guide to cast the Trinisphere. I think you just let this happen if you're Ryan.
Yep. Sure.
2 cards to get 4 counters off the thing.
Wow. 3 for 1 to kill the Teferi.
I don't think I would counter this. But I could also see the justification for Ryan countering this.
Yeah, because it would counter
He
both.
just spent he's just spent so many resources, and it's one less thing you have to deal with later.
Yeah. So Bone Crusher Giant is on an adventure. There's a prismatic ending.
Nice, not bad.
Ending Chalice. Thunder.
And Ian still doesn't have a second mana source. Spent the Simian Spirit Guide there to cast the Bone Crusher Giant.
Hand is now just Trinisphere, which Ryan has.
Just 2 3-balls. Force of Will, Force of Negation, Prismatic Ending.
Or Expressive Iteration.
Expressive Iteration, sorry, off the Ponder. And still has Swords of Plowshares, Force of Will, and
This is
Arbiter, maybe?
Yeah, this is a mulligan or a shuffle for sure.
Yeah, just looking to hit your land drops.
Yep. Ryan has enough gas. Also needs a red source for that expressive iteration. So he shuffles and draws a Flooded Strand. Great. Cool. Say go. Got a Bone Crusher in hand.
Yep. Taps. Has a Brainstorm.
Easy peasy. Ryan's got plenty of time here.
Yeah, probably hold off on the Brainstorm. You have Hardcast, Force Negation. There's no reason to do anything now. Meltdown, not bad.
Yeah. Chilling. This is rough for Ian. He's going to be casting 1 spell a turn for the next few turns.
Yeah,
Ryan gets to EI for a land drop.
if Ian can find a mana source. See, this is what we were talking about. Ian had to go to 6, keep kind of a hand with kind of shaky mana, and once Ryan was able to deal with the first couple things that Ian did, the deck does not top deck that well.
Oh yeah.
It's a bunch of 3 mana cards, and if you're spending your Simian Spirit Guides and sometimes City of Traders to cast these things, you lose those mana sources.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't stick, then you're just at the mercy of your deck giving you enough mana to cast the next thing.
Yeah. Ryan gonna dig even further for his mana source here. Not gonna find it. I think we're gonna see another shuffle for sure.
Yeah, there's probably a shuffle.
Nope.
Okay, yeah. Inflated with the Force of Will. I mean, I don't hate it. You have Snapcaster Mage plus any number of cantrips out of your graveyard next turn, so
There's a City of
with the
Traders.
triple Force of Will, can't feel too bad about that.
All right, Ian goes down to 12.
I think the Trinisphere is totally fine.
Yeah. Just cast a fairy and bounce it.
He doesn't have Teferi.
Oh, there's a Teferi on the top.
What he does have, though, is a Meltdown.
So he'd have to pay 3 for expressive iteration here.
Yeah. Which is still fine. You can still get full value out of it. Yeah, so casting the Meltdown here.
What he doesn't know is that there is a second Trinisphere.
No, there's always a second Trinisphere.
Down to 10. So I'm wondering what the threat suite in Ryan's deck looks like now. I know we see Snapcaster. But now that he probably took out the Wandering Emperor, I would imagine.
Yeah, that seems...
Probably Monastery Mentor. Down to 16 for Ryan. He counters the second Trinisphere. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, Ian's really hurting for a red source here. Look at all those mana sources. Ooh, and the Pyroclasm. Legacy, clearly Legacy All-Star.
Oh, yeah. He said, "End the festivities." No, I'm gonna party. He could chill with the Teferi, keep Snap up. So many options for Ryan right now. Going with
Teferi.
Teferi. And just plus it again.
And there's the red source. That unlocks a ton out of Ian's hand.
So he's gonna pay 2 mana, sack the City of Traders, play Pokemon Energy. Cast Bone Crusher Giant. Now, if Ryan bounces it with Teferi, Ian just gets to stomp the Teferi the next turn. Teferi bouncing your Bone Crusher Giant was often a choice you face down in Standard.
Yeah, it did not feel great. Yeah, thank God people don't have to do that in that format anymore.
Yep.
Snapcaster Mage, Prismatic Ending.
Ryan's gonna take 2 off of that. Up goes Teferi. Ian's still paying 2 mana. Ooh, Den of the Bugbear.
That is a good draw.
Very good draw.
Any amount of mana sources. This lets Ian cast multiple spells next turn.
Just a nice little threat.
Yep. Just gotta play something.
Stomp your Snap. What was that? Narset?
You Snapcaster Mage?
Oh, yeah. That's a Snap.
Another Snap. I think that's a Mentor. Yeah, that's a Monastery Mentor.
He kept it. Good for him.
It is an effective way to end a game. For sure.
We'll see what Ian chooses to cast next turn. See if, because we know Ian's going to start casting more than one spell.
Right.
Ryan probably suspects it. Snap iteration.
Final land, put the Meltdown in exile.
Yep. So cantrip. Teferi can bounce the Snap. And continue going upstairs.
Good thing that thing doesn't have an ultimate.
Well, his
That-
static is the ultimate.
That would be quite scary.
Teferi is an emblem, so he
True.
doesn't need one. Another Ancient Tomb.
Fury is not a bad draw here.
Mm-mm. Bump. Wow. The good news is these stomps aren't going at Mentor. The bad news is Fury probably is. So he's going to plow Snap, gain 2 life. That means that the stomp is not going to resolve, and the Bone Crusher Giant's adventure is canceled.
Yeah. Sorry. We need you back at work. You can't go on your trip.
No. Bone Crusher Giant tried to go on an adventure on a day that everybody was calling off. Snapcaster had to leave. Alright, so now Ryan has his mentor. He's got a couple of Force of Wills. And Ian's not going to be able to do anything.
No. Has multiple answers in hand for the Mentor. If Ryan didn't have 2 forces and 2 blue cards.
Unban top. What a take. What a
we
take.
could just ban that guy from chat.
That's true.
That seems like a better take. Hardcast Fury. Alright, so Ian loses 4 life, I believe, so he is a 4.
Monastery Mentor loves this. Yep, and he's like,
Ian has seen enough. Yep,
says, I imagine you have some non-creature spells in your hand.
yeah, so that's exactly what Ryan wants the game to look like from the control side. You really want to have a couple answers for the first couple things Ian plays, and then just deal with things as they happen to come down over the course of the next few turns. Winning the game is the last thing that Ryan is worried about when it comes to matchups like these. You're not in a hurry to find a mentor or Snapcaster mages to attack with You just want to be able to answer everything, and then at some point you will win the game on accident.
Unbanned Deathrite Shaman.
Didn't we already have this conversation?
I know, but in the chat they're trying to get canceled for bad legacy takes, so I figured I'd add one.
Oh, I'm down to just cancel whoever. I want to play this in something.
Play Ooze and something?
These.
D's?
These. These lotus petals.
D's petals.
These flowers.
They do look kind of like tree nuts.
Yeah,
Or like
kinda.
pistachios.
My mana nut.
I keep my pistachio in a very fancy cup.
I think that's just pure energy, actually.
Yeah. Pistachios?
Oh my! I think this is what Halo looks like.
Yeah, that's Halo. That's the illicit magic
Substance.
substance.
No martini glasses though.
I need a one of our magic stories about a chemistry teacher and his young former student making
Halo.
Yeah, making Halo in a trailer in New Cup Penbuckirky.
Would it be a trailer though when they have like
It'd be a vehicle.
some jalopy of some sort?
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever they drove in the 20s. I don't even know anything about cars today.
In a speakeasy.
Speakeasy. Yeah, they're making Halo in the back of a speakeasy.
I will settle for unbanning Astrolabe in Modern. Interesting. I think mana is too constrained right
I
now.
thought settling was for someone with choices. And I don't really think you have a choice in that matter. That card is never coming back. Just throw all the cards designed like Astrolabe directly into the sun. So Ryan looks like he's got one land, a Meltdown, a Force, and a Brainstorm, a Teferi, and a Mentor. This hand looks like a mulligan. It has the Force of Will, but your opponent's already down a card on their mulligan, and this you have Force plus blue card on Teferi, but if you Brainstorm and whiff on a land, you lose the game on the spot, I think. I don't know if Ryan's keeping this.
No, I love Settle the Wreckage. I want to Settle the Wreckage reprint in Standard so bad. Card's so sweet. Imagine a Standard with both Settle the Wreckage and the Wandering Emperor legal.
Well, the Settle the Wreckage, don't you get to choose whether or not you put them on top or bottom?
No, they go into exile.
Oh, they just exile?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not like
Aetherize, I think, is top or bottom.
Yeah, well, I think Aetherize is just top. But yeah, no, Settle the Wreckage is sweet. That's the card that people put in their modern decks all the time that I never quite understood.
I think I played it in Landfall at some point. Or no, I played it in Spirits.
I'm glad that you moved on from that phase in your life. Personal growth and whatnot.
I guess. I just wish I could still play a sweet deck.
Just play Belcher, man. The deck's sweet.
Nope.
Nope, not a degen. This hand is really not good for Ian. Yeah, it was basic Mountain Simian Spirit Guide and a bunch of 3-mana spells and then a Chalice. So you can turn one Chalice on one, and if it gets answered, you're so far behind.
Yeah, that seems very poor. Gonna need something a little better than that. And being on the play and mulling to 5, we're gonna see the problems from last game just exacerbated into the sun.
Yeah, I mean, he could totally have like a little slow overhand that like is a turn 2 3-drop and then have a whole bunch of 3-drops after that. And if something sticks, like Ryan's hand is pretty soft to the second threat, or just not drawing another land. Also, Ryan's hand's pretty soft to that.
So Ian can put together a game here that's good against what Ryan is doing, but it's gonna be tricky. Okay.
This is the most functional hand so far. This is definitely a keep. Now it's just about
This is just threats.
I
and-
imagine, yeah, you just bought him the 4 mana sorcery in the basic mountain, and then you have 3 mana, and this is exactly what I was talking about. So you have 3 mana and permanent mana and 3 mana spells.
Yep.
So you can just okay, and
Oh,
Ryan
another land.
draws the second land, never punished, never didn't have it. So clearly it was correct.
Confirmed Belcher guy.
Yeah, Dredge is just so bad in every format for the last couple years. If it was even remotely playable, I'd still be the Dredge guy, but it's just hard to justify playing something you love when you lose so that much.
Take what Nate said, replace it with Zoo, and same.
Yeah, so anyway, I guess I'm the Belcher guy.
At least you're a guy. I'm not a guy at all.
Yes, sure. You're playing Kiki Jiki and Wall of Omens.
Playing Kiki Jiki and
Hero of
Multi-Vector.
Precinct 1.
I'm not actually playing that. I'm.
He said, no, you're not.
Shut up, Gabe.
So Ian plays the Rabble Master first, and it takes the Sword of Plowshares. So the rest of his threats, so he has another Ancient Tomb and 2 Bone Crusher Giants. So Ryan only needs to roll up one more answer to a Bone Crusher Giant, either a Force of Will or a Swords of Plowshares or potentially a Prismatic Ending. And then Ian's just out of gas. It draws a Chromox. That's a completely dead card here.
God, Fried Pickle sounds so good right now. I told him he did order me some and he forgot.
Remove him from your friends list. Cancel him.
I'll get him canceled.
So, later.
See ya.
The Bone Crusher Giant. You're gonna brainstorm a
Well,
response.
that's a yeah. Can't tell really. If is he casting the whole giant or just stomp?
Just he's casting the whole giant, I believe. So only has one answer to this, with Force of Will, but can untap and play a. Honestly, don't hate. Well, can untap and play Teferi, but I honestly don't hate untapping and just slamming Monastery Mentor, taking 4 and forcing whatever Ian plays. Because the draw step after that, you'd be
Yeah. Ian's down to
just-
1 card.
two cards. It's Bone Crusher Giant and Chrome Mox, I believe.
Got it. So if he could fade into the relevant spell, then yeah, slamming Mentor with force back up.
It definitely is the greediest play, I think, for sure. Slamming Mentor is a little greedy, but this Bone Crusher Giant's still in the stack, I think.
Yeah. I thought we moved Ryan's upkeep. I saw him untap the Tundra.
Okay, yeah, totally could. Yep, just draws. Prismatic Ending.
Pretty good.
Timely. Okay, I probably would cast a Prismatic Ending here, finding a basic island.
Yeah, Ryan notably did not play around Blood Moon there. Fetched up the volcanic island instead of a plains.
Yep.
Wow. Continues to not respect the Blood Moon. He does have force. Oh, so he's doing the thing.
Yep. So exactly what I said. This is the more aggressive line, but it's definitely the higher payoff line. So, Ryan isn't likely to be able to cast multiple removal spells for this Monastery Mentor. And
I mean, Ian.
for the Ian isn't likely to be able to cast more than one removal spell with only 3 cards in hand and 1 red mana for the Monastery Mentor. I would have to be Stomp and Fury plus red card, I think, or 2 more Bone Crusher Giants and another red source.
And one of those you would have to top deck.
Yeah, correct. So yeah, I like
for the
this
stomp here.
I like this line a lot.
Ryan's going to say Nair.
So Ian takes Two
Make
more.
a guy.
I believe goes into 14 off that.
12.
Going to. Oh, just going to 16. Okay. Oh, there was the Swords to Plowshares. That's right.
What?
Yeah. So Ryan can get super rewarded for this by only having one removal spell in hand. The Monastery Mentor is just much bigger threat than Bonecrusher Giant, and Bonecrusher Giant is guaranteed to basically never connect unless Ryan wants it to. So Ryan has a couple options here. Could so attacking.
Could play Mystic Sanctuary, putting Forcible on top.
And then if there's anything that matters from Ian, or the same thing works with this Swords of Plowshares, Ryan can snap Brainstorm into the spell that he puts on top.
Yeah, Ryan in a commanding position here.
Ryan attacks for 4 with Bonecrusher Giant. Yeah, Snapcaster Mage.
Yep.
Just Ryan playing this hand very well from this point. Knows that he's in the lead and is doing as much as he can to put full pressure on the opponent.
And Ryan does not see any more lands, but probably won't need them. One of these players is playing Goblin Rebel Master, and it's not Ian.
It's the smartest Goblin Rebel Master I've ever seen. He be teaching.
You be teaching. Oh, I hope Brian gets to play the Brian Koval tokens against Brian Koval.
Instant classic.
Shatter Skull smashing. Smashing.
4 damage.
So Ryan can plow in response, just simply make another
So
guy.
Ian has 9. Yep. Totally reasonable play here is just plowing your own Monastery Mentor to gain an extra life, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Yep. Gets the Prowess trigger, gets another creature, and then gains 3 life. And then also has a prismatic ending, so
Ryan is on. Is it Delver? Pyroclasm. Trigger. Prismatic ending.
yeah, prismatic ending the Snapcaster Mage, but only paying blue mana for it. And then casting Meltdown for 1.
Nice.
To swing 11 damage. That is the match, and Ryan Hayes takes it down. And the space here at Comic Town, the store that lets us host these tournaments in, is pretty big, but most of the players who didn't make the top 8 have left, so we need to be a little quieter so that the feature match area cannot hear us.
Yeah, so if everyone in chat can be a little bit quieter.
Yeah, if you guys could just calm down. I know it's real exciting gameplay, but come on, be respectful.
All right, so that match goes to Ryan Hayes.
2-1, excellently played as always. 3rd time he was on camera. 3rd time that he's won in impressive fashion, just playing out of his mind. Right, let's go see how the other matches did real quick.
Maybe finding another match for you, the audience. Any Doomsday? There were a couple Doomsday players. None of them made the top 8, though. No Doomsday in top 8. Let's see, our Doomsday Wizards. Yeah, he said it was an hour wait.
All right, so we have our 4 players. Any Doomsday? No, Doomsday. I don't think there was a single Doomsday in the room today. Oddly enough, they were all scared of the Delver Menace, I guess. But we have the top 4. Match getting put in to see who playing against who. We have 1 Blue-Red Delver advancing out of the 3. The other 2 lost. 1 Green-White Depths. 1 Naya Depths, who was Gabe, who was on camera earlier, and 1 Ryan Hayes on Jeskai Control. So it's 1 Delver, 1 Jeskai Control, and then Naya Depths and Green-White Depths, which are pretty similar decks, but mostly differences in the sideboarding and whether or not they play Urza Saga. But still, Elvish Reclaimer, still putting up an insane conversion rate over every Legacy tournament. Everyone is upset about Blue-Red Delver, and Elvish Reclaimer is just quietly crushing literally everything.
The real.
It's like 67% win rate over the last however many tournaments or whatever. I'm pretty sure it's had the highest conversion rate from top 8 conversion rate at least, at least since Pittsburgh.
It's been doing well.
Doing super good.
Yeah,
I think it's one of the. I think it's one of the. I think it's easily one of the top 3 decks in the format right now, for sure. It's like Blue-Red Delver Depths, and I don't think people put enough respect on it. Mostly because, like, I don't know, it's a Knight of the Reliquary deck, and people seem to not understand how good that card is.
You know, to give you some idea, the Doomsday players in the room. So Samantha was on camera, right? Yeah.
She was on Delver, yeah. I don't think there was a. I'm
there
pretty
wasn't anyone. I don't think
she was on the Tempo Doomsday deck. I don't think there's anyone that was playing it today.
No, I didn't see it once.
There weren't very many combo. There was 1 Ant, 2 Show and Tell decks, I think.
Round 5, I played against Mono Blue Show and Tell.
Yeah, the Omni deck.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a High Tide player. We saw that.
Oh, yeah, we said.
High Tide's sweet.
Oh, we got to get that one.
Yeah, that was round 1, I think.
That was a great round 1 match. Yeah.
High Tide's awesome. I played a lot of High Tide back in the day.
Min was the Delver player that advanced. Ryan Koval was also playing Blue-Red Delver, but he lost
To Bill Caminos.
Yeah, he lost to Bill Caminos.
Yeah, our top 8 was kind of stacked, honestly. Just a bunch of extremely good players.
Yeah, it was.
Weird.
We've got great competition, and you know it's still wide open enough that anyone can come and spike. You win your first 4 matches, and you can double draw in, which is what half the field, half the top 8 did.
Yeah. For the people who lost in the quarterfinals, walking away with a force will, right?
Mhm.
Not bad. So for full proxy tournament, come in and we can switch this to the, I don't know where it's at. To the So for a full proxy tournament, people walking away with actual cards like Force of Wills and Dual Lands and Mox Diamonds. What made you want to get one of these things started? For everyone who doesn't know, this is Rob, the TO. He played on camera, got choke slammed out of the game.
Yeah.
Never let him live that one down.
Yeah, that's gonna haunt me for a while. So it just kind of was at a point where there weren't legacy events happening, and I told some people, "Hey, come over to my house. You know, we'll do our own F&M." People were like, "Eh, kind of sucks."
Yeah, yeah.
Like hard pass. I was like, "Well, how about I make buffalo chicken dip?" People were like,
Oh yeah, I'll be.
All right,
Yeah, all right, I'll be there.
so that's where the name comes from. If if you're watching and you're unfamiliar, that's kind of where it came from. And this has kind of snowballed ever since. More people started showing up to my house. Eventually, we had too many people for that, and then I thought, let's do it for prize. Let's help people build in the format. And I take pretty much everything that we collect and put into prizes and kind of upgrades for doing this. And it's just gotten bigger ever since. And the support has been awesome from the community, and people like Joe Dyer writing about us, Lawrence Harmon in his CFB articles.
I miss Lawrence.
Lawrence is great.
He's the one who named me Judge Dredge back in like 2015. I had won some Legacy 2K, and he posted in the Dayton chat and tagged me and said Judge Dredge won the Legacy 2K. After I beat him in round 1 when he was on lands, there was a lot of cross on my fingers. I sideboarded real bad. I think I boarded in like Leyline of Voids against him, and he got like super punished. He gambled for a loam and then pitched the loam and just lost the game. But yeah, I miss Lawrence. One of the greatest Magic minds, I think, on the planet. Just so good.
And Lawrence is still doing some writing.
Yeah, he writes for CFB every once in a while.
Yeah, Lawrence is one of those people, no matter what he's talking about, it's always going to benefit you to listen.
Yeah.
And then we've gotten great support from the Eternal Glory podcast and the Pregame Effect podcast, and all these people that have just kind of picked up and heard about what we're about, and it's been fantastic.
Yeah, tournaments like this really benefit the community. One, there's no reason not to have like proxy legacy tournaments, as long as the proxies are, passable and you can't mark cards or whatever. Which most people either have all their cards or they proxy all their cards.
Yeah.
And you check with the judge and it's totally fine. So that's not typically an issue. And then it just makes the format more inclusive, because decks are real expensive, and people should be able to play whatever they want. It's a game, right? Most of the people here are playing because they love Legacy, and some of them just don't have several thousands of dollars to drop on the format, right?
Right.
But they love the format and they get to play. You top 8 or top 16, like top 16 is
We paid out to top 16 at
for-
this one.
paid out. Top 16 was Ancient Tombs, so that's pretty good for a top 16 prize.
Yeah.
So someone the whole full proxies their deck, comes out and plays, puts in the work, gets the top 8 and gets rewarded with a Force of Will. Now you got your first Force of Will, and I just think that's really dope. So
Yeah, no, it's been great, and I appreciate everyone that comes out. You helping us with coverage, and just the support has been fantastic. And we're just kind of getting started. We're working on more events. Working on an open. We're gonna have the first full proxy open, or maybe not. It won't be full proxy, unfortunately. It'll be We'll allow proxies for a specific list of expensive reserve list cards. But
yeah, to be determined.
yeah, it's
It will be much more accessible than your typical Legacy tournament.
yeah.
Yeah.
The duels on there, Force of Wills on there. If it's over $100 or close,
For sure.
we'll have proxies that people will use
Yep.
to kind of keep the competitive fairness.
Yep.
So yeah, it's going to be great. stay tuned to our Twitter and Facebook pages, and there's plenty of info. And sign up early.
Yeah, this event sold out in less than a week,
Less
right?
than a week.
Yeah, and I think within a week it had.
I-
So the tournament was capped at 64 players, and I think within 6 or 7 days there were close to 75 people on it, right?
Yeah, we had the wait list was over 20 deep, like
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
2 weeks after I announced. So
So if when the next one's announced, follow BCDL Legacy on Twitter, and I believe there's a Facebook page,
yeah, Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy on Facebook.
and you can message either of those or Rob or any of the guys that play, and they can get you in contact with all those people and post all the information about the tournaments on those pages as soon as he knows and it's available and the tournament's locked in. And you just got to get your spot because it sells out quick. The tournaments are really good. Do you have any advice for anyone looking to run any proxy tournaments or legacy things, even the small stuff? Because I think every community should be doing something like this.
So we started small. I mean, we didn't start out
I don't think this
doing-
was the goal at first.
right, like 64 players and basically a 2K each time. And our first one was 24 players. I didn't know if anyone would even want to do it or
Yeah.
show up. And
I think it started at 16 and then bumped it to 24 when more
we started at 24 and then did 36 and then 48.
Yep.
And then I think we went to
64,
64.
yeah.
But start small, find a community, have proxies, and just kind of think about when I was starting this, like what would I want? And what kinds of things were like great prizes, maybe a little food. Like think about those things and just do them. If anyone wants some help or some advice on their own events or doing something similar to this, reach out to me. Happy to tell you how I did it, kind of show you like what it costs, put you in touch with people that can help get the word out. Any way I can help grow these type of events.
If it's in the Midwest,
happy
a
to do
good
it.
chunk of us will probably be there also.
Yeah, there's we're fortunate enough to partner with Titan Games outside of Pittsburgh, PA.
Their tournaments are really good.
And yeah, they've run great events, and we send players over there. Pittsburgh's about 3 hours from Columbus, and they send players here. 2 of their employees from Titan Games were in top 8 today. So, we want to work with other people in the community, and if you're out there, let us know.
Cool. Do you think top 4 is about ready to start?
Yeah, that's what we're kind of waiting on. Let me go check on that, but we should be ready to start.
Okay, cool. Let me hop over here, look at chat. Yeah, eventually you build and build towards a legacy deck. That's the hope. When I started playing legacy, it was in 2014. I was in high school, and obviously I didn't have any money because I was in high school. And I was playing our weekly proxy legacy things. I built Blue Red Delver because it was good. And then it was before Treasure Cruise got printed, and I was judging. I got my L1 cert and traded all my judge foils for dual lands and fetches and blood moons and stuff. When blood moons used to be like 40 or 50 bucks, and just started grinding legacy at weeklies. Picked up some volcanic islands, traded for some stuff, and then got into the format like that. Now it's a lot harder to do that, obviously, because cards are expensive. But yeah, I think that everyone should be any aspiring legacy player, young, old, whoever it is. I think everyone should have access to something like this that lets you grind and get rewarded for playing well and winning. And like if you get first here, you get a Mox Diamond. Maybe you're trying to build lands or trade it for a volcanic island or whatever. Like the prizes are really, really good. Great way to get into the format. And the tournaments are pretty competitive. Like our top 8 is 8 super good players. So anyone who's looking to come out and play these things, they'll definitely help you get better. Like I've met some really cool people at legacy tournaments by just losing really bad to people who are better than me, like this guy. No, he said no. So we're just waiting for top 4.
Live.
We are live talking about legacy and proxy tournaments and stuff. Waiting for MTG Melee to quit it. We got the fan favorite over here, Mr. Ryan. I watched you kill everyone on camera today.
Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, it's been great.
Can you keep me on camera the rest of the day?
You got some fans in the chat for sure.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Shout out to the Pittsburgh people.
Yeah, shout out. You're gonna win another legacy tournament?
Hopefully. What we're shooting for. Getting kind of tired.
Gabe and Bill
Yeah.
are getting set up.
Okay, we're featuring Gabe and
So it's Naya Depths versus the Depths. The other matchup is
blue cards versus blue cards.
yeah.
Nobody wants to watch
Delver
blue.
versus-
Nobody wants to watch blue cards. We've seen too many blue cards today. Cool.
Are we seeing depth versus lanes? Or depths versus depths?
Depths,
Yeah.
Depths on Depths.
Did you want to take a break since you haven't yet? You can do it, or
Huh? Oh, sure.
I mean, what do you want to play?
Okay.
it's up to you.
Do this round, he can do next round. Head out early. There is a next round.
Well, they gotta play it out. Let's Gabe on the side. And then Bill on the right. Okay, so we have Gabe Abadi on the left, which we saw. Joke slam Rob out of the tournament on camera earlier. And then Bill Caminos was the guy who I said was better than me and beat me, and then he shook his head no a whole bunch of times and walked away.
He's better than you.
Bill's so good.
Not by much, but yes.
He's very good. Gabe is on Naya Depths and Bill's on Green White Depths, and the only real notable difference in the composition of these decks is that the green white deck. So Bill is playing Urza Sagas, I believe, and Gabe, instead of playing Urza Sagas, is playing a more consistent mana base, has a couple more tutor targets, and some red sources, a Taiga and a Plateau, to be able to play Pyroblast in the sideboard for the blue matchups. So those Pyroblasts won't help here, but we saw him use them to great effect to get to this point earlier, which is pretty cool. So other than that, it's effectively a mirror match, except that Bill's mana is a little shakier, and but he trades that for power and Urza Saga, so has a lot more threats built into his land base. But they're both Elvish Reclaimer, Crop Rotation, Knight of the Reliquary decks.
So we see Gabe looking at his 7. Bill decides his 7 is bad. Bill is going to go first as the number 1 seed. Gonna put seeds up here.
Gabe is a 5th seed. Fourth seed. I'm surprised he was 4th seed at X and 1, but I guess his breakers were just really bad.
Yeah. There were 6 4-1s and 2. No, there were 4 4-1s and 4 5-0-1s. So he was the lowest seed of the 5-1s.
Of the X ones, yeah. Or 402s. So all the X ones are higher seed. Everyone who double drew in will be bottom 4 going in.
Yes.
So both of these players had to win 5 matches to get here.
I think there were only 1 or 2 other players playing a Green White Depths variant in the tournament. And both these players are just proving how powerful the deck is. The conversion rate is really good.
Yeah. Both of these players also very dedicated to the archetype.
Yeah. Gabe basically plays nothing but Depths when he touches Legacy. Messes around a whole lot in Modern, but only plays Mox Diamond, crop rotation decks, and Legacy. And Bill, last time we saw Bill here, he was in the top 8, of course, playing Blue Red Delver. I've seen him play a lot of Delver. I thought he was going to be playing Delver until like round 4 of this tournament when I saw he was on depths. So both players put 2 mana into play on the first turn. And this mirror match is really weird. So Gabe won a mirror match earlier. But if you put Dark Depths into play here, it's really dicey because your opponent can just copy it and then kill you. Oh wow. So Bill leads on Sylvan Library, which is easily the most powerful turn 2 play in the deck, especially in a matchup like this where your opponent doesn't have counter magic, so you know it's going to resolve, and also doesn't really have a way to answer it outside of, I think, 2 prismatic endings in the stock list. And your life total is not under any pressure. If they're trying to kill you with Dark Depths, then 20 is the same as going to 4, drawing 8 extra cards.
Yep.
And both decks are Knight of the Reliquary decks, so they both clog up the ground really well. So combat is the most important part about this matchup, I think.
Thespian stage.
There's a Thespian stage.
Yep, so he has the interaction.
Yep, so Dark Depths in hand for Gabe. If he plays it, then Bill just gets to make a 20/20. That's not really where you want to be at. Maze of
He
Ith?
plays a Maze of Ith instead. So that Dryad Arbor not rumbling.
Oh, Thespian stage copying Wasteland. Don't hate that.
Powerful.
So Bill
Prismatic
has a
Ooh.
prismatic ending, one of the, I believe, 2 in the stock list for this Mox Diamond, which is one of the best targets for it.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 for 1.
Mox Diamond, a pretty cool card. Permanent mana source, but you do have to go down 2 lands to use it, or go down a land to use it. 2 cards.
Okay, so Bill wastelands the Savannah, and Gabe decides to crop rot the Savannah away. Try to get
Hitting a
some
wasteland,
try to get some
probably.
value out of it. Yeah, I could totally see a wasteland hitting probably Savannah, maybe Dryad Arbor though. Bill,
Maya
yeah, Bill plays Maya.
makes the Maze of Ith better.
Does make the Maze of Ith better. Alright, Wasteland from Gabe. What is he sending it at? I could honestly see an argument for any of these cards.
Oh yeah. Could be. Oh, looks like it was the Thespian stage. Bill uses Thespian stage to crop rot itself.
With the green mana from Maya.
Yep.
Because I believe it was a copy of Wasteland.
Yes.
Gabe draws a Dryad Arbor of his own.
Not great to draw.
Yeah, hand is Swords of Plowshares, Depths, Yavimaya. Yavimaya.
Says
He
trade.
said, yeah, I'll block. Would you like to trade? Bill is, I don't think that likely to go for it there. Blows up the Mazevith.
Fills at 8 from his Sylvan Library. Visits.
Knight of the Reliquary from Bill.
That's gonna
Meets,
eat the swords promptly.
Yeah. Decides to give up its life of warfare and in favor of
Oh, Bill's gonna gain
chasing
some life
bounty.
from that.
I believe, yeah, it's 13.
We found the cheat code for looking at the life totals.
Yeah. Yeah, this chicken's been plaguing us all day, but it just looks too good to get rid of.
Eat it right up.
Bill looks firmly in the driver's seat here with the Sylvan Library and a far more developed board going on.
Yeah. Gabe's just been trying to keep up with that Sylvan Library. Not easy.
Meets a Sylvan Library of his own.
Yep.
And Bill's already used a prismatic ending, so this Sylvan Library is likely to stick around unless Bill is on a main deck Knight of Autumn.
I'd be surprised at a main deck Knight of Autumn.
Yeah, I know that they usually play one in the 75, or I'm pretty sure at least, but
Is going to get a 1-drop, it looks like. Or no, is that a Cradle you got? No.
no, that's a Sylvan Safekeeper.
Okay, yeah.
Sylvan Safekeeper quite strong.
Yep, he's gonna keep Barret Lage safe from anything Amin's got or Gabe's got.
Yep. Taps for green mana off the Almaya, makes a 20/20. And has 3 lands to sacrifice to give it Shroud. So Gabe's in a real tough spot here. Would have to make a 20/20 of his own, and then hope that there's not a Sajiri step in Bill's deck to tutor out with the Elvish Reclaimer. Has the Caracas too. It's just not going to be enough, unfortunately.
Yep, he would need to answer the Sylvan Safekeeper this turn. Or no, because it can give
It
itself
just gives
Shroud.
Shroud, yeah.
Wow.
Yep, and Gabe decided he has seen enough. Yep. Bill just ahead on lands and board state, just able to find a window to make Merit Lage with some protection. Yavimaya is a real powerful card.
Marillade's quite the powerful card.
Yep, actually it's a token.
Oh, true.
Bill. Someone's shaking that table.
I'm gonna go get an update on our other semifinals match.
Life totals back at 2020.
So the men versus Ryan match, Blue Red Delver versus Jeskai Control is deep into a very grindy game one.
Well, cool.
Two absolute titans of blue mages just facing off against each other.
Yep. The Blue Mage Championship and the Crop Rotation Mage Championship. The Agricultural Mage.
It's true.
All right. Bill cool with his 7. Gabe finding a 7 that suits him. He's going to be on the play this game. Ooh, down. You could.
Put on the 5.
Not sure. Yep, down to 5. Oh, there's an endurance. So I think Gabe, yeah, just wants a functional hand.
Oh no, my riches. Heads. Alright. Yeah, Gabe deciding which cards he wants to put back. Yeah, mulligan to 5 is not what you want to see in the mirror match. Unfortunate. Greenson's in it for Dryad Arbor. That's exactly how you want to start a game off, though.
Yep. Gonna have maybe just enough mana to pressure Bill quickly.
Just a natural Dryad Arbor from Bill.
Hate it.
Definitely worse than Greenson's Zenith into Dryad Arbor. -1 mana source.
Yep. The Summoning Sick mana source.
Whistling Dryad Arbor.
Ooh, wow.
Attack you. Oh, Sylvan Library. Let's go. Wow, this is
Very good.
This is an extremely good 5-card hand.
Yep.
This is literally exactly what you want.
This is exactly how Gabe gets out of that mulligan.
Plays the Guru Plains to flex, of course.
I love those. Those are so gorgeous.
Yeah, they're just expensive.
Okay, thank you. It's sabotaging our camera.
That's okay. I was just putting more of the focus
There's what
on
I
you.
assume is a Delver of Secrets. Just kidding. I got one Liberator.
Outland Liberator. That's a really good draw, but Gabe does have the Sword Splashers. Oh, but so awkward. Doesn't have the white source. Would have to crop rotation into a white source to be able to cast it.
Might be worth it.
Yeah, honestly, probably just take 8 crop rod into this thing. Because you need the Sylvan Library to be able to dig you out of this.
So it keeps one card on top. Crop brought his Dryad Arbor to a white source.
It's probably basic plains, I would imagine. Although, yeah, Savannah's not too bad. The rest of his hand is really heavy green. Knight of the Reliquary.
My baby.
Quite strong. Oh wow, Gabe finds another Swords of Plowshares.
It's pretty good here.
I think you draw another one for sure. So he has a 16.
Yeah.
And Bill's a 21. I think you take 4 and draw the play everything but the fetch land. Yeah. I do think he wants the extra mana source for the Green Sun Zenith in his hand. Yeah, Swords of Plowshare is so good in that spot. Awesome. So this is Zenith for 1. I don't hate this, but I wonder if Reclaimer now is better or worse than untapping, finding a land off the library, and then casting GSD for 3 to find a Knight of the Reliquary. Elvish Reclaimer is such a cool card. Oh, Ramanap Excavator, that is so strong.
Can Gabe find a third swords?
I don't think he needs to swords it until a Wasteland comes into play.
Yeah. Right down to 8. Gabe's gonna choose one of those cards.
He does have another swords.
Yep.
Just not a coward.
Oh, I'm gonna get a Sajiri step. So Bill's going down to 25. And he's
Is the last card crop rotation? Because he can find, if it's in his deck, he can find Tower of the Magistrate and give the Excavator protection from colorless to break the Sajiri step. That would be very funny.
Okay.
Yeah, I was fighting Bog. Yeah, this might be just find a plains off the trigger and a Majuka Bog off the activation. Yep.
Bog you.
Bog you.
Bog champ. Yeah, good sequencing here by Gabe.
Yeah, try to minimize the damage that this thing can do. Build on 2 cards while untap with 3 cards, and hopefully doesn't have enough to really use it.
Okay.
Okay,
Was
Flagstones.
not it.
Yep, Wasteland would be the most devastating thing, but okay. Wow, Gabe's played this game really, really well. Wasteland, unfortunately, not exactly what you want to see, but
Yeah, pal. Wasteland, the flags of Tarkir. I'm sorry, the flagstones of Tarkir.
true. So Gabe actually can make a 2020 right now, if he chooses to do so. With the crop rotation in his hand, you can Elvish Reclaimer for Dark Depths, and then crop rot into Thespian stage and have 2 mana up still. And that's before playing a land.
That's all before breakfast.
That is all before breakfast. Well, before breakfast tomorrow.
I think for the font that we're using, the 6 is just an upside down 9. Ooh, endurance.
Endurance not bad.
So endurance and reclaimer are just gonna bounce off each other,
Yeah,
or
I think you have to go for the 2020 here. You need to block the endurance. Okay, blast zone.
just blow it up. Yep, just blow it
Auto
up.
blast zone. Yeah, you have to go for it now. Yeah, get rid of the bug, find depths.
Hope that Bill doesn't have Thespian stage in hand.
Well, no, he can make a Thespian stage right now with the crop rotation in his hand.
Yep.
And then still have 2 mana to find and just has to hope that Bill doesn't have an answer for it. And if it's Swords to Plowshares, then that's fine as an
Yeah.
answer, but
All right, no, he just gets it.
yep. And game goes to 4. He dropped a dice, I think. Oh, he had to go get.
Incredible.
I was giving him some stuff for not using the Ganondorf I gave to him, and then he had to make sure he goes to get it. So I'm never gonna hear the end of that. Excavator of his own.
Bill down to
Very
5.
Very good. Wow. So Bill can clear the excavator or the Elvish Reclaimer with the blast zone from graveyard, but wow.
The 2020 no.
On the play, mulligan to 5 down a game in the mirror match. Gabe manages to even things up. I think he played that game pretty great.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't say flawlessly, but yeah, he did everything I was talking about. So either we're both Galaxy Brain or we're both super bad at the game and managed to get very lucky. That was a really good game.
That was excellent.
Super well executed by Gabe. Sylvan Library dug him into the second and third copies of Swords to Plowshares just to clean everything up.
Yeah.
He's really trying to make a repeat finals appearance. The other semifinals match is Minhajul Hawk versus Ryan Hayes. It's Blue Red Delver versus Jeskai Control, and they were in game deep into game 1 when I had gone to check last. That was a really good game. Yeah, I would be happy if Min wins and also happy if Ryan wins because they're both excellent people and very good at Magic. Our top 4 is just a whole bunch of extremely good Magic players who are also very good people. You love to see it. What game are they in?
Ryan Hayes.
All right, so Ryan Hayes is up a game over Min. Jeskai Control up a game over Delver.
Yep, we saw Ryan.
The Delver killer.
Yes, Ryan built a Delver killer. Well constructed deck and well piloted.
Yeah, he's very good. We're talking about Werebear. We got both players shuffling up. Phil says that he's fine with a 6. Gabe's still taking his mulligan. I am excited to see SCG coming to Columbus this year. I hope that the tournaments are great. I'm looking forward to. Well, I'm just looking forward to big events being in town again. Looks like Gabe is keeping. Was he going to 5 again?
Well, worked last time.
It did work last time with a little bit of luck and a lot of Sylvan Library cards. Drew 3 extra cards off of it. Oh, Bill leading on Mox Diamond, the Flagstones, and the Elvish Reclaimer off of a Green Sun Zenith. Very strong start. But Gabe actually has the Prismatic ending. Put all those resources into putting this Reclaimer into play, and I'm just going to kill it. Thanks.
Interesting. So Bill's left with a couple cards here.
Yeah, so I think he played a Savannah, put the spell on the table and said, wait, I want to play this land instead. So I think Bill's just asking the judge, like, hey, can he do that? Alright. Yep. Judge says, no, sir. Wasteland and Sylvan Library. This is gonna be a rough one.
Yep.
Ooh, Force of Vigor said, all right, both of us have 1 card and 1 land.
Yeesh.
We're truly gaming. And Sylvan Library happens during the draw step and not during the upkeep. So he denies him the cards.
Incredible.
Yeah, just wow. Both
Gabe
players,
is evil laughing.
yeah, both players just in top deck mode. This is
Gabe is carrying on.
he's
as
quite
he
the
does.
character. Gabe with a million lands.
We really wish we could get you the ASMR of the
Gabe
card
just
flicking.
maniacally cackling and
Oh, I was talking about the card, like the on the table.
oh yeah.
I love
One-
that.
one day
That's
we
what got me into competitive Magic. Not kidding. Yeah, I just like it felt so crisp, and I'm like, oh man, these people have total control of what they're doing, and I'm like, I want to be that person. So then I like was kind of that person.
You started
except
being annoying too.
I started being annoying and playing way worse decks. I don't know. Actually, the first Pro Tour I watched was Gatewatch, but then I
The
started
first
getting,
one you were really into was the Thran Dynamo Pro Tour.
No,
or the Dynamo Volt Tower, or whatever it's
no,
called.
the Dynamo. But no, the before that, the seasons past.
Oh yeah, the John Finkel Season Pass Pro Tour.
There were like some really bad decks in top 8, and
I mean, the Season Pass deck was bad. It was just good for that specific
Yeah.
Pro Tour.
yeah, like the goggles deck made that top 8.
Sheesh. Oh, we have a green sun's in there for 3. I believe Bill is sitting on other swords to plowshares. Oh, maybe we do. Maybe we see an endurance. That would not be the worst.
It wouldn't.
And probably is just neither reliquary though. It's highest upside if your opponent has nothing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
A Japanese old border, neither reliquaries look so good. Yeah, I believe Bill just has another swords of plowshares, so this does demand an answer.
Call it the public because the public demands an answer.
True. Swords of plowshares.
Gain.
Gabe will go up to 26.
All right, Gabe, stop laughing. Interesting.
He has an 1826 life. Jeez, that swords of plowshares sucks.
How much life would Swords to Plowshares have to gain you before it sucks?
Man, like probably like X plus 10. Like the card is really good.
Think about this. Prismatic Ending doesn't gain you any life.
That's true. It's a sorcery though. And Prismatic Ending doesn't kill Dragonlord Slumguard. So
You're right. You're right.
I know. That's why I said it.
Shut up. You're wrong.
That's just not true. So Gabe, I think sitting on a Force of Vigor. Ramming up Excavator. This is going to get real hard.
Very sad.
Tournament.
I hate seeing this happen to Gabriel.
Yeah, I think he just drew the second Force of Vigor you boarded in, and just needs more threats.
Yep.
Is just getting wastelanded out of the game.
You can't force a vigor the Ramanap Excavator, unfortunately. Wish you could. Get your land.
Oh
Gabe's left with a
no.
bog and a forest.
He's getting Crucible Strip mined.
Yup. Yavi Maya.
Just a bunch of lands.
Just seeing Gabe's board state shrivel up
Yeah, it's
like
not,
a worm on the sidewalk.
it's not great.
Now Bill's even laughing.
I mean, Ramming Excavator plus multiple wastelands is something that villains do. Crop rotation. Is this another wasteland or what? It's probably a flagstones, I would imagine. Just tutor up extra flagstones. Get a whole bunch of mana. Dang. Gabe,
Hey, remember Red and 6?
oh no, please God. Yep, tutors up basic planes off the flagstones trigger and then finds the 4th wasteland, I believe, and just points it at the Bajuka bog. Black mana is not that good, but it's better than no mana.
Yep.
So take that away from you too. Coming in for 5.
Oh. Can't wasteland that.
True.
This is still dire. All right, 13.
Oh no. Swords of Plowshares.
Hmm.
Please. Please
Interesting.
help. Get me out of this. I would like to play some lands, please.
I'd like to play some lands on my fun lands deck.
If Gabe played a Knight of the Reliquary here, it would be quite large.
Yeah.
Oh no. Graveyard Order guy in the chat's about to lose his mind.
Guys, it's been multiple people.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 lanes of graveyard. It'd be an 11-11. Oh, Endurance. It would be a 2-2.
You right, you right.
Oh,
That
maybe
was fun.
maybe targeting himself, put Wastelands back in the deck.
Could be.
Or just no targets. I'm not sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
targets
he.
himself. Oh man.
Hey, it's Gabriel's brother. Dude, is that Gabriel's brother?
Yeah, it's the one that didn't make top 8. Oh, Raymond at X. So good here. Although Bill still has access to Bog, yeah, so.
Bog. Gosh.
We've got many people truly gaming today. So Bill has 22, I think. And
Bill has
Ga-
chosen my favorite way to
Gabe was
represent his
22.
life total today.
just stacking dice on top of each other.
Yeah. I think Coils was my least favorite. But that's probably because I don't understand it. He just had like 3 dice on the table.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Down to 6 for
Yeah.
Gabe.
Tragic. Just facing onboard lethal. Does not draw another land. Has a blocker. He said, let me look at my graveyard. Hold on. Can produce a blocker, but is still facing lethal on play, I believe. A second Force of Vigor really just clogging up the hand. This game.
Force his mocks.
Can force his own mocks. True. This is what we call dead on board.
Dobbs. I do. I want my opponent to have fun. I get upset when my opponent's upset. Gabe's blocking, going to 2.
Oh, it wasn't, oh, I didn't attack with both. Interesting. Okay, there's a third mana source. Can't play 2 blockers, though. Go, please don't kill me. Bill's probably like, dude. Not like this.
Yes.
Not like this. Oh no, copy the Thespians,
I
copy
love
the
it.
Dryad Armor, and then kill them. With his own Dryad Armor. Oh
Okay.
no.
So Jeskai won against man.
Dang. So we have Bill Caminos versus Ryan Hayes finals.
Man, Gabe's body isn't even cold yet, and you're talking about the finals.
Managed to dig out of that mold of 5 in game 2. Could not do the same in game 3. We will be right back while we get the finals match prepared.
See ya. All right, on to the finals. Oh, we caught it right in time. Finals. Player right. Player right is Bill Caminos. Let's freaking go. Got Ryan. Ryan Hayes. Was Ryan 4th seed or 3rd seed? Sorry, 2nd seed or 3rd seed?
Sure. Sounds close.
Come on.
6th seed.
6th seed. Okay. If you say so.
So Safekeeper protects the Elvish Reclaimer here.
Mm-hmm. Ryan needs multiple answers. He has one.
Can I say something on stream real quick?
Yeah, come on.
Hey, Min here, having lost to Ryan in the top 4. I just wanted to thank Robert for being a wonderful TO and throwing these events for us while these finals get set up. I'm sure things are happening. Ooh, scary things.
We're
Yeah.
always scared
What are
here.
we going? What are we getting here? Are we getting Wasteland? Is that his plan?
Flagstones.
Okay, so he's gonna go
Interesting.
the Flagstones, sack it next
Generate a mana.
turn, yeah, and ramp himself.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks everybody who watched the stream. Best of luck to our finalists. And oh yeah, Delver's really good. Something should be banned. Okay, bye.
And check out the Min Max blog.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah.
I can't believe you showed up.
Congrats, good run.
If it's so good, why isn't it in the finals?
Deck's fine. It's not in the finals. Confirmed mid.
Yep. Nothing needs banned.
So you know Ryan's struggling from a land perspective when we're playing Mystic Sanctuary for our second land here.
Ooh, yeah. Mystic Sanctuary.
So Ryan with a lot of cantrips and
Mid-Stick Sanctuary.
yeah, now we're chipping the Reclaimers online here. So
Yeah, that's a wild McConnell now.
yeah. Oh, and he's holding it up. Yeah. Stack the flagstones. You get double win. Oh, 2 planes.
Yeah.
Mana.
Go around the saga today.
We'll get another flagstones. We're just gonna ramp.
Yeah, it seems good against control.
There's part of me that wondered there whether you just go get double wasteland and try and finish him off here.
Yeah. Sure, it wouldn't be bad. So yeah.
So Ryan ponders here, looking for another land. He'll find a fetch land. As a wild Mikado expert, do you think he should be attacking with his Elvish Reclaimer, or should we be in Mikado mode, or
I don't know.
Or-
I'd prefer Nikotl mid for sure. But I can certainly see the value. It's not under that much pressure. If Bill really was going for the life total, then yeah. But I think right now he's just trying to get up on lands so you can, double spell as soon as possible into the kind of clunky-ish control deck.
yeah, which is kind of maybe this is the aggressive Delver player in me. Why you just don't go for the throat when they're stuck on 2 lands and spewing cantrips clearly to find them.
Yeah. Well, he can't get double wasteland. You can only get one.
So we'll Green Sun for 1. We're looking for another Nikado. I mean, this Sylvan Safekeeper is really going to give him a problem.
Definitely. Yeah, I think that's probably why Bill has Wild Nakatl in defense mode. Wants as many lands as possible to sack to the Sylvan Cave Safekeeper. Because right now he's at 3. 3 removal spells.
We're counting. We're counting life total here.
Thank you. The commentary also appreciates them counting their life totals.
So Ryan brainstorms here looking for an answer. I think he drew a prismatic ending. 2 iterations. Is that a shark typing? No, Narset. Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll put the Narset, the prismatic ending on top. So I'm gonna grab a basic.
Bulk.
Bulk.
Yeah, I don't think.
I don't think he's not gonna go. He's just not gonna try. So.
No. Bill's gonna save his land drops for getting extra protection for his threats against the control deck. He knows that Ryan's on all targeted removal probably. Bill's got his ear on Legacy. He knows that probably not playing around a board wipe here.
I don't think it's either.
Interesting.
Does Ryan have a supreme verdict?
Does not.
No. So Bill casting on a turn for rotation. Stones. We'll get on the Savannah.
Force the crop rotation. So that brings Ryan down to 12. Exile expressive iteration. Interesting. I wonder what Ryan's plan is here. Very curious.
So he's got Snapcaster in hand. Was that a brainstorm or a pod?
I think he's going to. Yeah, I think he's going to wait for Bill to attack again. Use Snap to block the Sylvan Safekeeper. Get that off the field, then that opens up his removal. Curious what he targeted. Whether he targeted Swords to Plowshares. I would probably just target Swords.
Targets that.
Would force Bill to preemptively sack a land in order to give Shroud. And then between whatever Bill gives Shroud, it opens Ryan up to just plow the other thing. Definitely a cool game. Bill knew about the snaps in Ryan's deck.
Was this too late though? That's the question.
I don't think so. Yeah, so he's gonna sack the land to give Elvish Reclaimer Shroud. Or no, he just didn't sack a land. He said, Reclaimer hits you for 1. So Bill goes up to 21.
Prismatic ending.
Ryan goes down to 11.
Sylvan Library for Bill. Okay, Mentor off the top for Ryan, so he's got some options here now.
All right, Sylvan Library, pretty good. Ryan has a lot more prismatic endings than the decks we saw before. So Bill really can pressure Ryan's, or really punish Ryan's lack of cards in hand right now. Got a Sylvan Library that needs answering, and then he can use these Sylvan Library draws to down to 19, I guess. Use the Sylvan Library draws.
Oh,
To find more threats that Ryan will not be able to answer. Start off with a green sun, finding a 1-drop. The Elvish Reclaimer. Presumably.
Here we go. The most busted 1-drop in Legacy.
Elvish Reclaimer.
Conversion rate through the roof,
Oh, yeah.
according to Judge Dredge. Followed with a second Reclaimer. Is that a flooded strain off the top for Ryan? Yeah, flooded strain off the top. That's rough. So Bill will take another 4 library. Going to 15. Ryan's at 8. Okay, now we're ooh, the whole
army.
family of 3/4s.
The gang's all here. What's a mentor gonna do? Teach it? Two. Yep. Keep it up. On to game 2. Bill is up a game. I can just use this graphic from last time that says Bill up a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill really taking down this tournament. Ryan's also been, yeah, I mean, we've seen both of these players dominate all day. I don't know why they both made the finals, but feels like their presence has been felt.
Yeah, Brian's control deck has been great against the Delver decks, and it seems like he came prepared, had a game plan, and it's really worked out. And Dep's, having a great Delver matchup on its own. Can play the fair game, can combo out.
Yeah.
Is really a plan you have to kind of respect at all times if you're the Delver player. So looking at sideboard, that's Savin's Reclamation we're thinking about. From the Ashes, there we go.
It's from the Ashes.
So From the Ashes is like Ruination. And then it destroys all non-basic lands, but for each non-basic land destroyed, that land's controller can go find a basic.
Got it. And how much is the cost?
It's 4.
It's like Ruination.
So think about it.
Ryan has the basics.
I mean, this is tough. I mean, Ryan's main deck seems pretty good. He's got a lot of removal. But just kind of looking through it, you don't see a whole lot of. You don't see a hammer.
Right. Oh, absolutely not.
And seeing the pyroclasms come tells you. I mean,
interesting.
Maybe we hit an early Elvish Reclaimer,
right?
Or it's a way
that's probably
to
the plan.
Sylvan Safekeeper off the battlefield.
Oh yeah, I think that's probably why that's there.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. Sylvan Safekeeper, especially. Like we said in game 1, there's not a lot of sweepers currently in the control decks, so having something that does just not target has a huge amount of value into the Sylvan Safekeeper plan that we've seen Bill and Gabe both just sweeping with.
They're getting ready for game 2. Bill's up a game. Let's see his sideboard plan. So he doesn't have the blasts.
An Outland Liberator I saw. Bill politely setting the counters back, even though I have it, Bill. Don't worry about it. I do my job.
No one's doubting your ability to change the overlay.
Yeah. It took a while, but there.
Chat loving Ryan.
Oh yeah, a lot of Ryan fans in the chat.
One lonely Min fan. You even spell his name right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a valid South Asian spelling of Min.
So Ryan starts with the last hand. So we've got some options. You're gonna go for the turn 1 Graph Digger's Cage.
Being control wind would make me pleased. Well, Ryan's deck is sweet, so been really impressed with Ryan's deck building, especially above everything else. There's a Graph Digger's Cage to turn off GSZ. Very big play.
Next time we'll pitch us a Jury Step.
Also keeps Bill from playing Dryad Arbor from the graveyard. And using Ramanap Excavator. A lot of things it does. Doesn't stop Sylvan Library though.
Fantastic play by Bill there.
What, casting a Sylvan Library?
It's a great card. Confirmed good.
Hello, welcome.
Hopefully we get some Ambush Vipers for you.
That's the new PogChamp. I thought that was the Ambush Viper emote. Ambush Viper is just notoriously pogging Magic, the Gathering creature.
The original Poggers.
The original Pog, Ambush Viper. Cool card, Ambush Viper. Reprint that.
Just got reprinted.
What? Yeah. Into Standard?
No, it was in Modern Horizons 2. Commander Legends. It was in Commander.
Yeah, whatever. I want Ambush Viper in Standard. Yeah.
We go.
Yep.
Getting the 2-for-1 on that Protoplasm. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
As I know it's there and I don't like it.
Yeah, that's a huge play. Getting both of them off the table. And it looks like does Bill have 2 cards left in hand? Is that 3? They're stacked on top of each
Yeah.
other.
It's also blending in with the playmat. Bill strategically chose that color of sleeves to make it hard for me.
The playmat from U.S. Nationals.
Are you getting raided? Is that what happened here? Ah, Strass Daddy, Noah Strassler, welcome.
Strass Daddy, thanks for the raid, buddy. We've got some green-white action here for you, just in time. So Ryan seeing 2 Tundras and a Snapcaster on his expressive iteration.
Yeah.
There we go.
Got some good green-white and a very good green-white pilot. And then a very impressively put together Jeskai control deck.
Ryan passes the turn. Bill draws. Looks like a Dark Depths in hand. Yes.
All right, what do we got here?
Yeah.
It's an island. So Knight of the Reliquary is on the field. That Force of Will is not going to do anything to it. It's interesting.
Sack here. Yeah, we'll sack.
Oh yeah, because Yavi Maya. Ooh, Thespian Stage. Interesting.
Go for it.
Oh my god.
And that's it.
Surprised. Is Ryan playing Swords to Plowshares? Bill just got it.
Picks it down with green-white depths.
Wow.
Fantastic. Filing by him. In the end, Ryan's control deck just kind of didn't have the removal. The Pyroclasms were great. The Green Sun, but you know the combination of those reclaimers and
the night.
Yeah,
there's too many threats for Ryan to deal with.
It just kind of attacks you on so many angles. It's if you stumble even a little bit or don't have it, you can get punished, and that's exactly what happened. We'll get Bill in here in a moment for a winner's interview.
I get
Let's see, let me grab him real quick.
There, set up for an interview. You ready?
Beautiful.
Bill's name is getting added here. So this is Sykes, Roger Styles, Roger Sykes from last time. This will be Bill Camino's Green White Depths. Congratulations. Are we interviewing?
Yeah, he's I'm just grabbing the prizes.
All right, I am not Bill Caminos. I wish I was. I wish I was that good at Magic. All right, he'll get over here. I'll fix the camera. I'm unhappy with how it is right now. Deck.
Thank you.
Ron.
Yeah, great event. Always appreciate you guys coming out.
Keep coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, have a seat. Whatever. Fine.
Want people to think you want to be.
Yeah, I will. Bill, congrats.
Ooh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I get my name right there.
Yeah,
right?
you do. You do. And this one's yours to keep.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You know.
Nice. Lovely.
So tell us about your deck and your tournament and any thoughts you've got on the format.
So I played green white depths. Typically what's been going around has been Naya depths. I played Naya depths at Fort Wayne NRG last weekend, but I felt like the red splash didn't really add a whole lot. So I went ahead and just like cut the red splash, added a fourth wasteland to the deck, and went on from there. Kind of made it a little bit more consistent mana base, and I feel like that's what the deck kind of needs. I don't know if the red splash was even worth it, so yeah, decided to run that and felt pretty good.
Great plan. I mean, what was your plan? Kind of take us, playing against Ryan real quick.
I had no idea what Ryan was actually playing.
Okay.
So he was I heard he was on like some mentor thing, but they can run any number of spells in that deck. So yeah, I mean, as you saw in game 2, I just like didn't play around a Pyroclasm because I had no idea he had Pyroclasm in his sideboard. So I mean, I could have played around it, but yeah. So his deck was kind of just an unknown to me. I didn't really have a strategy. I was just going to try to do what my deck does and see if it was good enough.
No, it was good. I mean, we were kind of talking about how it really seems to attack multiple angles. You play the fair game, and that Sylvan Safekeeper was just doing so much work at game 1 there.
Obviously, the attack with the Sylvan Safekeeper not good, but I didn't know he had Snapcasters in his deck, so yeah.
Good. Any what are your thoughts on the format? Give your spicy band takes to anger all the Delver Nation out there.
I like Legacy a lot. I don't feel like, I know people want like days and whatnot to be banned, but I don't think the format actually wants that. Yeah, like you kind of want the days deck to be a thing. Keep the combo decks in check, kind of. But I like where Legacy is at right now, so I wouldn't say anything necessarily needs banned, but I also don't like those discussions anyway. So.
Now, very diplomatic, keeping Twitch chat off your back.
Right? Yeah. Please don't tweet at me.
Any final thoughts from the tournament? You've been out to a couple of these.
Yeah. So
had great results.
Yeah, I played in 2 so far. I made top 8 of the last one, and then I won this one. I tried to get into the last one, Buffalo Chicken Dip 7, but I was not able to get into it. It just immediately filled up. So as soon as this one was announced, I I jumped into it. Yeah, I like the tournaments. They're pretty local to me. It's only like an hour and 30 minutes away, and really good time.
Well, congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
And that kind of does it here for us. Thanks to Comic Town, as always, for hosting. Thanks to our coverage team, Christian and Snyder. Thanks to Joe Dyer. Look for a write-up on MTG Goldfish this week. And thanks to everyone that works with us and supports these events. And we hope to see you out in the future. And stay tuned. We just getting started.
Yeah, I hear good things. So, all right, see you guys.
All right, everyone. Take care. Have a great night.